after a second attempt at recording this because Zarek, not Aaron, by the grace of Christ, Zarek is causing technical difficulties. Shun.
Look, I can turn on background cancellation.
Are you doing this because Aaron said that? Are you doing this because Aaron said that Braveheart took place in the north of England?
It wouldn't be the least petty thing I've ever done.
I'm going to do my fucking intro again now. It's not going to be funny
That was
this time.
a joke. That wasn't a serious comment.
There you go, everyone. I'd like you all to know that Aaron is anti-Scotland.
Oh, that's true.
So it wasn't a joke.
No. The Braveheart bit was.
What do you have against Scotland?
Zarek lives there, number one.
Okay, that's one thing. Okay, cool. The nation of Scotland is poisoned by Zarek's presence. Okay, continue.
Anyway,
I reckon the radiation's worse.
It
does have the radiation tunnel, to be fair.
It's not the radiation tunnel, it's the free chemotherapy tunnel. They talk about how healthcare is so much better in Scotland because you can just get your chemo by driving through the tunnels.
Yeah, you get it on the way to work every day.
It's like the more complicated way of, you know how in Canada they always offer assisted suicide for like basically everything.
Oh no, you sprained your knee. Guess we have to put in Scotland. Oh no, you sprained your knee. Looks like you're getting chemotherapy.
No, they'll do multi-purpose. They'll use it for an X-ray.
Oh goodness. Oh, that's fun.
The good news is the X-ray was successful and you're slightly irradiated. The bad news, we couldn't see anything. So, go again.
you got to go through the tunnel again. The tunnel of radiation. What a wonderful thing. All right, let's get this over with. Hi there, and welcome to... I'm saying this intro for the second time. Hi there, and welcome to another episode of the Astartes Anonymous podcast, where today Aaron, Croc, Zarek, and I will be going over something we've been very excited to share. The homebrew relic submissions that have been sent to us over the last 2 weeks in the Astartes Anonymous Discord. So, oh my cat, hello. So I am once again joined by Ali G, Sean Bean from Timu, and of course, the Scottish Radiation Baby. I'm your host, Tom, and these are my co-hosts. My dude, Git. He is so desperate to get on the mic. I'm talking about my cat, for anyone in the audience.
Get him on the mic, dude. Let him say his piece.
I'm gonna get my cat on the mic.
Let him speak.
He sounds like he's suffering. I assure you, he's had treats. He's been fed. He's got water. He's got everything he could possibly need. He's got toys, all sorts. But
these are all lies spread by Big Tom to make you believe that
Big
is okay. Big Tom.
You're going to make me think I'm the patron saint of oh, I can't say that. I can't dox myself. Right, go away. Be gone, cat. Be gone.
That man lives rent-free in my head.
Well, the patron, my local patron saint.
Yeah.
Just for context, everybody, where I live, we were driving at like whatever time of the night it was.
It's dark,
and we just drove past this like open park area that had this big boulder just on the edge, and sat on this boulder was a man in like these tight-fitting shoes. I can scarcely remember what he was wearing, but he can't have weighed any less. He can't have weighed any less than 380 pounds, and he was just sat there living his best life in the middle of the night on this boulder. I don't know what he was waiting for, but like he had a religious kind of aura about him. You know what I mean? I don't mean he was like a priest. I mean you step into his presence and you can feel the presence of something ancient and eldritch. You know, something powerful.
Like a
you saw a fairy.
Yeah, like.
You know, that was fucking Oberon. That was Oberon.
No. We're talking like Santa or like
a fucking Santa in the middle of a park.
Well, he was a bold, like fluffy fella. He was sat there. I think he had a couple drinks, but he sat there. I think he was shirtless. And that might be my
go to Santa, my local pub.
Well, he wasn't Santa.
Man.
He was
Santa Claus.
He wasn't Santa. Aaron's not saying he was Santa Claus. Aaron's saying that he was Santa adjacent.
Yeah, like you know, you see him and it's like, holy shit, that's
like
Santa.
Krampus.
Yeah.
But if he was from the south of England and addicted to pilsners,
you recall that Kevin dude.
Just
every town has one.
if you go to your local park at 3 a.m. and leave a 6-pack at the by the foot of a boulder, make Kev appear and maybe grant you a wish. It's within his limited capabilities.
It was just the fact it was like, I think it was closer to the end of the year. So when it was dark. And the only snippet we saw was my headlights, like, just absolutely, like, exposed this man as we went round a roundabout. So he was there, then he was gone. And it was like, what the fuck? Whoa!
There's like cat's eyes on the side of the road. He kind of just like lights up as you pass.
Like
that was a fucking side quest. You didn't take it, dude. I'm disappointed.
His pale Caucasian skin shone like reflective material.
Never been to Spain a day in his life. It showed.
Yeah. Right. This episode might drag on, so let's crack on with the models of the week, shall we?
Yes.
So, first model of the week is from a user in our Discord who goes by the name of Dalimaru. And Dalimaru has painted this wonderful, wonderful wolf priest. Now, I will preface this real quick and say, when this model was revealed, I wasn't a huge fan. I'm really, really hard to impress with Space Wolf stuff because the idea is it's all fur and skulls and pendants and things, which is fine. But I know a lot of kit bashers and miniature sculptors on Instagram who've set such a high standard for this sort of thing, so that when GW tries it, there's kind of a benchmark they need to meet that they rarely do. And I kind of felt like this model, when it came out, didn't really meet that benchmark. However, I will say it is certainly a testament to Dalimaru's painting and this mild, very subtle OSL that can really bring what is, in my opinion, just a pretty middling sort of model to life, to give it a whole different kind of vibe and feel,
I like the base a lot. This big rock-looking hand thing. Very, very snazzy.
I think it strays that line into the weird mysticism that the Space Wolves have, because genuinely, so few of their models really hit the mysticism, the sort of weird presence of their death spirit, Morkai. And this perfectly embodies that. It's lovely.
So that's why they're called the Hands of Morkai. Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to learn today, Croc. You're going to learn today.
No. Honestly, just a really fucking clean paint job. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
It's just good shit. Ain't no two ways about it.
No, absolutely, 100%. Really, really exceptional job of Dalimaru. Right, let's move on to the next one. So, the next one was selected by Zarek. And it was painted by a user in our Discord called Dreech. And Dreech has simply titled this, A Big Fat Wah.
Yeah, so I saw this guy sitting on a boulder while I was walking down the road. I picked this guy because I love the glutton aesthetic for like Slaneshi Marines or characters or whatever. That particular Age of Sigmar model where the guy's on a giant palanquin and he's just lazing around. That is one of my favorite Slanesh models, and I really think they should lean into it more. Because, you can do the two kinds of, like, fat belly. There's the Nurgle, where it's got, like, a mouth on it, or it might be, like, leaking guts or organs or something. And then you've got the Slaneshi one, which is bulbous and kind of uncomfortable. And it really reminds me of a character from the book Lord of Excess, which I read a little while ago. Really fun story. But there's a character in that called Lordling, who is described as being a marine totally swollen and bloated, so much so that he can barely speak. And he's such a funny guy, and I love seeing a character like that really come through in a miniature.
No, it's wonderful. It's really, really wonderful. I've just sort of, whilst you've been talking, I've just been looking at it, this one image, doing the thing that we usually do when we see a kit bash, right? Trying to do the whole parts ID. And the legs, I've noticed, are Tartaros.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not totally sure where the tabard is from, but I have a funny feeling the tabard might be Tartaros as well. But I've noticed that his full arm, not his like fleshy arm, but his full arm, is a Terminator arm. see the huge, like that thick joint in the middle. You see what I mean?
The cable on the back as well.
The cable gives it away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Really inventive use of multiple different kinds of kits.
I think the tabard is off of a Death Guard model, because they're normally the only ones that have that sort of chainmail-esque vibe going for them.
Oh, I feel compelled to argue with you just for the sole reason that I know I have manipulated that exact same tabard at some point for a kit bash. You know what I mean? When you you don't know where or when you used it, but you look at a bit and I've held that at some point. And I really don't think I've owned very many Death Guard models.
No,
I feel compelled to go have a look now. But yeah, they're really. Sorry, go on.
No, the harder it is to identify, the better the kit bash in essence, isn't it? Well,
that's absolutely. You're absolutely correct. It might just be like some random tabard from just a generic Chaos Space Marine kit. To be fair, often that generally tends to be the case more often than not with these Chaos Space Marine kit bashes. But you can see the generous use of the new what's the new kit called? The new Emperor's Children kit.
Infractors and something else. I don't care about the name. It's a Chaos Space Marine. Let it be.
Something Fulgrim Primarch of something.
One unit's Infractors, the other is something else.
But yeah, exceptional stuff.
I gotta say, putting a bit of gloss on the belly. Oh yeah, that's where it's at.
It is.
Well, it's a reflective Caucasian surface. But I think what's really fun about it is that he's done his shades not with fleshy kind of colors per se, but just used a deeper blood color for the dark depths of the sort of torso, which is a really fun way of keeping him looking really creepy and horrid. That sweat doesn't protrude in between his rolls like blood and death does instead. You could very easily repaint this model, keep the kit bash exactly as it is, and repaint it and get a Death Guard model out of it if you really wanted to. So yeah, really, really great job. Who was that? Dreech. Really great job. Job, Dreech. So, moving on to our next one. This is from Croc. No, sorry, Aaron.
Hello.
It was just as a heads up, there's a little bit of both Aaron and Croc wanted to show off this model in pre. So Aaron just about won out though. So this is from Apothecary Borks. Now in post, we should probably put the second picture of this wonderful Warhound Titan up because it covers kind of everything at once. But one of the things I want to point out real quick is that we mentioned in an older episode, I don't know if it was recently or a while ago, I think we tried to show off this model when it was only partway done. And I know that I said to Borks in either the recording or in the Discord, I don't know which it was, but I said we relayed the message to him that it'll be really, really cool to show this model off when it's finished. And happy to say, it is finished, and it is spectacular.
It is, it's very, very snazzy. Dude's just hardcore, man. He's just brutal as shit across every single part of him.
There's so much commitment to every single little thing. The creepy flesh vines over the Vulcan bolter. And I love that almost all of those details and symbols are free-handed. That really 3rd edition Chaos Skull, I adore. It's right out of the 3rd edition Codex. It's so fun.
So you can't see it from the second picture, but there's this little servo skull doing a scan that he's fully constructed. On one of the last images, and there's really gnarly looking force field with an explosion effect going on.
It is a whole ass diorama. You're absolutely right. What you can see though is over the plasma gun, he's grabbed one of the Age of Sigmar. Yes. Is it a Gaunt or a Ghast?
Nighthaunt.
And they're down by the legs as well, and made it so that this thing is literally pulsating, leaking, chaotic kind of energy. He's dubbed it the Cerberus of Monarchia, so one has to assume it's a wonderful, wonderful... I mean, it is a word bearer's creation. It's got the word bearer symbols and stuff plastered all over it, but that thing on the side of its hull, the side of its main carapace, the hand-painted Chaos Star from that sort of 3rd/4th ed sort of Chaos vibe is really, really amazing. So yeah, exceptional job here, Borks. The Kriegers you've got down at its base sort of generate their own whole diorama just on their own. You know, I'd love seeing this in person. It's the kind of thing you'd see in person. You just sort of rotate around it, scanning for like 15 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, he's even got like the little fleshy guy on the bolter. You can see an eye just looking at you. Like, he's got a Black Templar corpse in that as well. You see the shoulder pad. There's just more and more stuff pops out the more you look at it.
It's so good. I've been intermittently checking in on Expert's channel, like, as this was getting done. I was like, wow, so cool. Wow, so cool. Wow, so cool. But one of the main things, this is a Warhound Titan that is both a diorama and game viable, because if you look at its foot, you can see where the base is, where you can just lift it up.
Yes, you can. You are correct. That is true. Exceptional work, Borks. This is, when it comes to Titan painting and being a part of the Titan Owners Club, this is absolutely what it's all about. 100%. Really, really exceptional job. You can't see it here because we're not going to put it on the screen because Moots might shoot me if I try and make him put it on the screen. But even the interior of this Titan is fully painted. All of the characters piloting it, the doors on the interior, absolutely everything. It's even got
Also
alternative weapons for it as well that can be magnetized on. Really, really great job. For such a spectacular model.
It's so good. It's just,
It's disgustingly good, yeah.
You just want to sit with it for longer, you know what I mean? Maybe, maybe Moots, I'll tell you what, Moots, if you're listening to me, what you can do is you can put the, after the picture, leave the picture on for a little while, then halfway through our rambling, give him the video of him looking at the diorama just below the image in the Discord.
Which, worth noting, by the way, as with any good word bearers thing, there is also a chained up Ultramarine. Like,
as God intended. Exceptional stuff. Right, let's move on to our final model of the week so we can get this underway. So this was selected by our very own Croc. And this is from a user in our Discord called No Biggie. And this is an Iron Hands Clan Rauken Saturnine Terminator. Croc.
Now, I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know my clans. I don't know my Iron Hands. But anyone that can sit down and do the heavy metal style with black armor automatically gets a win in my book.
Yeah.
Like, because that's what this is. This is just good fucking highlights and, like, nice gradients. And the fucking unbroken on the little script. And then the other seals, which you've got little squigglies. And the fucking, like, the slight glow effects. And the hand, which I can't even tell if that's a transfer or if that's just painted on. I wouldn't question either.
It's painted on like, really well.
That's painted on, yeah.
And then just, like, the weathering, it's just good.
It's just clean.
That's all there is to it. It's just good.
That's probably unintentionally one of the best compliments you could have given him there. Where you couldn't tell if his freehand was a...
no, absolutely. 110%.
Crossbow or not, yeah.
Really, really, really great job here, No Biggie. I think I'm trying not to have a bitch fit because I'm part of the... I'm sorry, guys. My cat, if you hear meowing in the background, just the audience as well, not just you guys, if you hear like a meow in the background, I'm so sorry. He is like... So, my cat, I'm sorry, I have to derail for a second. I'm sorry, No Biggie, you're listening to this as well. I have to derail for just a second. My cat and I have a kind of a ritual where about this sort of time of the day, he'll get like 20, 30 minutes of attention. But because we knew this was going to be a long podcast, we decided to start it a little bit earlier. And he is not happy that he's not getting his attention. So if you hear a meow in the background, it's because my son is desperate for attention. Sorry, coming back to it. Sorry, No Biggie. Exceptional stuff. I'm part of the minority of people who isn't a huge fan of the Saturnine sculpt. I prefer the Saturnine Terminator more than I prefer the Saturnine Dreadnought. But I'm not going to lie. I'm not a huge fan of it. However, if there was ever a Legion that would make it work, it was going to be the Iron Hands. And this paint job has made it work. It's a really, really exceptional. That little blue glow you've given to the teleportation nodes on his shoulders or the shield generators, whatever those are meant to be. You know, the fat hammer in his right hand. And yes, the unbroken written on his chest. I know how hard it is to write stuff on scrolls on Space Marine characters and models. That shit sucks. You've done a really great job. So yeah, exceptional job, no biggie. Really good.
Hang on a sec. I need to quickly check something here. Because I don't know, obviously I don't know the sculpt that well, but the Saturnines have a big fat fucking Aquila where that unbroken is.
I think there's alternative torsos that have that have different things. It's actually quite funny because
having just had a look, all those purity seals are in fact green stuffed.
Are they really? Oh, that's really cool.
That's brilliant. That is the highest tier of green stuff you can get. Is where everyone looks at your model, doesn't even clock that there is green stuff present. That is immaculate.
Yeah. We come back to the Wolf Priest model. And that's kind of the thing, because I can't remember their names, but we all know them when we go on Instagram and look at Kitbash Space Wolves or sculpted Space Wolves with green stuff. You know, there's such a high standard in the green stuff and sculpting, miniature sculpting community for Space Wolf stuff, and it really sets the bar high. But you're right, that is absolutely the greatest accolade to not even notice that it's been sculpted on. Yeah, really, really great job, no biggie. Really great job. You should be seriously proud of this.
Yeah. I, as a bit of an Iron Hand buff, I appreciate Clan Ravkin. They are very much the Ultramarines of the Iron Hands. That might be a little bit controversial to say, but they are definitely like the poster boys for the chapter. It's always fun. But let me know when you paint a Clan Vragan unit.
No. No, we need a Clan Morgul. Give us a Clan Morgul Saturnine with a fat red shoulder and some angry ass bastard leading the squad. It's Clan Morgul all the way. Zarek, get out.
If you say so.
What do you mean, guys? What do you mean if I say so? It's Ortek Moor or death.
Look, I love Ortek Moor. The Red Talon is a brilliant bastard. But if we're talking like persistent clans that stay with the Iron Hands through to 40k, Vragan is my bet.
Wet fucking response. Fuck off. Right, yeah, so exceptional job, no biggie. Exceptional job, Dreech. Exceptional job, Borks. What a wonderful, wonderful job. And another exceptional job, Dalimari. Really, really great lineup of models of the week. This week, right, ladies and gents, ladies, gents, and Aaron, should we move on to our main topic for this episode, the submitted homebrew relics from the Astartes Anonymous Discord? We have lots and lots to get through. I know that some of my co-hosts here are going to try to rush through them a little bit. I'm going to try and stop them, so I'm sure we'll end up somewhere in the middle.
Now, just for the fans listening at home, I think you all need to realise that behind the scenes, I think this is the fastest we've done an intro in years. I think that's a testament to how much anxiety we have for the density of this. It's going to be a long episode.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, he says.
Next episode's going to be one of those ones like, what would the Primarchs eat for breakfast? And then it's actually just 3 hours of talking about anything else. It's like, oh, well, shit, guys, we're out of time. Well, I guess that's the episode. What? What?
Our record to beat is, what, like 12, 13 minutes?
We've had openings. Our longest opening was
longer than
45 minutes, yeah. But I think one of the things... here's the thing. Astartes Anonymous podcasts aren't for everybody. And we aren't unaware of that. However, the kind of degenerate that enjoys AA podcast is here for it. So you know what? We are here for you, Mr. or Mrs. Degenerate. This is for you. So, with that being said, I want to explain a quick thing before we get in. So, of the Relic Homebrew submissions, about 70 to 80 were submitted. We are going to show off most of them. I've made this clear in the chats and the Discord on several occasions. About 60 of the 70 or 80 are going to be showed here. If yours hasn't been shown, and again, the same thing I explained in the chats, but I'll explain it here just so I can feel like I've covered all my bases, so I'm not, being a dickhead. A number of the homebrew relics that were submitted did not follow the guidelines that we put down in terms of, hey, Here's your word limit. Well, not here's your word limit, but here's examples. Try and like be the same sort of size as these examples. Try to fit it in so that 10th edition rules make sense. Yada yada. All these other things. If your homebrew isn't making it into this, it's because we didn't want to single anyone out. There's not a whole lot to gain out of showing off somebody's homebrew relic just to put that person on blast. You know what I mean? I feel very grateful that the absolute vast majority of relics that were submitted are like above the sort of point of standard. Because when we initially made that announcement, I was kind of sat there thinking, okay, we're going to ask for relic submissions and we're going to show off like 1/5 of them. I'm very grateful that we can show off like 4/5. So if yours isn't being shown here today, I'm terribly sorry. But like, we're not going to single you out. We're not going to put you on blast on the podcast. That would be nasty.
Unlike Croc's relics, which are going to rip into.
Now, well, actually, it's quite funny you say that, because us on the team, most of us on the team, not everyone, but a bunch of the different members of the team submitted relics for this as well, just so we could talk about those too. Crocs is somewhere near the end, and Zarek and I had a wonderful chat last night about Crocs. We realized that Crocs are fucking fraud, but we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that when we get there. So yeah, shall we?
I don't even know what I could be fraudulent about.
We'll get there when we get there.
We'll get there, Croc.
Don't rush justice. Don't rush justice.
I have one little foreword that I want to give.
Yeah,
because as some people may know, I am sort of the 10th edition syntax expert. People call me in, and if you're in the Discord, you can call me in to help with syntax. I don't mind. Because the way that the words go together is really annoying and really specific. And I'm not going to call anyone up on not having the right syntax or the right wording here, because there's no point in that. As long as it's understandable and clear and we understand how it works, that's fine rules writing.
No, absolutely. And if something isn't like 100% clear, between the four of us, we're going to be able to look at it and go, okay, well, even though that syntax is incorrect, we can still determine what you meant by that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like poorly written custom Magic the Gathering cards. There is still like you can kind of work out the intent behind the thing. And similarly, I wasn't too hot on. I helped a little bit with some of the custom rules, some of the submissions made, but I was mostly there to make sure that people were staying on topic with their flavor text and the lore to go with it, because what you find in 8th, 9th, and 10th edition is the flavor text for relics is about the relic. And I found that a lot of people had this, specifically you Space Marine people. In fact, I'll put it on the screen now, or I'll get Moots to put it on the screen now. Moots, if you fail to put this on the screen, you're going in the Wasp room. Is one of the members of the Astartes Anonymous team who works in the background, who does a lot of work on the shorts, did a pie chart submitting the showing the factions that were submitted, and you can see it here on the screen now, and it kind of lines up perfectly with the 40k faction sales. And I've noticed there was a problem that Space Marine homebrew relic submissions had that none of the other factions really had. Anyone who did so, and you can see here, it's over 50% Space Marines. Almost 75% if you count Chaos Space Marines as well.
Yeah.
And all the Space Marine homebrew submissions, like a lot of you guys had one sort of recurring problem, and a bunch of you we talked to about it. We actually sat down, we spoke to you about it, where you'd write like 3 paragraphs for your relic, but only 1 paragraph was about the relic, and the other 2 were about the chapter instead. And it's like, no, please talk about the relic. The rest doesn't help. So yeah, good job, Space Marine homebrewers. You guys are never change. Never ever change. Right. Shall we get into it?
Unfortunately.
So before we begin, I want to say real quick, the 4 of us have our own kind of Croc doesn't have anything because Croc's fucking winging it. I was going to say the 4 of us have our own criterion for what we're kind of looking for. You know, I know Zarek, as you'll probably guess, Zarek's very hot on games rules, games interactions. I am really, really looking for the best kind of like short, sweet, beautiful flavor text kind of thing. So we've all got our own kind of criterions. I think what I'd like to say to all of you, I think I said this to you guys in a message before we began, or a couple days ago. But like, make a mental note of which 1 or 2 are your favorites, so that we can return to them at the very end and maybe give a little bit of a special accolade to the ones that we kind of loved the most for whatever reason. If your own personal criterion says that you like one particularly the most, then just kind of go for it. I personally am looking out for people who applied the legendary Crusade relic moniker the best, and like people who exemplified the sort of short and sweet, kind of vibe the most, because a lot of relics in game are very short and sweet and to the point, and I think people who put aside their ego and their desire to ramble just to give that lovely short and sweet kind of, those ones stick out to me. You know what I mean? I'm rambling. Shall we begin?
Absolutely. Please, let's dive straight in.
Excellent. So, the way we're going to do this is I'm going to read them out, and then we're going to discuss. It's going to be that simple. So, the first one is, again, all of these users in the Astartes Anonymous Discord. Who knows? We'll probably do stuff like this again in future. So, if you want to be shown off the Astartes Anonymous Discord, there's a link down below in the description. The first one is a user called Compulsive Kitbasher. This is a relic called the Helm of Ill Omen, a legendary crusade relic of the Adeptus Astartes from the Crimson Crows chapter, a Raven Guard successor, and he states, "This helmet is only given to the greatest champion from among the chapter. Those who bear this helmet take on the title of the Carrion Wraith, their visage replaced by that of the Skagrian Bloodhawk's skull. The helmet itself is said to have been endowed with warp magics by the chapter's chief librarian, magic said to induce an overwhelming sense of dread and shatter the will of any who catch the ire of the Carrion Wraith. It's a very simple ability. The bearer gains the lone operative and fights first abilities, or while this model is leading a unit, that unit gains the fight first abilities, and enemy models within 12 inches subtract 1 from the hit and wound rolls against this unit. It is a legendary crusade relic."
So I want to lean in here because Tom, you interjected a little thing here where you said or between those two things, and that is absolutely correct, because the way this relic functions is that it either allows the character to have fights first and have lone operative. That means that they cannot be targeted if the shooting model is more than 12 inches away. I'm going to have to go over some rules just to make sure that everyone's on the same page here.
Sorry, real quick, Zarek. I'm so sorry. I will let you finish. I was going to mention this a moment ago, but I completely forgot. I wanted to give a little disclaimer to the audience. Zarek is incorrigible. Incorrigible? Incorrigible? What's the word?
Incorrigible.
Yeah. Gluttonous. Forgive her.
We might have to beat her with a stick to get her to stop talking at some point, but
yes,
that's our issue, not yours.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, continue, please.
Lovely. I'll resume after that threat. So, you've got the option of being lone op and fights first, or giving your whole unit fights first, and then debuffing enemy units within 12 of you. Now, this is a really interesting comparison, because it's flexible, but it also doesn't lean in very easily as it could have, to be saying, oh, the unit that the bearer is attached to gets lone operative as well, which would have been gross. Or the enemy units within 12 inches get the debuff while it's on their own. No, that doesn't work. And that's really good, because there's always a way to interact with the bearer. It's a really interactive relic, because there's always a tactical answer.
Yep.
If it's on its own, you get in there, you shoot at close range. If it's in a squad, you just shoot it from afar.
I think one of the things that was really interesting to me about the in-game rules for the Helm of Ill Omen was that it exemplifies one thing that I personally was looking for, and that was a good representation of something in 40k 10th edition called a Legendary Crusade Relic. And to grossly oversimplify Legendary Crusade Relics for anyone who's unaware of how the game works or anything like that, just to make it a really simple concept, Legendary Crusade Relics are really just slightly more powerful relics that can be used. And by powerful, I don't mean in lore, I mean in game. Their in-game ability. Not like game-changing, but certainly makes the unit they're attached to a much more malicious beast, depending on what they do. And what Compulsive Kitbasher has done here is really exemplified that Legendary Crusade Relic vibe, because this is way too strong to just be a normal relic. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think one of the things as well that I wanted to bring up here, why this is such a good relic to start with, is actually a criticism. And again, compulsive kitbasher, I'm not putting you on blast. This is a great relic. I think you did really well with this. I think thematically it makes sense, this idea of a slightly more mystical Raven Guard successor chapter and having a vibe that kind of encompasses that. But there is one thing you did with the flavor text I'm not a huge fan of. And this is actually quite funny, because I said this to a lot of the people who were coming to me looking for feedback, and that's that two things you've said in your flavor text: the Carrion Wraith and a Skagrian Bloodhawk. Your audience, your reader who picks up your codex, is going to have no frame of reference for that. You know, it's like I was talking to one of the guys in the Discord about this. Like, if you tag something with the word Macragian, you know, if you say a Macragian something, the only reason you know what Macragian means is because the Ultramarines are a first founding successor chapter who are pivotal to the setting. You know, Scragian or Skagrian, sorry, that doesn't have the same bearing, because your successor is never going to be the Ultramarines. And it's a fun little thing to point out, where this relic is, generally speaking, it's really, really good, but you've written its flavor text with this kind of idea in mind, where your reader, your audience, has to have prior knowledge to understand it, and it just doesn't really work, you know, because your homebrew isn't a first founding successor core to the setting, you know, yada yada yada. It's still a great relic, and the flavor text is really good. I think most people can read it and kind of assume what that means, right? But still, you leave them with unknowns, you know.
I have a rules question, because that is most likely the role I'm going to fulfill this episode.
Would you like to tell everyone your unique standing for this episode real quick, Croc?
My unique standing? I have under my belt approximately 5 games of 10th edition, if that at best. That was from when it came out. I am so incredibly out of the loop, and my understanding of Warhammer in the first place, rules-wise, is incredibly inbred, because I only ever really play with my IRL friends. So it's all homemade errata, baby.
Inbred is a very specific word, which we'll come back to in a couple hours, but continue.
In a couple hours.
This is a cool relic. Bird helmet. Bird helmet's scary. Look at bird helmet. Oi! My first thought, though, who could get this?
That's actually quite fun. That's something they've actually missed out in the rules text, haven't they, Zarek? They should have kept that.
Yes, normally. However, I believe there are some relics which don't bother specifying, because it's available to any character.
Ah, okay. So this isn't necessarily a chaplain or a librarian or a captain thing. It's literally any character of note.
Mm-hmm.
There you go then, Croc. Are you educated now? Do you know more about 10th edition?
No.
No. Should we move on to the next one?
Yep.
Excellent. So, this next submission is from, again, a user in the Discord called Older Than Time. It is called the Mantle of the Betrayed. It is a legendary crusade relic of the Adeptus Astartes by the Legion Penitent Chapter, an Imperial Fist successor chapter. A suit of artificer armor forged from the shattered remnants of the founding chapter master's own armor, inlaid with the litanies of fury and vengeance across its surface, and the bearing of the founder's personal heraldry on its bright crimson cape. It also houses an ancient machine spirit that cries out for vengeance against those that slew its first master. The fury of the machine spirit within allows the suit's wearer to strike faster than ever before, perceive precise weaknesses in the enemy's armor, and even allows them to keep fighting despite receiving wounds that would fell any other Astartes. So, models with the captain keyword only, the bearer is given the following abilities. Improve the attack's characteristic of the bearer's melee weapons by 2. When the bearer makes an attack in the fight phase, add 1 to the wound roll. Additionally, the first time this model is destroyed in the fight phase, roll 1d6 on a 3+, do not remove it from play. The bearer may attack with one of its melee weapons as if it were a fight phase. After the bearer's attacks are resolved, remove it from play. Holy powerful, Batman. That's a very strong relic.
Mhm.
What is this, 8th edition? We're bringing back Smash Captains now?
Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
To be fair, they never really went away.
No, they didn't, did they?
Love a Smash Captain, dude. Hell yeah.
I have very... Oh.
Oh, no, sorry, go on, Croc. I wasn't expecting you to interject.
I have very distinct memories of an 8th edition game where this is my first encounter with Smash Captain. It was, I don't know if it was 8th edition or if it was 9th edition. It was just when the meta for having them was a Reaver bastard.
Yeah.
And so this guy, when he walks in, I've got my army set, but he just puts this gun to him, like, this is Chad Thundercock. He's coming for you. And
Yeah,
he did indeed come.
I'm going to be honest, even with the legendary Crusade relic modifier, increasing the attack's characteristic by 2 is already really strong. I think that add 1 to wound roll is like super unnecessary. And inversely, you could just have the add 1 to wound roll and then the attack's characteristic becomes unnecessary. You know what I mean? Because one of the things that is true of captains in 40k 10th ed is pretty much all of them. I don't know if the jump pack captains have this. I'm pretty sure they do, though. Is an ability which, or a stratagem or whatever it is, which means they can quickly get in another X amount of attacks at the end of the fight phase or when they fight in the fight phase. So this is really taking something that already exists and whamming it all the way up to 11. Pair that with the fact that you've basically given them 60%, a 4 out of 6 chance of fighting on death. It's like suffering, really immense. I think I've just noticed as well, the fight on death modifier it has is different from most of the fight on death modifiers in 40k 10th ed, where typically a fight on death ability has a restriction where you only get to do it if you haven't fought already. And so the idea is that a single character can't just double up on attacks because they've been killed. But not this. This whole thing is like, the captain comes in, he beats somebody to death, and then his buddy kills him, and then he beats him to death as well. It's very, very strong.
So
Bingus and Bulgus don't know what's hitting them, dude.
Yeah.
I know we said we weren't going to nitpick wording, but I just, there's something that I have to mention because there's a non-zero chance it was potentially intentional.
Okay.
When we're talking about that fight first, additionally, the first time this mod is destroyed in the fight phase are 1d6. On a 3+, do not remove it from play. Now, here's the fun part. When you would remove it from play is after the bearer's attacks are resolved, yeah?
Yeah.
But it's the bearer may attack. So if you just don't attack and don't resolve them...
Oh, yeah, technically. That's really quite funny. I see what you're getting at.
If I recall correctly, this was a genuine issue that the rules writers had in 9th edition. And I have to say, I don't think this is their fault, because I think that this writer is probably much more familiar with the 9th ed rules than 10th, because this reads very much like a 9th edition relic. The issue they had with May is that there were loads of abilities way back in 9th edition that were all optional. You could just choose. But because you could choose, you could break the game with it. Now, what I'm going to assume when reading this is that this is a 10th edition context, so 10th edition standards apply. This is you can only fight if you haven't already fought, because otherwise gets a bit janky. Now, Tom, I actually have to disagree with you on your balance assessment. I think this is a very, I don't even think it actually deserves legendary. I think this could be an antiquity relic.
Yeah, well, you load
bloody
Corvus Black Stars with 1 billion dudes, so your opinion is... Sorry, continue.
Look, anyone who plays 10th knows that's not meta. Now...
Didn't you win every game of that?
In my local game... Yes.
She won every game of Crusade by metagaming with a Corvus Black Star.
No, look, I brought that list to tournament, I got crushed immediately. It was hysterical.
Anyway, sorry, continue, please.
But the reason that this isn't super powerful, and you're sort of pointing out how an extra attack is really potent on a character, but 2 is really good. This is something that I'm going to be bringing up a lot as we go through this, and it's something that comes from Crusade. And I don't blame anybody for not knowing this, but it's a very important thing to the context of Crusade relics, because when a unit in Crusade ranks up, it can either get a relic, if it's a character, or if it's not a character, or if it is, it can get a weapon modification. This allows you to improve 2 of the weapon stats by 1.
Oh yeah, you were talking to me about this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So-
okay.
Yeah. So, an increase of attacks by 1 is really, really mild. By 2, that's pretty good. And adding 1 to the wound roll is really, really nice. However, there are just some plain enhancements that give a whole squad +1 to wound. Or give a
Yeah.
whole squad lance. And I think that making this a Smash Captain item makes it niche, but really fun and fluffy. So I don't think
Yeah.
it deserves to be legendary. It's not crazy. This isn't fights first. It doesn't prevent the opponent from doing what they want to do.
Yeah.
This isn't lone operative. It doesn't prevent them from being sniped. This is just a really simple, the character is more killy. And I think that's very fair. To really simplify this for people at home, you can think of relics as being 3 tiers. You've got tier 1, which is Artificer. Then you've got Antiquity, tier 2, and then Legendary, tier 3. So we can just call them tiers 1, 2, and 3. I think this deserves to be tier 2, not tier 3.
That's that assessment has changed my opinion of it. Yeah, I withdraw what I said about holy powerful Batman. Yeah, that's entirely fair. I think when put in the context of the other things you can do during a Crusade campaign, yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Everyone needs to remember, lone operative on a tank, you can do it. It's awful.
Disgusting, foul.
But that is another layer to my not knowing things. I've never competed in a long-term Crusade campaign.
Yeah.
No, I haven't done it either, to be fair.
It's okay, no one does.
No one does, to be fair.
One of the, real quick, before we move on to the next one, I wanted to point out real quick, older than time, is with your flavor text, is you've got 2 paragraphs here. Your entire second paragraph is redundant. This is one of the things that a lot of people kind of fall flat on. It's like they feel this overwhelming urge to write more. I'm not going to repeat the whole flavor text because obviously I said it at the start, and this is really just for you, older than time, rather than the audience. But your whole second paragraph, it doesn't really give us anything emotionally or informationally or dramatically that the first paragraph didn't already give. So just a little thing to keep in mind when you're doing your homebrew writing, to not provide your audience with excess information, because excess information is just redundant information, So still very well written, not bad at all. Certainly not bad enough for me to look at and go, well, this is going in the bin. Just a little thing to think about with your homebrew stuff. Right, shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the next one is from a user called Gammoth. This is the Primus Retrograv Daredevils Legendary Crusade Relic Space Marines Fate Weavers Chapter. The perfected form of the Retrograv Daredevils is the brainchild of the chapter's master of the forge, Proteo Ganea. These paired grav guns are perfectly integrated into the gauntlets of his own armor. By integrating them in such a way, the entire suit of armor becomes affected by the grav gun's technological power, making it lighter and heavier when required, thus allowing Proteo to become a dangerously fast and powerful monster in the battlefield. The rules: Adeptus Astartes Tech Marine model only. Increase the bearer's movement characteristic by 4 inches, and add 1 to the damage characteristic of the bearer's equipped melee weapons. In addition, the bearer is equipped with the following ranged weapon in addition to its other profiles: the Primus Retrograph Daredevils, anti-vehicle 3+, 18 inches, 4 attacks, ballistic skill 3, strength 5, AP 1, damage 2. Really interesting here. I'm going to get the flavor text criticism out of the way because I've just realized it's probably worth doing that before moving on to the other things, whilst it's still fresh in our heads. One thing you've done here, Gammoth, is really quick, is one of the things why a big chunk of the guys who didn't make it into this review or recording or whatever, is that you've made a relic here, but it's not really about the relic. You've made your flavor text all about a character. And that character can be cool or whatever, but if you go through like a relic section of a codex and you find a whole paragraph about a character and not a relic, it is not going to belong. I've left it in here because it's still a really cool idea. This is the idea of a dude running around with like dual grav guns like attached to the wrists. Like that's a really cool concept, and it's written like literarily, it's written very well, and I like it. And I don't think it's particularly busted, even if it is quite a bit strong. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that real quick. Zarek, the rules. What do you think?
I think they're spot on for a Legendary Crusade relic. Now, this may seem weird, given how, the limited effect of the previous one, I was like, oh, it's just a Smash Captain. It fits. The exception here is that getting extra movement lets you play your vehicles way more aggressively while still giving them Tech Marine support. That's really good utility there. And weirdly enough, Tech Marines are actually very, very scary melee combatants.
I think you need to. I think you need to provide some context for the non-40k players. It might not be immediately obvious, but Tech Marines' biggest problem is often keeping up with vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because you can't support anything that's moving so much faster than you, right?
Yeah. Tech Marines at base move 6 inches. Most vehicles tend to move double that, about 12, so they'll easily outpace them within the first 2 turns. And this really can hold back a more mechanized army, where the vehicles aren't kind of going off doing their own thing. Then you've got a character left on their own. This lets you keep up. And by adding 1 to the damage of all melee weapons, they get really scary. This actually works in concert with the speed, because when a vehicle dies near a Tech Marine, they get +3 attacks to their axe. This axe then becomes 7 attacks. With +1 damage, that's 7 attacks. I believe strength 7, AP 2, now damage 3, plus a servo claw, which makes a single attack for damage 4. And innately, these guys have basically like a heavy bolter without heavy. The stat line is almost identical to the gun itself, but without anti-vehicle 3+. And so you effectively get a second gun that's even more powerful. This is a really all-round, very potent weapon. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But it's absolutely as powerful as a Legendary Crusade relic should be. My only critique, really, is that I think this could be way more interesting if you had to choose between the movement and the damage. I think having to make that choice could make it feel much more grounded as a gameplay choice.
Yeah.
But this is fine as is. I think, it's difficult to balance something like this, and you can, in some cases, just lean into the raw power for something legendary.
Yeah. Well, I think you've touched upon something that a lot of homebrew rules guys kind of forget. And it's not a thing that's worth judging them for forgetting, because Games Workshop are exceptional at forgetting this as well. And that is giving stuff rules and abilities that are meant to be fun, first and foremost. Because if you have to choose between that movement and that damage, that sort of power output, if you have to choose between that, one kind of person is going to look at it and go, okay, that's weaker. But most people who understand playing the game are going to go, oh, that's more fun. You're giving me another choice. You're giving me more to think about.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, when it comes to wargaming, that's where the fun comes from. So yeah, a really interesting take there. I totally see what you mean. I think having a Legendary Crusade relic as well for a Tech Marine specifically, I think this might be the only one on this list, actually. I don't think there is any others. So yeah, a very good example of a Tech Marine relic.
There's at least one other, I know for a fact.
Anything from the boys in the back?
I think hamburgers work well with cheeseburgers and fries.
I have something. First order business, Gammoth. Yeah, second order business, conceptually, I think it's pretty cool because you now have a Tech Marine that can go around like a fucking thwomp from Mario.
Yeah.
But,
Is that it?
But it's more just like I'm very scared to comment on other people's flavor text because I don't know what you're slamming my relic for. So stones, glass houses, all that.
No, go on.
Please,
That's
go
okay.
ahead, Karl.
Listen, you're already in a glass house, and there's already a lot of stones. It can't really get worse.
It's forever how I am with things, but it is just talking about someone's relic, not like a relic you give to someone else. This is like,
Well, that's why I said at the start, yeah,
our chapter. These are his grav guns. You can steal them for the right price.
Well, I think the idea is there's kind of a concept here of missing the memo, like not understanding the assignment and a lot of the other people who did this, a lot of the people who didn't make the cut had a similar problem, but this was so well written and so interesting that I didn't want to throw it in the bin. Where it's like, this isn't a relic. This is basically an alternative Tech Marine datasheet. Because you can already see the datasheet. If you're familiar with 10th edition Tech Marines, you can close your eyes and you can see the datasheet, and it's like, okay, here's a Tech Marine called Proteo Ganea, and you can see that. And so you could kind of make the argument that Gamathir has missed the assignment, but he's written it so well and it's created such an interesting weapon that I didn't want to throw it in the bin. You know what I mean? I totally get what you're saying, though. It's like when you're writing about a relic is something that sits in your chapter's reclusium. It is seldom something that is constantly on somebody else's person. Like if you're Marnius Calgar and I've forgotten the name of them. If you're Marnius Calgar and you've got the child touching fists of Macragge on your person at all fucking times, then it's like, okay, that's cool. You're Marnius Calgar, one of the most important characters in the setting, sure. But part of homebrewing is understanding that you're just creating another success chapter. You know what I mean? And in understanding that, you have to understand that your relics are going to be part of a horde of relics rather than, here's the most important thing to my chapter or to a character or to anything else. It's still a great relic. It's still a really cool thing. But yeah, the problem with the flavor text is it focuses too much on the character and not enough on the relic. But yeah, absolutely correct. Right, the next one. Oh, sorry, go on, Croc.
I got one tiny extra little bit to add.
Yep.
Going off that, if you close your eyes and you see 10th edition data sheets, you should get that checked out and maybe hold out and look at rules for a little bit. Number two, I know you're thinking from the optimal perspective.
Sure.
But when I look at this, I see that all of a sudden I have a Tech Marine that's really fast and has a way of killing vehicles, and that is what he's going to go do. Yeah. Just Tech Marine. He's just going.
It is quite funny from a just silly gameplay point of view.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. He could run around and start harassing vehicles. That's absolutely an ability he has. But it's like the amount of time, as someone who's played Iron Hands a small chunk, certainly with Sons of Medusa and Last Dead, there's kind of a thing where it's like in rounds 3 and rounds 4, and definitely any rounds that partake after that, you're kind of sat there like, fuck! You got to choose between my vehicle moving up or my Tech Marine abandoning the vehicle. And this character has the ability to go, nope, I get both. Mm-hmm. And that's a really, that's low-key, a really strong thing to have. So yeah, so really, really great job, Gammoth. Wonderful, wonderful little thing. Right, moving on to the first non-space marine relic, Farseer. Monica Lizzie has created a relic for the Eldari called the Eyes of Kernus. Eldari Craft World. I'm not going to pronounce that. I'm really
Yggdrasil,
sorry.
Yggdrasil, the world tree. That's my reading of it.
Is that an I? That is an I.
Yeah.
Y. Okay, cool.
Yggdrasil.
It is a Crusade Antiquity relic. Just real quick for anyone who doesn't know what's his name? Sorry, who Kurnos is. Kurnos is one of the Eldar deities. I can't remember what his thing is. I just know he has something to do with the Ranger squads.
It's the Hunt.
The Hunt. Excellent. So, flavor text. Crusade Antiquity Relic. I've just noticed at the corner of my vision, looking out the door to my office, is my cat. And he's running laps at 30 miles an hour. I just see him speed past the doorway. Just sorry, I'm trying not to laugh. Every time I see him, he just whooshes right past and then comes back again. All right, so a red Farseer helmet with black obsidian-like eye lenses, teeth lining the jaw area. This helmet is seen as blessed by the dead god of hunting Kernus himself. The dead god of hunting Kernus himself. Yeah, that is what is written. A rite of passage that is kept secret is done to determine which Farseer is even remotely worthy to wear this ancient blessing of their god. The bearer is granted with a vision that pierces through any solid material to detect foes, and given an immense increase to the Eldar's already immense capability for dodging and weeding through enemy attacks. However, those who bear this helm grow reckless in their usage of psychic powers, and most of those who wear this helm fall into what others call a hunter's arrogance. Farseer model only can be attached to any model with the Farseer model, with the keyword Farseer. The model is granted the following abilities. All psychic ranged weapons gain indirect fire. All ranged weapons the model has gain 2 inches to their range. The model gains an invulnerable save of 3+. And if the model has a save of 2+ or lower, I think you meant to write better there, the bearer may use this unmodified stat instead. So, I'll quickly cover the flavor text. There is a lot of waffling in the flavor text, Monica Lizzie. You spend the first 2 sentences covering the covering information that is explained better afterwards. I'll also note this is quite funny. We know that we do the script writing for the videos on the main channel, right?
Definitely, yes.
Yes. I have a peeve that I really like hate that this wonderful person has included in their flavor text, and that is word repetition. Given an immense increase to the Eldar's already immense, it's like, you could have used a different word. It's like it hurts my abdomen.
See, I've heard your outbursts about this enough to the point where I consciously don't do this now. Like whenever I'm writing anything, I used to not care, and I don't know if you realize how much you talk about it or used to talk about it when I did some writing, and you just drilled it into me. It was like, you don't.
I know that my life. No, you're absolutely
sentence.
right. You're absolutely right. My life is a series of bitching the same 6 things over and over again. 5 of those things are literary or homebrew things, and the 6th thing is the Ashen Claws chapter.
This man, this man used to keep a what's it called? Not a lexiconum, a fucking English literature book. What's it called?
A thesaurus.
Thesaurus in his desk at all times, just to literate himself better.
Having
a
a thesaurus on hand is like, as a writer, is like one of the most helpful fucking things. You will there, even if you don't use it, there is no downsides to having a thesaurus on hand. Anyways, going off topic. So, sorry. The ability Farseer models only. All ranged psychic attacks gain indirect fire. For the model has 2 inches extra to their range. Their ranged attacks, and has a 3+ invuln save if it doesn't already have 1 or better. What do we think? Who else is familiar with their Farseer data sheets?
I think I know what they're going for. The all ranged weapons has +2 to their range.
Yeah,
but I feel like there's a way to word that to specify psychic, as opposed to just the shuriken pistol getting 2 extra to distance as well.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a funny one as well because. When you give something much to complement the 2 inches of range, the indirect fire is like indirect fire in 10th ed is kind of, it's either really strong or dog shit, and there's very little indirect fire attacks that are kind of in between. And if you're going to give indirect fire to a character model, I kind of can see it being totally justified giving it to the entire squad. But the fact that you've put it just, like, exclusively on the character, and I look at the data sheet for the various Farseers, and it's like, this does nothing. It's like giving indirect fire to them is like, it's such a nothing burger. You know what I mean?
I would like to make a case for this, because I figured out, I think, what the intent is.
Please, by all means, go for it.
So, I think the idea here is that with a Farseer on jet bike, they have issues with ruins. So, for people who don't know, in 10th edition, only infantry, I think beasts and swarms are able to actually move through ruins, and they can pass through ruins as if the ruins weren't even there. Everything else, this includes jet bikes and things, have to work around them. So, there's a really interesting thing you can do with this, where, first of all, the Farseer has like a ranged psychic attack, but you can also give them the Singing Spear, which is also a psychic weapon. But it really encourages the Singing Spear, because I think that's what the +2 inch range is for. because that thing is really short range, gives you a little bit of extra boost. I think the idea is to smack something through a wall and then charge around the corner into it.
I see what you mean. So it's super specific. I think.
Yes.
I see what you mean. I think if I were going to make the relic with that purpose, that intent, my worry would be that this is the long way round to doing that. But at the same time, I kind of see it as well, because giving a 3+ invul to a... Did anyone hear my cat then? He's so loud. Thank God, he's so
I hear
loud.
that.
I heard that one. Yeah.
Giving a 3+ invul to a Farseer Skyrunner, so the jet bike Farseers, is really, like, that's not insignificant.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of see what you're getting at. Okay, yeah.
It's a really funny one, sorry, just in reference, like, I don't know if they still have it. I haven't played Drakkar in a while. But the Archon used to have, like, a temporary 2+ invuln until they failed a save, and then it became, like, a 4+ or something.
I think they still do. do.
Fun.
But yeah,
It's my favourite thing about them.
It's really silly, yeah. It's like, and then you can take a relic version that lets you, I think, re-roll it for free. That might have been a 9th edition thing, though. But I remember that.
That was that was definitely a 9th edition thing. I do remember that. Though I think what's worth mentioning here is that normally in 10th edition, 3+ invulns are super, super, super rare. However, a Farseer is really not a very tanky model, and
even the Skyrunners are still quite squishy.
Mm-hmm. So there's like an unlucky slap, and you can just get squished. So I think a 3+ invuln on a single Farseer isn't terribly overpowered. I think it works really well as an antiquity relic. I do actually want to get a little bit of a flavor assessment here, because I really appreciate somebody bringing up an Eldar god that isn't one of the ones we normally get discussed. You can tell this person's an actual Eldar player, because they didn't say Kane or Morai Heg or Vol. Those are like the 3 big names you tend to hear. And Vol, the Artificer god, is generally the one associated with relics. So I think it's really cool to have one associated with Kurnus. But also a set of buffs that really subtly incentivizes the player to use the Shining Spear, like a hunting spear. Now, this is, I think, a really good way of incentivizing the player to do a thing.
Yeah. Well, that's it. That's one of the problems with 10th Ed that a lot of the older editions didn't have, is that 10th Ed is like, hey, we've got all these weapons for this unit, but you're only ever going to use this one because the datasheet says the others suck.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of it's a relic that kind of counteracts that in a fun capacity. So yeah, absolutely, 100%. Right. Should we move on to the next one? I want to pick up a little bit of speed if we can. Just a little bit. No, not loads, just a little bit.
I have no comments.
Yeah, shut up then. Did you just fuck? Aaron, was that Aaron? Did you just fuck?
I was dying, man. I'm sorry.
You know you can grab your mic and move it away from your asshole when you do that. You know
or
that.
You can click the mute button on StreamYards.
It does have that.
You don't have to make us and the people listening listen to your flatulence, you fucking animal.
I didn't want to.
It's like standing on the fucking creaky floorboard in an old house, dude.
Well, now there's a permanent fucking MP3 of your asshole on the internet forever now. Good job,
I was trying so hard.
Moots, isolate that audio. Make it a soundboard in the server.
No, actual fucking...
Moots, isolate that audio. Enhance.
Right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Aaron needs to go and wipe.
Nah, ain't that bad.
Right, the next relic. So, in a car accident. What a wonderful username.
Oh my god.
This is from the Necrons. So, the Immalleable Crown Necrons, the Apotheo Dynasty. So, a homebrew dynasty. Wonderful, short and sweet relic. This the kind of thing that I really like. The unconventional powers of the Immaterium must be safeguarded against. Nanofilaments of charged blackstone are woven into this ancient headdress, shielding an overlord's mind and body from the warping touch of empirical attacks. Overlord model only. The strength characteristic of all psychic weapons that target this model are halved. Very simple. I think there's kind of I don't even feel the need to criticize any of the flavor text. The flavor text is short, sweet, to the point. It connects to the ability. The ability is a bit of a problem though when we talk about attacks that overflow onto characters from squads. But Sarah will know more about that than I. But I generally speaking, I think this is a really beautiful, short, sweet ability. You can see the thematics behind it. Surprisingly, I think I will talk about the submissions for the relic submissions in general here real quick. Surprisingly, one of the big problems that a lot of people have had, and I don't think they've noticed it, is they haven't actually connected their flavor text to their abilities very well. Take the last one we just did, for example, the Farseer one. It's like, the only connection is, it's a helmet that goes on their head, so it affects their psychic abilities. And it's like, okay, cool. And then we've got this one, is like, we actually talk about, in about 1/5 of the text, you've got a much more succinct chunk of flavor text that talks about affecting psychic abilities. And then we go to the in-game ability, and it halves the strength characteristic of all psychic weapons that target this model, which is, instantaneous connection. Really, really, really good. I'm waiting for Zarek to tell me there's something super flawed with this, because something about the idea of the strength characteristic targeting him being halved, that doesn't work, does it? Or am I having a moment?
Not very well, Tom. You're very right. Now, I think it's worth saying this relic is exceptional in how understated an effect it is. Because everyone else, I think, tends towards the more powerful end. I think that's only natural. But this is just simple and sweet. However, if it targets the model, it doesn't work if they're joined to a unit. So you can easily make it the strength characteristic of psychic weapons that target the bearer's unit are halved. The other issue, however, is that this is a very, very unhelpful ability. It's really nice and flavorful. It's the sort of thing that I think belongs as like an additional war gear ability on the character, as like their third ability.
Yeah.
But realistically, I don't think there's any scenario where this is going to become useful, which is the real problem, because it's a shame, because it's a really fun idea, it's really simple, but it just won't execute well, I think, in-game. What I would suggest is that on top of this, you could just make the bearer's unit immune to the effects of psychic abilities. This means they can't be mind-controlled by a Gene Stealer cultist or any of the other funny effects that you get. And that gets a much more flavorful thing. It's a little bit less niche, but it's generally more powerful, so you're not getting modified a bunch.
And when you say more powerful, you don't necessarily mean, hey, this is so powerful it's going to impact the flow of the game. It's more or less a deterrent to this, the current ability not impacting the flow of the game.
Yeah, I think if I were playing, say, Grey Knights into this, I wouldn't care. I would still dump all my psychic, flame attacks from a Purifier squad into this, because I don't care. More attacks, more attacks. But if I'm playing, say, a Chaos Space Marines, and I've got a Sorcerer who's got a funny ability to do mortal wounds or inflict -1 AP, I'd much rather put it elsewhere. So it would really safeguard the Overlord's unit.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you two? You got any thoughts?
I've been hamburgers now. I think it's cool, but yeah, I think it's very wasted as a relic because it's going to be on a fella who's with a bunch of other fellas who are going to take all the damage before he will. And by that point, whatever's left over is almost definitely going to be enough to bin him off or not be relevant. It's cool. It's a cool concept. Could do a lot more, though.
Do you know what you could do with this? I just realized. Mm-hmm. You could put on the end, like, this operative has lone operative as well. And suddenly that half psychic weapons thing is, like, a lot less than useless. I mean, it's still super nuanced, right? Because like very few attacks have psychic things. But if you made a relic, because a lot of factions, Space Marines and Custodians have multiple relics that do this, where you can give a character model lone op. And for the audience, just so you know, lone op means an operative can fuck off up the board on its own, wreaking havoc without a squad to accompany it, with almost impunity in some cases. And the idea of giving an Overlord lone op is very cool. There might even be a Necron relic that does that, but typically give something lone op on its own is not enough. Like lone op alone is not enough to make a model with lone op good. So you could give it Lone Op and then this as well. And suddenly it fills its own kind of nuance where this, if you were playing against, say, Grey Knights or Thousand Suns or some variations of like Blood Angels list, suddenly it's like, whoa, this is actually doing really well. Because
I do have to say, Tom,
go.
Thousand Suns, ignore this. Because a lot of the mortal wounds that they inflict are not from psychic weapons. They're from psychic abilities. That's kind of why I brought it up and harped on it earlier. It's because Thousand Suns, just ignore it.
No, you're just going to make me upset. They killed the psychic phase for no good reason.
Yeah, they did. I'll never recover, genuinely.
Oh, well, there's a silver lining. Another reason why the Thousand Suns are better than the Grey Knights. So, whatever.
Fair enough.
I'm keeping it a buck. Giving necro models drip, that's absolutely fine. I lament the loss of the psychic phase more than you could ever imagine, so I would like to go to the next one before I break down crying.
Sure, yeah, no, absolutely. So the next one, Crate Full of Rats. The Discord user called Crate Full of Rats. It's simply called the Blessed Reliquary. I was going to try and say like Reliquary. And my brain went to breasts. You know what? Fuck it. The Reliquary. The Black Templars chapter model. Now, before we go any further, really cool. Rarely done. I think there's only one other entry in this entire list who's done that. Created a relic for an existing canon chapter. Really cool. Said to be made from the finger bones of the first living saints, this holy reliquary manifests unexplained phenomena around the bearer. For the warriors of the Black Templars, this drives them into even greater acts of zealotry in the name of the God Emperor. Lovely, short, sweet flavor text, no fucking complaints, right to the point, lovely, flavorful, leaves enough for you to imagine but gives you a direction to point in. At the start of your command phase, this unit generates, 1 miracle dice.
No.
This miracle dice follows all the standard rules for miracle dice used by the Adeptus Sororitas, but may be used for this unit. This effect does not trigger if the unit has been destroyed. Presumably, so basically, Black Templar miracle dice. Oh no!
I need to open up something here. Yeah, if you roll a bad dice, you have quite literally got what is, in effect, a wasted command reroll.
Yes. Yes, you do.
I understand where the flavor's coming from, but, like, having played Sisters quite a bit in 9th edition, 1 miracle dice, I'm gonna roll... Oh, it's a 2. Oh, it's a 3. Shit.
I think Croc is right on the money here. Absolutely.
If you take this relic, you may as well, like, considering how much, random chance there is in dice game already, you may as well also buy a fucking scratch card.
Well, look, to build on this, I think Croc has identified the real issue with this. It's not that this is too powerful. It's not that this is, overly gimmicky or require an excessively long, rule set to actually make this function in the official syntax. The issue, I think, is that it's so unreliable, is that it doesn't tangibly do something for you. I would suggest instead make it something along the lines of once per battle round, you can change one hit, wound, or save roll made for the bearer to a 6. This is something that the T-Suns have on the Infernal Master, and I think that's the answer for this.
I got a nip on the butt there. Flavorfully, this is a living saint, so it's like stepping into Sisters territory. What you have proposed there is making it into fate dice.
Yeah.
Which you consider it's a Black Templars relic.
I think there's actually a very easy fix to this relic that keeps all the flavor and that connection to the Sororitas, because that's what this relic wants. The flavor text and the rules text are begging to be connected to the Sororitas, right? There's one really easy fix to do that. It's all the same, except that miracle dice that you roll is just always at a +1. It's just always at a +1. It's more consistent. It's only a one-off fucking thing anyway. It's for one unit regardless. Like it's completely stupid. Stupid in the best way possible. Crate Full of Rats, 100%. But it's grabbing like the army rule of something else and bringing it over to something that has similar thematics. So you just have the miracle dice, but with a +1 at all times. So then you've got that one thing that it needs, which is a layer of consistency. Not guaranteed consistency, but far more consistent than normal. And because it's restricted to the one unit, and presumably you're paying points for it as well, I think it evens out. I think it's a wonderfully cool idea. I think my biggest criticism of the Black Templars and the Sisters of Battle, is they're too much alike each other. But this plays into all the best things that they have in common. And I absolutely think that one little fix like that, giving it just a +1 to the miracle dice roll, is a really good idea. I think this is a great idea. What?
I made my 7+ armor save.
Huh?
6 + 1. 6 + 1, man.
Well, how does just like stop being a buzzkill, Zarek, sound?
No, I'm fucking with. Yeah, that is a decent solution.
We started this saying that we're going to go by intent, not written words, Eric, you degenerate animal. You fucking reprobate. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking coming here.
I can't fully remember how miracle dice work. But if we're going gambling, you may as well make it 3 dice per turn that you lose at the end of the turn. So then you're literally just spinning a fucking slot machine and going from there.
You know what? I actually like that idea. That makes a lot of sense.
Actually, to be fair, to bounce off that, I think 8th, probably 7th as well. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th edition are all lacking is a proper adequate quantity of gambling standardized between the factions. Everything's too consistent now.
Now, listen. Play World Eaters. Their whole army mechanic is gambling.
No, it's Yahtzee. You get your dice and you go, Yahtzee!
That one guy on Instagram who's the World Eater guy on Instagram who's got like the meme page. You know the guy? Yeah, you know the guy I'm talking.
I've got no shooting reactions or Just do your turn, man. I'll be here and he's there doing push-ups.
Yeah, literally the guy who's screaming at you whilst you're taking your turn, not screaming at you to intimidate you, but because he's got nails in his head. Oh god, what a guy! Right, I promised myself, because this recording is going to go on for so long, that I'm like 100% going to use the bathroom halfway through, because I've got the bladder of a middle-aged woman who's had 7 children. However, the next one I'm really interested in, so I'm going to try and survive. So,
my guy, if you think this is halfway through, why don't it be close to halfway through?
We're not.
Well, get your fucking eyes checked.
Well, halves have halves. Halves have halves, okay, so shut up. So the next one is Duchess Sister Sylvette. Or is that Sylvette? I think that's how it's pronounced, right? Sylvette? Sylvetta? I don't know. The Breath of the Anathema. Legendary Crusade Relic, Adeptus Custodes, brackets, Sisters of Silence. Encased in a rudimentary housing of blackstone-lined steel, and resembling something of a Volkite charger, this esoteric instrument of war, designed in some forgotten workshop of holy terror, not only serves as disgrace to the loyal cult of Mars, but Duchess, sister, this is a lot of words for one sentence.
There is one period. This is one sentence.
This is a lot of words for one. This is a lot of words for one sentence.
The relic judge, not the vocabulary, man. Come on.
I don't know what my lungs say otherwise. While not as physically destructive as something like the Guardian Spears wielded by their custodian cousins, this tool of warm-up, by functioning as a channeling rod for its blanks wielded as a natural gift, burning away a target's soul just as much as their flesh, leaving behind. I'm going to die. Okay, Knights and Shearer model only. The bearer is equipped with the following ranged weapon in addition to its other weapons. The Breath of the Anathema. Sustained hits 2, dev wounds. Attacks is 1d6 plus 2, weapon skill 2 plus, strength 8, AP 1, damage 1. During the controlling player's shooting phase, after a model with its attack profile has made a shooting attack at an enemy model, both that unit and any model within 6 inches of a model in the targeted unit does not have the Anathema Psychana keyword. That does not have the Anathema Psychana keyword, must make a battle shock test with a negative modifier equal to the battle round.
So I have some thoughts.
That's fucking hilarious. That is so equal to the battle round.
There's a little thing. There's a little thing. And there's this one thing this relic's missing, and I think it might be the single most important thing in this relic. What's the range?
Well,
It's
you
a melee
see, Zarek, that is left up to interpretation.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's meant to be. Oh no, yeah, it's not melee. Yeah, following a ranged weapon.
And it's not a flamer because it's got sustained hits.
So it has no range.
Oh.
It has no range. It has no range. It has no range.
You know what? That's balanced.
Something of a
Approved.
Volkite charger. I'm guessing it's the Volkite charger range.
I think
they
that's
shake their fists and like, oh, if I was shooting you with my sword, you'd be so scared right now.
Look, I also assumed Volkite range, right? I assumed like 18 inches or 24 inches. The issue with this is that the Knight Centura and Sisters get Scout 6, and the Knight Centura adds +2 to the movement characteristic of the unit she joins. So this is a really fast unit that can turn 1, run up the board, and then nuke your whole army with battle shocks. With a negative modifier.
Well, it's even funnier. Like, forget the start of the game real quick. Imagine if the shit survives into round 4 with a negative modifier equal to the battle round. Battle shock. Imagine taking a battle shock test at -4.
Dude, the Night Lord's detachment wishes they could do that.
This is as I was about to say, she's just made a Night Lord relic.
Yeah.
This is just a Night Lord relic.
And to be fair, the stats on this are nothing to sniff at. 1d6 plus 2 attacks, that's averaging
I don't know, Zach.
5.5.
It's got 0-inch range. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Honestly, I think if this were, say, just a pistol, alright, so it's like range 6 or range 3, like something really short, like an Inferno pistol or something, this could work really well. And sort of creating that radius with that, I think this works as a Legendary Crusade relic. I think if it's 12 inches or any longer, it's really just going to be so oppressive.
Just for the audience real quick, if you're still tuned in, if you fail a battle shock test, just without going into like loads of little details about the in-game rules, if like 2/3 of your army has to come to battle shock, your army is fucking crippled.
Yeah, you score no points. You can't do any strats. Nothing's happening.
You are up shit creek without a fucking paddle. And imagine being sent up that creek from one angry woman with a sword and a Volkite pistol. Like, and that's basically what we've got here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fucking hilarious. I love it. I'm really pissed off now that I didn't even notice when I was reviewing these that she had forgotten to include the fucking range stat. That really pisses me off because I'm a rules as written kind of guy. Like, as Croc put it with his inbred 8th edition rules. Like, I'm not about that. I'm not about that. So I'm rules as written.
Technically, rules as written. The only target this can hit is if you charge an enemy vehicle and then shoot it in the shooting phase because you're in base contact with it.
Imagine if that's what she had in mind. I'm gonna get like a 6-paragraph essay or some shit after this recording saying like, yes, no, you see, all factions use vehicles, and it is some lark like that.
I would suggest range 6 or 3. Now that makes it very acceptable in my opinion.
Any bigger than that, and it's like hectic.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be really honest. Flavor text wise, pretty cool. I am forever a fan of fuck it we ball strategy, which is my Knight Centura by herself. Everything else is hiding in cover. She is gonna fucking run up the board, and we're gonna roll some dice and see what happens, pal.
Yeah,
I lose my HQ, or you get fucked turn 1.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Right, let's move on. Zarek, I'm going to go to the bathroom. You may start this one off. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I shall also go to the bathroom.
Before we start,
oh no! Why would you do this to me?
Before we start, before everyone goes, we are an hour and a half into this recording. We are down 6 out of like 50 relics. We got to start.
We got to pick up the pace.
All right,
I am one out of 8 pages in my notes.
Which also, I need the loot, so I recommend we just call like a 5-minute toilet break.
Go on, Zarek. Zarek, you got to hold. Zarek, tell you what, Zarek, do this one on your own. We'll be back in a minute.
You know what? Sure, fine. Okay, we ball. Hey guys, how are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely evening. Let me read out this relic to you so you guys can all get familiar. This is called The Orcical Squig. Orcs snake bites. A Tom would like that's a canon faction.
Since the appearance of Gork's Grin, 1 in a million squigs is said to live with an internal green glow. Such creatures are small, about the size of a melon, but sacred and viewed as emissaries of the gods. Often taken from the larger herd by a weird boy, these squigs serve as familiars, and are even able to speak of the future, if shaken, allowed to burp out its prophecy.
This is a Psycho model only. At the start of your command phase, roll 1d6, and on a 4+, you gain 1 command point. This relic is actually one of my favourites that I've read. It is so simple. The themes are so wacky and funny and perfectly orky. It's a simple execution. Gaining command points for orcs is a nice little thing. Like, I genuinely have no notes, except for one note.
I'm back!
Welcome back, Croc. My one note for this relic is you should probably add a little specifier there, where at the start of your command phase, if the bearer is on the battlefield, because otherwise, you're going to get an ethereal scenario. Now, for folks unaware, in 10th edition, the Tau ethereals have a funny ability, where in your command phase, roll a dice for each ethereal alive in your army. On a 4+, you gain a command point. That's great, however, they don't have to be on the battlefield. So you can stick them in reserves. They never go on the board. You wouldn't risk that. And you just keep them off to the side. You put 2 ethereals in reserves, and you roll 2 dice. If you get a 4, you get a command point that turn. This is the prevailing Tau strategy.
This is lore accurate, though.
That is so lore accurate.
Right,
Now,
where are
since
we?
Tom isn't here and hasn't returned yet, obviously.
No,
Oh,
Tom
he's
has
here.
To go
Tom
over the
has
flavor
returned.
text. To go over the flavor text, when Brooke released the big old graph, I went looking for orc relics and totally found each of them the first time.
Oh yeah, of
I
course
love
you did.
this one because
Sergeant Major colorblind over here.
A unique squig variation. Fuck yeah. Size description, size of a watermelon. Pondering the orb with the weird boy. Like, shaking a fucking squig that sort of burp out a prophecy. You kidding me? This is great. I love this.
Yeah,
Guys,
it's
I just had an
amazing.
idea. Real quick. What if we get through this in 2 recordings, rather than we're trying to rush through all of them?
That sounds very reasonable. We'll see how much
Should
we
we
can
just-
get done tonight.
Yeah, should we just be like, okay, we'll just go until we all give up?
I think
There
we
is
go
like
till
a
we're
50
done.
or so.
Let's just go till we give up, and then it's
Yeah.
Moots' problem, right?
Like, if we get 3/4 of the way through, I reckon we could just keep going, you know?
Let's see what happens. Are we done
Yeah, we'll
with
see.
the Oracle Squig?
Orcical Squig. It is one of my favourites.
Yeah, that's what it... Yeah.
The Orcical.
Are we done with the Oracle Squig?
I suppose we
The
are.
Orcical
Chat, I hope
Squig
you
is
had
a
a
good
fun
fella.
time with me.
Thank you. Good job, Sarek. Much appreciated. Right. So, Chunky Herald of Seals says, the Blade of the Biting Winds, Legendary Crusade Relic, Adeptus Astartes. I'm not going to try and pronounce the name of your homebrew chapter. That name is not. That's not in the English lexicon.
Cursori Ufanim.
Yeah, cool. Dark Angel Successor
Power
chapter.
sword.
A power sword wielded by the first company champions, then passed down along companies and brothers. An ancient sword with an aura said to force the air itself into slicing blades upon its enemies, and put the force of the gale into the Ophanim, the Faras who witness it. Now held in the 4th company, the Blade of Biting Winds is an invigorating beacon and mark of the chapter. The champion who wields it is gifted with fervor, driving him and his brothers into to vicious combat. Models with the Primaris company. Oh, okay.
Is it viscous combat?
Viscous combat.
Driving him and his brothers into viscous combat. Good job there, Chunky. Models with the Primaris company champion keyword only. The bearer is given the following ability in addition to its other abilities. While the model is leading a unit, that unit gains fights first. When the bearer's unit makes a charge, add 2 to its charge. That's, correct me if I'm wrong, that's quite strong. Plus 2-inch charge, plus fights first. Plus 2-inch charge, flat out, basically makes this, whatever unit this is attached to, a guaranteed deep strike monstrosity. Tactical reserves monstrosity at the very least.
Well, Tom, the ideal scenario I see here. Now, I do like that I really love that they've called out the Primaris Company Champion specifically, because there is no Company Champion character that you can get. You can only get the Command Squad, which includes it as part of the squad.
Yeah,
so by
it has
default,
to go on him, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it has to go on him. Now,
well, actually, unless you're playing Legends, in which case there is a solo Primaris Company Champion.
Which is what this is.
Yes.
I always sanction Legends.
Of course.
Just don't run too many units of spindle drones.
Shh, please.
So, I really like this because it makes the Primaris Company Champion a genuine contender against the Judiciar, who is going to be generally an easier investment for your army, especially since this is a legendary relic. My real only suggested tweak for this is for the stat line that accompanies this, to make it hit on 2s. This is legendary. You can give yourself a hit on 2s. Something's very simple. It's sustained 1, 6 attacks, hitting on 3s, strike 6, AP 2, damage 2. That's a very, very standard weapon. So I think you can allow yourself there.
Doesn't
2+ to hit.
Company Champion hit on 2s anyway? He does in melee.
He does in melee. So I really think this ought to hit on 2s. That's my note here. I think perhaps...
Actually, hold up. I'm really sorry to interrupt. I've just brought up the Primaris Company Champion state sheet, as in the solo one, rather than the guy that's part of the squad.
Mm-hmm.
He is kind of better than this by default anyway.
Oh, is he now? Could you read out the stat line?
He gives you plus 1 inch to your advance and charge rolls instead of 2, but in exchange for that extra 1, he can heroic intervene for free. And when he's fighting characters, he can reroll hit rolls and wound rolls. Man, the Legends Company Champion's a fucking beast.
So, a lot of Legends units are weirdly good. They did this thing because the way Legends works, all the Legends units were written at the beginning of the edition, and their points costs will never be modified.
Yeah.
This means some are fucking busted, and there's some really weird little odd things that don't make sense. See Gregor Eisenhorn's bolt pistol that doesn't have pistol.
We don't need to go down that rabbit hole again. Just so the audience, just for context, we were looking at stupid-ass data sheets a few nights ago, and we found Gregor Eisenhorn's data sheet. His pistol doesn't have the pistol keyword, but it's stronger than a bolter. It's so dumb.
It's 4 shots. Dumb. 4 shots damage too.
It's like 2 storm bolters in 1 shot, and it doesn't have the pistol keyword despite being a pistol. Like, what the fuck? Why? Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah, so what you're saying is this is a plus 3 to charge overall.
Yeah, because you'd stack it on top, wouldn't you?
Yes, you would.
Well, would it stack?
Yes, it does, Tom.
Oh my stars and garters.
Some things don't stack, and those are all specified. That's +1. Sorry, that's like minuses to hit, pluses to hit, and like pluses and minuses to wound.
So that means you'd make a from reserves charge, and you only need to roll a 6 with 2 dice.
That's
nigh unto guaranteed.
I believe that's about 76% odds.
Not to mention, this character you can attach to Blade Guard veterans, or more specifically, that would be even more hilarious, you can attach it to Inner Circle companions in Dark Angels.
Ah.
And then you can have Dark Angels Inner Circle companions with those huge swords doing a 6-inch
Tom,
reserves charge.
So there's another tech here where, because the Company Champion does heroic intervention for free, you heroically intervene, and when you do, you charge also. So you have to be within 6 to do a heroic intervention.
Yeah.
You're always just going to surround whatever it is. You're going to wrap that unit.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah.
This might be a bit much. I don't know if it needs the +2 to charge.
I think I'm gonna throw a little thing out here and say, Chunky, that maybe Chunky you haven't quite grasped the reach of what you've created here.
I'd want to sit down and play with this. This seems like a really funny relic. I want to see how that plays out.
It is funny.
But we have many more to get through.
Okay,
I will go back. Oh, sorry, go on, Karl.
I have something very important to say. This is a sword that reads like it's a banner. Blade of biting winds forms air around the blade. Why have we not just made a sword with a range profile here? Where did we go wrong?
This is true. I thought this was going to be as well when I read it.
It's like, okay, imagine you're a Chaos Space Marine, you're like, we're going to raid this planet. But my liege, the Space Marines are here and they have the Blade of biting winds. Like, no worry, I'll challenge them to a fight. You're like, you circle the guy's like, loyalist scum. He's like, I wield the Blade of biting winds. Like, he's going to swing it and do a fucking sick Virgil slash or some shit. He just fucking runs at you really fast and punch you in the stomach.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. It's just a quickly, like in 10 seconds or less, cover the flavor text. It doesn't quite match up with what's going on. I think this is symptomatic of a lot of the sort of slightly less competent flavor texts, where we've got examples of, here's a flavor text to describe something that's strong, but it's non-specifically strong, so it's not going to match up with the rules very well. And then the rules are, your Primaris company champion with a Legends data sheet just solos anyone he wants. Sorry, with his squad in mind, right? All right, cool. Right, let's move on to the next one. So, Pyric, Firewall Primarch from the Discord. The Tyrant's Disruptor Armor, Space Marines from the Firewalls chapter. A helmet. All right, I'm going to be honest. Before we go any further, I do not recognize this one. I skipped this one when I was making my assessments.
Oh, this
This
one's
one's
funny.
fucked up.
You'll
This
like
one's
it.
fucked up.
Okay, cool. A helmet and backpack made to imitate the look of a hive tyrant. Due to the tech inside, it creates a signal that hinders the connection of stronger beasts and disrupts the weaker Tyrannid's bioforms connections to the hive mind. Since its creation, it has routed and trivialized some more difficult encounters. Unfortunately, only one has been successfully made. The Marines in charge of using it on its first deployment came up with a rather dangerous idea. Wrangling, I'm not convinced that word is a real word.
Wrangling.
Wrangling. Oh, that's what it's meant to be. Wrangling a hive beast by jumping onto it with the device on. They lived surprisingly. No. Grammar doesn't matter, Tom. The beast was captured for research. 10th edition rules. Adeptus Astartes. Astartes with an I. Adeptus Astartes warlord units only. Any Tyrannid units within 10 inches of the wearer no longer gain the effects of any synapse abilities. The wearer gains +1 toughness. The wearer did not need to gain +1 toughness. The wearer is already fucking any Tyrannids in the ass. Real bad.
This is horrific.
That's
on so many levels.
That's so strong.
No, I need to ask you guys to actually picture what is it they're describing. I need you guys to. I read this one last night and I made some notes. What is this that they've described? I want you to think about what have they just told you about?
Well, you know that new Votan model with the Tyrannid headpiece and backpiece. It's just that for Space Marines.
Not
It's
quite.
like
Not quite.
It's
Almost.
swag, dude. I'm going to be honest. No one's matching that fucking guy.
I know what Derek's looking for. It's a helmet and backpack that turns the Space Marine into a Giga Psychic Blank. Right?
No.
Specifically.
No?
I was expecting Croc to scream this at the top of his lungs. This is Monster Hunter.
Yeah, except it's
This is Monsanto. This is Monsanto.
That's exactly what the Votan fuck is doing.
No, like Aaron, genuinely, this is a Marine going for the full set. That's why they jumped onto a hive tyrant to capture it rather than kill it.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
of course.
Yeah.
That one sentence. The whole sentence is they lived surprisingly, and because they've not done their grammar properly, it's like sorry, it just makes me chuckle so bad. They lived surprisingly. Like the word "surprisingly" is a descriptor for how they lived their life. Like if I lived generously, I lived happily, I lived surprisingly. Like. I'm really sorry. It got me good reading that.
Like, I think the thing that you don't realize on your first read of this relic is that it's meant to be kind of funny. I think this is absolutely meant to be very silly.
Yeah.
This is a relic born of someone in my playgroups plays Tyranids. Fuck you.
Literally, honestly,
as a Tyranid player, this is horrific. To me.
I know
it's
enough
like
about Tyranids to know that +1 toughness is a complete fucking nothing burger. This is just my army only. This is Grey Knights working against demons all over again.
Yeah, it's literally fuck Aaron the relic, and I love it.
Like, I think
honestly,
if you were gonna take this with a slightly more, I want to say more serious approach, because they have given some effort to like writing how this works. Personally, I would suggest don't make it like fuck over Synapse this badly. Maybe Tyranid units within engagement range of the model. Don't
literally.
get Synapse.
Make it engagement range, or make it like a 3-inch aura, so it's basically engagement range at that point. Because 10-inch is basically a 20-inch circle, which at all times is going to cover about 20% of the battlefield, if not more.
And you can pair this guy with some hilariously silly stuff, like a 10-man heavy ancestor squad or a 6-man aggressor squad.
It's
I'm not getting through that.
Well, the person who's made it, Pyrrhic Firewall, has said Adeptus Astartes Warlord units only, which is a fancy way of saying you can put it on anyone. Yeah. Literally, because anyone can be your warlord, therefore anyone can have this. You could even be an absolute dipshit and put this on someone with loan up. Like the Primaris... The Primaris lieutenant with combi weapon who's got loan up. You could just slap this on him, and he's suddenly
that would be really fitting, actually.
He has 200 bits already. Yeah,
it's crazy shit. Right, come on, let's move on to the next one. Okay, so
Caligoon. Oh my god,
Caligoon, my beloved, you have gone too long. Caligoon, you have gone too long in this Discord without proper recognition for your efforts. So,
this is one of my favorites.
Shout out to Caligoon, you are a G. So. The Karim's Cloak, Leagues of Votan, the Demeter Serrani Commonwealth, that is presumably Caligoon's homebrewed league or guild. In typical Dimitri... but real context real quick. So obviously I read through as many as I possibly could. I saw Caligoon's name and I went, I don't need to read this, I trust this person. So this is my first time reading this, by the way. In typical... Aaron, did you fart again?
No.
I heard it.
Like a fucking story.
I heard it.
That was my chair.
Honestly, Tom.
Suspiciously fart-shaped audio file.
Yeah. All right.
I don't up to it, man.
In Demeter Serrani ethos, this ornate garment featuring patterns of the League's blossom insignia is an artistic piece that betrays the no-nonsense utility of its craftsmanship. The knotwork fabrics are laced with a mixed circuitry of camellia weave optic dampeners and psychoactive crystalline threads believed to be made of material collected from slain Eldari seers. It emits a veil of obfuscatory and vertigo-inducing semi-empiric, and we got the whole Star Trek Geordie LaForge dialogue going on
it's
here.
Brilliant.
That not only confuse organic and artificial targeting senses, but also foul any nearby enemy communications and teleportation fix systems. The Karl model only. Each time an enemy unit targets the bearer's unit with a ranged attack, worsen the ballistic skill characteristic of that attack, by 1 for that attack. Enemy units set up as reinforcements cannot be placed within 12 inches of the bearer's unit. Holy shit, this is great. It's so simple. It's not overpowered, but it makes a big fucking difference.
I have to harp on this.
Before you go on real quick, Caligoon, stop fucking role playing as Geordie LaForge. That fucking flavor text. It was the flavor text was not bad. The flavor text was great. It was really good. But by God, the amount of fictional bullshit words in that paragraph was like, I was sat here waiting. I literally closed my eyes and I could see Geordie LaForge talking about warp coils and fucking goddamn, great flavor text. Fucking massive amounts of bullshit sci-fi verboseness in there, though.
Well, Tom, have you read the Votan novel yet?
What, the High Karl's Earth? No, I hear it's mid as fuck, so no.
It is kind of. But the one thing that we really get from that is how weird science they are, and that they just have like stupid named like science bullshit go everywhere, and that's their vibe. And I think it really works really well. You'll notice at the beginning of this little fluff bit, the way he's spelt not work. There's an accented E in not work because it's like some sort of fucking patented technology. Is so Leagues of Votan. It's chef's kiss. It's exactly what all Votan lore sounds like to me.
The High Karl's Oath is the only Votan text I haven't read. I was lucky enough to have physical copies of the Codex, the Kill Team book, and the other thing. Crop, please, for the love of all that's
trigger word, super agent activation.
And they are very extra. And so, yes, okay, fair. I will say bluntly, Callaghan, you do get points for being extra. Extra is still annoying, but it's very, as Zarek has pointed out, it's very Votan. Okay, cool. Right. Let's talk about its ability. Let's talk about its ability real quick. So, range. So it's basically got super stealth. So ranged attacks from any distance are -1 to hit against them. And they've got the interceptor ability. The minus... the enemies can't be placed within 12 inches of the bearer's unit in reinforcement, so they are deep strike proof, which is really cool. This is the kind of... I think the one problem I have with this relic is it is a must include. When you look at the kind of relics, I'm not going to name them now because we'll be here like for fucking ages. But when you look at the kind of relics available to the Votan in game at the moment, and then you look at this one is problematic in a sense that it becomes the only one out of if this was added to the roster of relics the Votan have, this becomes the only one that's a must take no matter what.
I don't know, Tom. They just dropped the Codex.
Yeah, I bet they're all. I sincerely doubt they're this good.
I'll ask my Votan friend. Hey, if we do a second recording, I'll come back and I'll ask my Votan friends what they think of the new rules.
But yeah, it's tough. It's tough because we already know with Space Marines, with the those little Phobos dudes, that having a bubble of hey, here's 12 inches that you can't deep strike is massive. That's such a powerful ability. And then having on top of that the minus like the indefinite, like sorry, the infinite distance stealth ability as well for -1 to hit. That's really strong too. I feel like this should be an antiquity relic at the very least.
Well, let me talk this through, right, and explain my reasoning here. So, 12 inches deep strike denial on a character is not nearly as powerful as it is on a unit that has it innately. Because the strength of that unit is that they can spread out and map out like a larger area of denial.
Well, this affects the bearer's unit. It says of the bearer's unit. So you attach him to a unit.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yep.
Oh damn, yeah. I think in a second pass this should probably be changed to of the bearer, because keeping it to the character keeps it fair, and you can still maybe deep strike charge them. There's still stuff there. It just gets a little bit gamey when it's a little squad. But there's also a lot of subtlety, I think, in the first line here, in the fact that it modifies ballistic skill. Because the intent of the theme here is to befuddle both natural and like technological targeting systems. And a lot of targeting system like tech stuff that units can get gives them the ability to ignore modifiers to their hit roll. This supersedes that by targeting ballistic skill directly.
Yeah.
Which does make it more powerful. I think perhaps it may need a thing saying that it doesn't stack with stealth, because otherwise you could get some really annoying stuff.
Well, looking at what it does, I almost feel like that second line should just be... Sorry, the first line should just be replaced with this model's unit gains stealth. I don't think it would make a huge amount of difference. It would offset how fucking kind of strong that second line is. You know?
I think you may be right, Tom.
Yeah. It's really cool, though. Callaghan, like, really, really great job. And again, the flavor text is really, really good. It's really, really good. It's really interesting. Right. Should we move on to the next one?
Yes.
I've got the cat, by the way. Cat story continues. I've got him on my lap right now, and he is lapping up his whorish attention like a little slut bag. Look at you, buddy. You're a fucking scat. Right. So the next one is from Lehman of the Patch. It is called the Nemean Roar Space Marines. The Spears of Lacedaemon Chapter. Salamander Successor Unknown Founding. A gargantuan power sword is disproportionate to a space marine as an eviscerator chainsword is to a mortal. The immense black blade pulses with an unceasing rage, its mighty machine spirit roaring to bathe in the blood of mankind's foes and seeking vengeance for its creator's demise. Only the strongest wills can tame its ferocity, and those it deems worthy stalk the greatest foes upon the battlefield, driven by an insatiable battle lust instilled by the blade. This bloodlust seems to make the blade lighter to those who wield it, as the machine spirit has judged them worthy of its might. To the unworthy, its immense weight borders on prohibitive. Captain, or Blade Guard Ancient, model only, the bearer is equipped with the following melee weapon in addition to its other weapons. The Nemean Roar. Ability, Leonine Bloodlust. Each time the bearer targets a unit for a melee attack, add 1 to the attack characteristics of the Nemean Roar for every 5 models within 6 inches. So that's an ability that is just to both its profiles. It's basically a sword with 2 profiles. One of them has the sweep profile as hazardous. Hazardous on a melee weapon. Sustained hits 1, 6 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 6, AP 2, damage 1. Or the big profile, 3 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 8, AP 2, damage 4? Damage 4! Going from damage 1 to damage 4 is, like, actually insane.
I think it would still be a bit strong, though, if sweep was damage 2.
I'm not saying sweep should be damage 2. I'm saying that damage 4 should be damage 3. Holy shit, damage 4? We flop out the Nemean Roar when we want to fucking absolutely molest a squad of Space Marine Centurions. Holy shit, why is this?
You don't understand. It's the Butts Gherkin sword.
It feels like the butts from Gherkin sword.
Personally, I think that Leonine Bloodlust shouldn't be every model within 6 inches. It should be every 5 models in the target unit. That way it gives that blast effect, I think.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what you do is, you see, oh, that's an enemy Tervigon. That's a lot of Termagants near. I'm going to charge the Tervigon, because there's 20 Termagants near me. I get 7 attacks on strike. Which is probably a bit much.
Heard that one.
Yeah, I think so. Whilst you said that, I just Googled nuts from Burke. And I found a picture of...
I have a good idea of what this would be.
Well, there's a few pictures, but I found a picture of someone who tried to draw it by hand, and it's not pretty. Right, moving on. Excellent job, Lehman of the Patch. Does anyone else have any notes for this? Actually, I will say, one thing I noticed real quick. The Blade Guard Ancient, allowing this to be attached to the Blade Guard Ancient is really cool. Because the Blade Guard Ancient, despite being an ancient of the Blade Guards, only problem is that he has no lethality whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And this fixes that issue, because the only problem I've found as someone who loves Blade Guard veterans and is like probably his most used unit, is the problem with attaching a Blade Guard Ancient to a Blade Guard squad is that he has no melee weapon except for his fists. This fixes that problem.
Perhaps a bit too well.
Perhaps, well, I was literally about to follow up and say, like, I'd be happy to use him if his like attached melee weapon was just a regular power sword.
Yeah.
And then we get this instead, and it's like, yes, please.
I think this should at least be Antiquity. Perhaps
I
bordering on Legendary
completely.
if it's going to the Ancient.
I agree completely. You gotta remember as well, like, the second profile is huge, but it's offset by the fact it only has 3 attacks. But Blade Guard Ancients can just say, hey, everyone gets an extra attack this turn, including me! And then just gets 4 attacks hitting on 2s. With it, it's like, hey, enemy Centurion squad, you're fucked.
This would be a lot more reasonable on just the captain, because you're giving something up, you know?
Yeah, well, that's it. Anything. Well, that's why you can't give relics to Blade Guard Ancients, because literally any relic weapon given to a Blade Guard Ancient is like way more valuable because they have no melee weapon except their hands. All right. Let's move on to the next one. So, oh god, Zarek, I feel like you're legally compelled to talk about the boss's lucky britches.
You want me to do the flavor text?
Go on.
The boss's lucky britches. Orc's blood axis relic.
A patchwork of kaleidoscopic imperial uniform fabric. These pants once belonged to the boss Gitsmack of War Gitsmack, believed to be possessed of protective magics, as only when he was without them did Gitsmack fall. They've been stolen from one war boss after another in the centuries hence, each nearly as stubborn as Gitsmack to behead.
War boss model only. The bearer's unit always counts as having the benefit of cover. When charging, this unit is not eligible to be targeted by the Fire Overwatch stratagem.
Lucky Orc hands. What else is there to be said? Let's go.
Sorry, I want to point out before we start the reactions to this relic that the users in the Discord have just put is no britches ? This is great. It's the thematics are on fucking point. The flavor text is flawless. And it's not overpowered. It's pretty fucking straightforward. The idea of being immune to Overwatch isn't even busted in 10th Ed. Like, Overwatch is perfectly fine in 10th Ed. I will. Thank you, Kat. The unit's bearer having the benefit of cover is like, that's kind of a fucking big fat whatever, because obviously benefit of cover is like, oh, well, if you've got a 3+ save, then like it's curbed anyway. And so this would account for that.
It's also orcs.
This is like genuinely great flavor text, short and sweet, and really well balanced. This is a really, like, forgetting the fact that it's funny, this is just outright a really, really well done relic.
I have one request of the author.
Yep.
You don't have to change the flavor text. I really would have liked to know how Gitsmack lost his britches. How do you as an orc lose your trousers? I don't.
They got stolen.
Well, Gitsmack has to sleep sometime, and when he went to sleep, I stole his fucking pants.
Fucking gene stealers.
It's like
gene stealers. He stole his jeans.
I was reading this. I was waiting for there to be a gene stealers joke in here.
He stole his fucking jeans.
Let's run the checklist. Is it silly? Yes.
Yes.
Is it sufficiently British? Yes.
Yes.
Is it drowned in the bloods of the is it drowned in the blood of the innocent to make it? Oh, fucking absolutely. This is an orc relic, all right.
Yeah, it's bloody brilliant. This is by a user in the Discord called Seal Drop. I don't know if we said that earlier. Exceptional job, Seal Drop. This is like, if I whacked open the 10th Ed Codex and this was just in there under one of the various factions, I would not bat an eye. Would not bat an eye. I'd be like, yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right.
Oh, actually, I've got one mechanical note here, because it's very mild, but the anti-Overwatch doesn't work super well. The issue being that it's when the unit charges they're immune, so they can still be overwatched in the movement phase. So I think you could just add, the unit is not eligible to be targeted by the Fire Overwatch stratagem, just as an ability. It doesn't have to be when charging. And I think it would still be fine.
Maybe that's kind of the point. Maybe it just is a when charging thing. Like, I can honestly see that being an intentional choice.
Well, the issue is that you can overwatch someone at the end of their movement phase. So the same position they'd be in when they charge. So effectively, doing it only when charging, it's effectively useless, because it can just be done earlier.
I take it back. I see what you mean. Sorry, my cat is my guy. I'm so sorry, audience. This is like the 5th time I've brought my cat up in this recording. He is being
like baby.
I mean this with absolute sincerity. I'll have to get a picture on the screen somehow. He is being an absolute slut right now. My guy, please desist. Actually, get your fucking. I'm sat on my desk and he just jumps. He's not even jumping on me. He's like just jumped his front paws onto me and he looks me in the eyes and goes, "Father, give me attention." He's doing it right now.
What's that bit where it's like, was it from Incredibles, where the guy looks away and the baby does something in the background. No, it was Barnyard.
Barnyard.
It's just dancing
The
behind
cow.
Oh, goodness.
it was Incredibles. Yes.
All right, let's move on to the next one. So, user, I've got my whole left arm just down, like fully, like I've like cordoned off about 25% of my brain just to give the cat attention with my left arm. Okay, so the next one is from a user in the Discord called Kaiju, the Banner of the Revenants, Space Marines, the scale from the chapter Scale Knights, the Scale Knights chapter, a relic. This banner, embroidered with the list of all aspirants who failed to become true Astartes, and topped with a bronze serpentine skull, is only given to the chapter's most noble warriors. It is said that in the bearer's moment of need, the head atop the standard will howl as the souls of those for who this banner is dedicated to rise to aid them in their darkest hour. Okay, straightforward. That's fine. Nothing wrong with any of that. Ancient model only. Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, the bearer's unit, if the bearer's unit is within engagement range of one or more enemy units, the bearer can use this enchantment. Until the end of the phase, melee weapons in the bearer's unit score critical hits and critical wounds on a 5+. Oh, that's really cool. I really like that. I don't think that's busted. I just think that's really fucking strong.
Mhm.
You'd have to price that really high, though. Like, that'd be a 40. That's a 40 points.
Yes and no. There are more powerful, similarly styled abilities. Like, there's that classic Gladius Task Force Detachment enhancement, where you get sustained fives. You get sustained fives, which can be comboed by putting it on a lieutenant who also gives them lethal, so they're lethal and sustained on fives.
But critical wounds on 5+, dev wounds going off on 5s?
Here's the issue. What Space Marine units that an Ancient can join have dev wounds on their weapons? The only thing I can think of here is that's only useful if you combine it with a captain in the same squad, and the captain uses his finest hour ability to get the +3 attacks and dev wounds. Now, the real tech here is that causing crit wounds on 5s means that even against really high toughness things, you always wound on a 5. So there is some tech there.
Hold on, I'll tell you what you can put it on that you're not thinking about.
Oh, what can you put it on, Tom?
You can attach Ancients to Deathwatch veterans.
Oh, bloody hell. But no, Tom, I fought against this shit in Crusade. It was abysmal. It was abysmal.
You can attach Ancients to Deathwatch veterans, and so
Tom, I'll hold you here. It's Scale Knights. It's Scale Knights, not Deathwatch. It's Scale Knights.
Oh, he specified the chapter. What a cuck.
Thank God. Thank you, Kaiju. You saved me from an aneurysm or two.
Oh, that could have been so fun. That was like this close from being the funniest shit. Let me check real quick. Okay, tactical squads with Thunderhammers. You can get one Thunderhammer in a tactical squad. You can get one Thunderhammer in an Intercessor squad. You can get one Thunderhammer in a Stone Guard.
Terminator Ancient. A Terminator Assault Squad.
Oh, bitch tits. Yeah,
that's a bit busted.
You see what I mean?
I think this might need to be a Tacticus Ancient model only, if you're going to do this.
Yeah. Or, oh man, that's actually fucked. Could you imagine a 10-man fucking Assault Termi squad?
Yeah.
Honestly, even at that point, the fucking, like, scoring regular hits on a 5+ is, like, just salt in the wound.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, that's fucking hilarious. Kaiju, you've made a monster. This is so broken. That's so broken.
Now, what I'd encourage is to make this maybe a Tacticus specific thing that removes any of the super gross combos.
Tacticus Ancient model only, yeah.
Yeah. Alternatively,
I think the opposite. Make it busted. Fuck you.
Yeah. Deadass. Every faction needs one auto pick. That's an auto pick. I'll tell you what, GW's fucking Terminator sales would go up by a fucking metric ton if they included this in a rule book somewhere.
It would.
That's really fucking funny. I'm just saying that now. 10 Terminators with Thunder Hammers, all fucking dev wounding
Oh,
on 5s. Ugh,
God.
absolutely disgusting.
And the only reason they get the ancient character is because of Warhammer Heroes. They released an ancient model. That's the only.
Yeah.
That's the ancient
I know.
Terminator.
I know. It's great. I made a I haven't got any pictures of it. I mean, I do, but I don't know where I've hidden them. I made a homebrewed a custom Terminator Ancient where I used the one of the Indomitus back banners, the huge banners.
Oh,
I had it coming out of the Terminator's like body rather than him holding it. It's so cool. I had to go find the pictures of it somewhere. I was really proud of that one. But yeah, exceptional job, Kaiji. We're going to move on now. Exceptional job, Kaiji. You've made a fucking monster. Exceptional in the sense that like this is busted, but like it put a smile on my face. So moving on to Spider Tuber. I will say this now, Spider Tuber. Your first iteration of this relic was fucked beyond belief. Have no misconception, my fellow co-host. Spider Tuber is not a tabletop gamer. So with that being said, it is called the Kane Bloodstone. Craftworld Eldar. Often quite rare, a bloodstone is formed when the spirit of an Eldari warrior is killed in the thick of combat, enveloped in so much fury and rage that when it is trapped and sealed inside a soulstone, it turns a crimson red. Often, these stones are too unstable and can even damage themselves if used for prolonged hours on the battlefield. So are only brought when the fighting is the thickest. They even pose a threat to the fellow Eldar, as any caught in the path of a Wraith Lord using this stone are merely cut down, no different to their enemies. I will say before we continue, Spider Tuber, big sort of failing here with the flavor text is you waited until the last sentence to let your reader know that this was a Wraith Lord relic. This could have been about fucking anything. Sidestepping at the very last sentence to go, oh yeah, this is for Wraith Lords, is kind of a flavor text blunder. You want to let them know much earlier on where this is going to be, because I spent 4/5 imagining it being attached to something else. So, Wraith Lord model only. Wraith Lords using this relic can move an extra 3 inches during their movement phase. Wraith Lords equipped with this relic, when in melee, roll to hit as normal. For each hit roll that lands on 1, failing the attack, the wielder suffers 1 wound of damage. Armor or invulnerable saves can be taken.
This is a bit awkward because it doesn't do all that much for you. I think it's probably healthier than writing something that does too much. It's always better to build up than to tear down. But I feel like we're missing the flavor.
I will say this. I think Spider Tuber, you deserve a little bit of credit here, because this is a really, 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 really good example of overcorrection. I will say this: when Spider Tuber submitted this relic in its first iteration, it gave a Wraith Lord the kind of power that would have put it on par with a Wraith Knight. It was the kind of thing where the relic itself would have cost more points than the Wraith Lord it was going on. And so I dropped him a ping and I said, hey, here's the problem with the relic. And I don't want to spend the whole podcast dogging on the relic because it's, yada, yada. And he obviously turned around and was like, oh, okay, that's fine, Tom. I'll just quickly do something about that. Which is absolutely fine. Like that's the right approach. However, the overcorrection was immense to the point where I think the whole second ability of like the Wraith Lord taking damage is like the only thematically appropriate thing. Because here's the thing. Let's look at the flavor text. The flavor text says 2 things, right? In its core form, it says damage output increased at the cost of my allies and me. Damage output increase at the cost of my allies and me. The second line of rules, which is about suffering a mortal wound if you flummox your hit roll, is like, okay, cool. That's my allies and me taking damage. That's fine. The idea of greater damage output is represented by the Wraith Lord having an extra 3 inches of movement. Is like, that doesn't really make sense.
Mm-hmm.
having like an extra 3 attacks, or an extra 1 or 2 more strength, or +1 to wound, or something equally as basic would have been much more appropriate. But the extra 3-inch movement doesn't it really struggles to translate greater like aggression. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think what could be a really fun ability here, though, is to allow this thing to shoot into combat where misses hit your allies.
Oh,
then you get
that's
the idea.
really fun.
Yeah,
oh, that's
that
really
they
good.
cut in.
Holy
and
shit.
You could do the same with being in melee, where maybe they get
Yeah.
like some extra attacks as well in melee, but all misses can all then get attributed to any allied units within, say, 3 inches or so.
Do you know which faction has that? What you've just described as a stratagem?
I know that the Valhallans used to, as an order.
In 10th edition, I shit you not, for reasons I can scarcely explain, the Dark Angels have that. You can spend 1 command point, and Dark Angels are allowed to shoot into combat with their allies. So if like you're a Dark Angels like Hellblaster squad with all these like 10 dudes with plasma guns, and you've got 5 dudes engaging with an enemy squad, you can just fire at them for a command point, and if you hit roll a 1, then like it counts as one of your dudes taking the hit instead. It's really funny. But yeah, no, I absolutely see what you mean. I think that'd be because that really that like doubles down on, hey, we're much stronger, but we might fuck our allies in the process. That's a really, really cool idea. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, that's a fun one. So yeah, so Spider Tuber really, great on the overcorrection. The flavor text is still really cool. It diddles it diddles and daddles a little bit before it gets to the Wraith Lord. Really introduced Wraith Lords much earlier on in the text, but generally speaking, it's still really well written. In-game rules, a little bit missing the mark, but we see what you were going for, and again, this is still much better than what it was. Yeah, cool, excellent stuff. Right, so next up is Dead Rich 18. This is a relic called Tomoku's Spear, Adeptus Astartes, his homebrew, the Thunder Mammoths. A las cannon of an unknown and ancient pattern. The history of Tomoku's Spear is shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that the weapon was wielded by a thunder mammoth named Tomoku, who used the las cannon to allegedly kill 4 chaos-corrupted night walkers in a single battle, and even cripple a warhound titan. There is little evidence to support these claims, save for the particular nature of the weapon's machine spirit, which becomes wrathful when in proximity to such a war machine. Tomoku's Spear has also been documented firing las beams with greater power and accuracy when wielded against knights or enemies of similar size. The las cannon is decorated with kill tallies and talismans of the Thunder Mammoth's homeworld. It is known to thrum with wrathful purpose when an enemy walker is in its sights. So real quick before we get to the rules, flavor text. Only problem is once we get past such war machines, all the information beyond that point is just repeated information that we don't really need. It doesn't change anything. We've already been told that it's killed knights, it's fought titans. You kind of drag on with the same narrative point. If you wanted to include a second paragraph about its history or how the chapter treats it, it would have been really cool. But instead, we kind of just doubled down on the same information. But still, it was still written well. You just kind of doubled up on information. So, in-game rules. Zarek, this is the bit where you're going to have a stroke. I'm very sorry. Can be taken by a Devastator as las cannon, or by Eliminators as las fusel when targeting an enemy with a walker or monster keyword. Add 3+ to the damage roll.
This is one of those rare scenarios where I have to say, I think this would work better as a custom weapon.
Yeah.
Like a weapon stat line that can be given to a character. I absolutely think that there should be room for character models to wield heavy weapons. Think, like Davian Thule in Dawn of War 2. That's
absolutely.
what I always wanted with my Space Marine captains, and it rankles me to no end that I can't do that.
Yeah. I think it's a struggle because I see what Dead Rich 18 is going for. Can be taken by Devastators as las cannon or by Eliminators, and it's like, well, The struggle is obviously we're talking about a singular entity, and I think this is one of the few relics that made it in where the writer really kind of blundered their 10th edition rules, but still had written something cool and interesting enough to warrant talking about. Where it's like, it's essentially just a single las cannon that's hyper effective against walkers or monsters, right? That's the vibe. And that in and of itself is something that you say it out loud and it's like, oh, that's a somewhat generic idea, but nobody else did it. Nobody else in this list did that. And I think it's a really cool idea. And then you talk about how the chapter, how one of the benefits of the part of the text that I criticized was how it's decorated with the kill tallies and talismans of the Thunder Mammoth's homeworld. It's like, that's really cool. So you've got this idea of a las cannon covered in reliquary ornaments and feathers and skulls and what have you. But I think in execution, the idea of just +3 damage is kind of like, you know?
I think it would be so good if it was just a las cannon you could give to a character, and it was damage d6 +3, and maybe had like anti-walker 2+ or something.
Yeah. Can you imagine how cool that kit bash would be?
Oh,
Because there's very few units you can attach to Eliminator squads. Very few. I think the Phobos Lieutenant is one of the only ones you can attach to that squad. Could you imagine making a Phobos Lieutenant and giving the cunt a las cannon?
That's so cool. That's so cool.
That'd be the coolest fucking shit ever.
Here, I need to. Sorry, Tom. I need to pop to the bathroom. Croc, why don't you talk about Barnabas?
Yeah, sure. Right. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Croc.
We cannot.
We
This
can't?
is another relic from Compulsive Kit Basher, and according to the rules of the Homebrew Relic, it's 1 per submission. You have to die now.
Okay. Oh,
you must be killed.
I was going to say this at the start, but I forgot. There's a couple of submissions here, including our very own Moots when we eventually get to him, who submitted multiple relics. And I was kind of sat there like, okay, this second relic idea is cool. You have my permission to submit it. And Compulsive Kit Basher was one of them. He submitted the very first relic in the list, and he came to me a couple of days later saying, Tom, I've got a relic for the Savlar Chem Dogs, which, as we know, is a canon Imperial Guard regiment. And I was like, how the fuck can I say no to a Savlar Chem Dogs relic? How could I possibly do that?
I'll forgive you this time, but the next time I get your nuts.
You can't. No, Croc. No, you're not the guy who dogs on the Savlar Chem Dogs. You are not that guy.
I never mentioned the Savlar Chem Dogs.
No, I did.
No.
And then you said you were going to take my nuts.
Yeah, because we're doing doubles. We never
Double
agreed to do
submission.
doubles.
Because
There's
it's
only
got
like
nothing to do with the Savlar Chem Dogs.
Only like 3 people have double submissions. Like,
Tom, we are barely a quarter of the way through the list.
we're actually about we're about a quarter of the way through all this.
Let's stop the time on the semantics. Let's just get going. Read the flavor
We're
text.
2 hours 20 into this. If this keeps on, we're going to be here until 8 hours 40.
Just go.
It's okay. It's okay. It's going to be multiple recordings. It'll be fine. Right. The Compulsive Kit Basher. Once again, our very first submissioner. The Roar of the Warden. Astra Militarum, our first Astra Militarum Imperial Guard relic for the Savlar Chem Dogs. After holding the line during a decisive battle on Talarum 3, Commissar Holdrek, the only Commissar stationed with the 82nd Kevlar Chem Dogs, fell in battle after leading a routing charge into enemy lines. After his death, the regiment honored the Commissar by having his skull and what was left of his brain converted into a Nuncio Aquila, so his voice could still strike fear into any Chemdog sober enough to think of running from the enemy. That's fucking wild. Yeah, Kevlar Semdogs. Kevlar. I'm
How
sorry.
stunned did you guys get that you only just got into reading it like after me reading away?
I'm sorry. The idea of a Savlar Chemdog stealing a man's skull is like fully in character. To be fair,
I'm
still
gonna
fucking
be honest.
anything.
I absolutely love that instead of it being scared, it's sober.
So yeah. Right, Commissar unit only. Roar of the Warden. When an enemy unit succeeds a charge roll into the bearer's unit, you may use this ability. At the end of the charge phase, the bearer's unit must take a leadership test with -1 to the roll. I'm assuming we mean a battle shock test. If the unit succeeds the leadership test, the unit gains the fight first ability, and the weapons equipped by the models in the unit gain the lethal hits ability until the start of your next command phase. I think that's fine. In Imperial Guard, where melee is kind of like, who gives a fuck? You know, that's a big fat fucking whatever. And in fact, I think Imperial Guard is the only army in the entire game where fights first means diddly squat.
Yeah.
Do Imperial Guard have any melee units that are like heavy hitters? Ogren. Yeah. Anything else?
Well, they have a unit that does have fights first.
Do they?
They do. Gaunt's Ghosts.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, is Commissar on a horse a thing? Horse
No.
Commissar?
No, I don't think so. I wish. Because I know they have Krieg Marshal on horse.
Do they count as Commissars?
No.
Actually, no, that's fucking Krieg. This is a Savlok Hound Dogs thing.
Yeah. But, I think I love the idea of a contingent fights first. That is very Guard to me. And I love that as a flavor thing. I just think that the effect that it'll have won't be super great. I think you could honestly tack on just to get lethal hits, and they add one to the attacks characteristic of melee weapons they're equipped with.
Yeah.
Because you can stack it, and it encourages you to stack it. So you stack it by having already ordered them fixed bayonets, and by having a preacher in the squad to give them all +1 attack. I don't know how many characters you can slot into one unit with Guard exactly. I know they get 2 by default. So you can give them... Yeah. So most Guard infantry units can be joined by any 2 characters. However, they can only have 1 command squad joined to them. So the idea is that you can have your command squad and a commissar, and it doesn't conflict. Or you can have a commissar and a preacher, and it doesn't conflict. And that's one of the things that I think they've done really well in 10th edition, is letting you customize characters.
Like the way Space Marines can have, hey, you can have this character, but we're not going to penalize you if you attach a lieutenant or an apothecary.
Yes, but the rules are written in the inverse way. Instead of being on certain characters, which can join as well, it's actually written on the basic units that can be joined, that they can in fact be joined by 2 units.
Huh. It's
weird. I really like it. So I think there's a room for a combo here, right? Because if you take the you take the Catachan Jungle Fighters unit probably to represent Savlar Chem Dogs. So you've got slightly better melee with them. You get this. I think it should probably give them +1 attack on their fights first. And I think it should be a battle shock test, because then the Commissar can execute someone to re-roll it.
Yeah.
And then you stack that with a preacher, and then you give them fixed bayonets, and then they can actually be a genuinely scary melee threat. But I think you need a little bit more tech.
You say scary. I don't think scary is the right word.
Well, a little bit more of a recognizable melee threat.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. My cat's found a fly. Sorry, cat update number 6. He's found a fly, and his attention has finally been drawn away from me. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
You are freed.
He does not give a fuck about what I'm doing anymore. What an animal. All right, moving on. So, thank you, Compulsive Kit Master, for your second...
I have a tiny little note.
Go for it.
Relic that exists if there was a unit to go with it. Namely, that being a unique infantry option for Savlar Chem Dogs. That's it, let's go.
That's fair. I think it's obviously it wouldn't really work presenting that, but you can kind of imagine the approximation of that in your own mind. It absolutely would work. All right, that's cool. So, next up, the Great Rasputin from the Astartes Anonymous Discord. A relic called the Ashen Embrace, Adeptus Astartes, the Cauterizers chapter. A storm shield forged from the armor paneling of an ancient venerable dreadnought, whose name has been lost to time's ravages. When active, the shield crackles and glows like the embers of a fire, harming any who would try to bring the chapter low. It is said that the spirits of battle brothers slain in battle come forth to defend the chapter's living brothers. Warlord model only, as we discovered earlier, Warlord model only basically means fucking anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Unit gains +1 to its wounds characteristics and a 4+ invulnerable save if it does not have one already. When the unit receives damage due to an attack and succeeds its save, roll a d6 on a 4+. The attacker takes mortal wounds equal to half. They haven't specified rounded up or rounded down. Equal to half the saved attack. To a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 6. So it's a parry. It's parry shit, basically.
Yeah. Now, the one issue I kind of have with this, if you want to keep the doing half damage back, I think it should be that you need to pass an invuln save. Because you just pass an armor save, like on a 2-up, with, say, a Terminator captain or something, I don't think it quite fits. I think you need to be getting that invuln save.
Yeah. Well, they've got the same thing on the Emperor's Shield on Lionel Johnson. Where if I might be incorrect, I'm not going to bother to check because fuck proving myself wrong. But I'm 99% sure that on the Lionel Johnson, the way his shield works, where he ostensibly deflects an attack, has to be done on an invuln save. That might be 9th edition. I don't know what 10th edition Lionel Johnson does. That might be 9th edition. But yeah, I think it's fine. It's basically I have a shield, I get an extra wound, and occasionally I beat you in the ass for attacking me. It's fine. It's like the worst case scenario if your opponent is, oh yeah, I hit you for 6 damage in melee, and then I rolled, and then your opponent rolls like a 4+, and you get shafted.
Yeah.
So like, it's fine. I don't think it's super strong. It's just a bit complex. Like, it's just a bit verbose, this one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It could be really simple. You could essentially just kind of borrow the Castle and Robots thing, where, on a save roll of 6, the enemy unit attacking you suffers a mortal wound. And that's fine, because it's a 6. That means, you could have made that with your shield. Yeah. So I feel like that works a bit more. But then you don't have to roll the additional dice to see if you do mortal wounds back. You don't have to track the damage of the attack as well. It's just, hey, mortal wounds.
Absolutely. Right, next one. So, moving on before I can hear the silence of Aaron wanting to kill me.
Hello.
Aaron's not even here anymore.
Go on. Tell you what. Let's shake it up a little bit. Let's let Aaron do the next one on his own.
Oh, okay. What we got?
Night Scion Rattus.
No, I was correct. No, I just didn't know what the name was last time.
Night Scion Rattus. Go on, Aaron. You got this. You got this. We'll just respond to you. You take the lead. You got this, G. I believe in you.
First Lord Soul, Imperial Knight, House Sunheart. Embedded in this fragment of an ancient throne mechanicus is a spirit of unparalleled wrath and nobility, what looks like a gilded bundle of wires and cogitator components. Truthfully contains the soul of the greatest and first hero of the House Sunheart, Sun King Zelor, Al-Masak, a proud Paragon warrior who hunted the great beasts and renegade war machines of the world of Valran, and unified the many great kingdoms of the world. Merely interfacing with his spirit imparts both the knight's suit and style of a profound leadership prowess and martial skill. When the bearer of the First Lord's soul charges at its prey, only the finest individuals may utilize this tool, as an unworthy soul will be burnt out by the sheer willpower of the first Sun King. Warlord model only. During the command phase, the relic bearer may designate a monster or vehicle unit as chosen prey. This model and an armature under the effects of its bondsman ability gains the lance ability on its weapons, and when it succeeds a charge against a chosen prey target, that unit must make a battle shock test with a -1 to the roll. That's a lot of words for what feels like a very minimal effect. That'll be real.
Can I just sidetrack for 10 seconds? Aaron, you did way better than that than I thought you did. I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, you did well.
Thank you for complimenting my basic literacy.
And then said thank you with an F instead of a TH. Fuck you.
Thank you. Well, that fuck you felt like PH, dude.
Fuck you.
Fucking, it's the way Goofy says it. Fuck you!
I don't think this is OP. I don't think this is super strong. I think this is like it's a
I'm a real-
little verbose, but I don't think this is busted.
I need to
I've
do
played a
disagree
good
with
amount
you,
of
Tom. I have to disagree with
No,
you.
shut up. Let Aaron speak. Shut the fuck
I've
up.
played a
Aaron.
good amount of temp. What the fuck does Lance do? I've seen it
Oh,
floating around. I never used it.
Aaron.
It is +1 to wound on a turn in which the unit charged.
Oh, that's okay.
It's very powerful. It is probably
No,
one
yeah.
of the most powerful keyword weapon abilities you can have.
Oh yeah, but you pick one unit. Obviously, that is probably going to be
What?
the biggest thing on their board, and you fuck it in particular.
Normally, Aaron,
But-
yes. I think the intent here is probably that you get Lance against your chosen prey. However, the way it's written, this model and an armature under the effects of its one ability gain the Lance ability on its weapons. That's
Oh, it doesn't
separate.
specify only
No.
against the chosen prey.
They just
Right,
get
no,
Lance.
Okay.
Now,
yeah.
I think that's a bit much on
I
any
think
unit.
that's probably just a fuck up on their part. That
Well,
they
okay.
take my-
I
I think
I'm-
Aaron's
I'm
right. I
gonna-
think they meant that.
I have to disagree with you there. Because the way it's written
Oh.
specifically doesn't imply it doesn't look like they forgot to specify gains Lance against that. It quite literally looks like they gain Lance and then do Battle Shock against the chosen enemy. So there is like a decent chance
I don't know, bro.
that this could be way more busted.
I will say this. Because it's Imperial Knights instead of Chaos Knights, it's not that bad. Could you imagine this on a Knight Abominant with the fucking like giant like power scourge like tentacle thing instead?
horrific.
Honestly, this isn't even that bad when you
This
like
is the lesser
compare
of
it
the
to
two
Chaos.
evils. Yeah.
Genuinely, yeah, like 100%. It's not that bad.
Yes and
to be
no.
honest, what do you mean yes and no? Could you imagine this
it's-
shit on a fucking Knight Abominant?
Yes, it like that would be worse. But
Because
I think that
wait, there's no Imperial Knight Titan mod, Imperial Knight melee weapon that actually needs Lance.
Yeah, that's
Being
actually very
realistically-
true.
No,
That's
there
very
are.
true. The lowest strength. What do you mean there are? The lowest strength they have is like strength fucking 9.
Well, yeah, into a monster or vehicle, Lance is very necessary.
Oh, look, my cat's
This
trying
is
to.
Imperial Knights. We're
Hold on,
talking Thunderstrike gauntlets
Hold on,
and
hold on. I need to take my heads off for a sec. Gleg!
And-
Like,
Well, look.
And
Even the
Reaper
Thunderstrike
Chainsaw.
Gauntlet, which is strength 20, still wounds Land Raiders on 3s.
come here.
With
what
Lance,
does the
I'm
Lance,
really
Lance
sorry.
make that
My cat's
difference?
having a
Yes.
moment.
yeah.
But by the time it's gotten in melee range, definitely shot it to death as well, almost definitely.
Probably not.
Like,
Probably not. Probably not.
It's also worth noting. There's like, what's a Land Raider got in melee that it can do back to an Imperial Knight?
Yeah, it's just going to back up and shoot it.
Yeah,
But
my only thinking
are you
here.
telling me a Knight Errant isn't going to unload its melter cannon into
Well,
a
hold
Land
up. Hold up. You're
Sure.
overcomplicating this. Look at the Imperial Knight weapons. You got the giant chainsaw, and you got the fist. You got fuck all else.
and the feet. The feet as well.
The feet means fuck all. Even with +1 to wound, the feet is
Okay,
doing fuck.
but something we are skimming over here is it's not just the Knight; it is also the Armiger. So there's a combo
Yeah.
where you can put this on a fucking Dominus, and then have his little boy run round, smack the shit out of something in melee, and lance it with the Dominus.
And the thing
Actually,
is that
that's a very good point.
Yeah,
That's a very
the
good point.
armor gets a sweep profile, which itself can then get Lance on that sweep.
I hate to agree. You are correct. It's quite funny actually. The Armiger, not even the Knight. The
Yeah,
Armiger by
it is
like
the Armiger.
extension
I think
is the threat.
this is fine if it is Lance only against the chosen prey. I think that's
Yeah.
absolutely fine because it's a monster or vehicle. Like you've got your knight and their little squire going for the same prey. That's really fun. That works well. I think
Yeah.
the one thing this is missing is that this idea of like the pilot being burnt out by this soul isn't really represented in the rules, and I'm a huge sucker for that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think there should be some consideration there for what you can do with that.
To be fair
Right.
though, how do you translate that to Knights in rules? Because the pilot's dead. That's right. I fucked up a test, and a whole Imperial Knight is off the board.
Nah, they just take mortal wounds. That's how
Yeah.
you do it. They take mortal wounds when something happens.
Right, real quick to interrupt because we are. How far are we into this recording? Let me check the stream. We are 2.5 to the recording. My bladder has weakened to the state of an elderly lady who's had several families come out of her birth canal. So I'm going to use the little boy's room and then we'll crack on with the next one. You guys are welcome to continue without me. I'll be back in a sec.
I'm not slowing down. Let's go to the fucking next one.
Yeah, let's go on to the next one. And I'll introduce this because my girlfriend wrote it. I helped her write it. So I'll pitch this to you guys, right? So these are the Songstones of Kegarachi, which, by the way, is actually a Exodite world. I think that ties in with some of her homebrew stuff, if I recall. Now, I'm going to read this. And I need everyone to understand when I read this. This is a poem written in iambic pentameter. That's the flavor text.
I ain't understanding that shit, man.
All right. So, Harlequins, Mask of the Faltering Stars. Let's begin. A pair of pendants true for the great fool. Each bearer's just only half a spirit stone. Though none can claim to who the stone belonged, the stone sings loud and proud of its twin souls. While you, my quins, do dance the dance of death, do heed its words and listen to its kin, as those who bear can join upon the stage, align in sanguine waltz and torture all. Know you who bear cohere, like joy and fear, and you who wear are safe in my embrace. Harlequin character model only. When this enhancement is added to a character from your army, select one other Harlequin's character model. That model may not already be equipped with an enhancement. Both the bearer and the selected model are considered to be the bearer of this enhancement. The bearer's unit can reroll charge rolls when a target of that charge is within engagement range of the other bearer's unit. Additionally, when one of the bearers is successfully charged by an enemy unit, the other bearer's unit may immediately be targeted by the heroic intervention stratagem for 0 CP. When one of the bearers is destroyed until the end of the battle, the other bearer's unit is battle shocked, and attacks made by the bearer's unit have the twin-linked special rule.
Oh, I came back just in time. Excellent.
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
So we just,
when it comes to
this.
synergy with flavor text and the actual rules, that's kind of fucking nuts. Like, you know, the fated pair of Chegaraki, one of them dies, so the other stops listening to high command and starts fucking going out there.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm
Sorry,
not gonna...
Zarek, have you explained who this individual is?
I have prefaced this is my girlfriend. I've written...
Okay.
I helped write the rules for her, but this was
cool.
very much her idea.
Just so the audience understands that this individual is cheating from start to finish.
Yeah, she absolutely cheated.
Oh, is that what I'm getting slammed for when we get to mine?
Shut the fuck up.
No, well, we'll get there.
Kind of, maybe. None of your business.
Oh.
Tom, I want to hear what you think about this one, because I can't comment.
Absolutely.
I helped write it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
I don't even think Aaron's here anymore.
I'm
dead.
I'm here.
No, you will know when Aaron's not here because the snoring is unmistakable.
I just heard Harlequin and I phased out. It doesn't matter who writes it. I just don't care for them. I'm being sorry. I phased out.
I lost count over a year ago the number of times where I'd been in VC with Aaron and started hearing him snoring. Like you will know when Aaron has checked out. You will know. It will not be mistakable. All right. Well, let's do this one. Let's finish off this one, and then we'll call a break. And we'll come back in for another recording to do the future ones. I've made a note in the thing of which ones next.
No, I'm happy to do. I'll actually do some more. I'm here for it.
All right, well, let's do another 2 or 3 then, and then we'll make our break, and then we'll come back another day.
Because we got ESOs coming up, and ESO want to be funny.
Is ESOs is quite far down the line, G.
ESOs is next.
Oh, is that? So I didn't know what ESO's name.
Apologist. Yeah, that's him.
Oh, I didn't realize that was his name in this Discord. Oh, that's my bad. We'll do ESOs and then we'll call it a day.
That works.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So the bearers. Oh yeah, I remember when I read this. It's fine. It's not strong. I think it's quite funny actually. I feel So I said at the start of the recording that I was going to give extra praise to the relics that were simplistic and underpowered or understated, because there's a level of realism involved with understated and simplistic relics. What our wonderful albino duckling has done here is created something that's understated, but quite verbose. It's an awful lot of wordage for a relic that's not very strong. Do you know what I mean?
I do know, Tom. I wrote it.
What do you mean you wrote it? You're not meant to admit to that.
I wrote the rules bit. I helped her with the rules bit.
It's the fun thing. You could tell Zarek made the relic because it's way more flavorful than it is good.
That's
Thanks,
rude.
Croc.
Love that.
Well, hold up, Croc. You can't say fucking diddly squit. We're going to get to your relic. And
Okay, I have made no claims about my relic. I have said nothing.
You can't say I've made no claims about my relic when it's, hey, look, here's a relic submitted by Croc, and then it's like a ton of stuff not like you've only tertiarily been involved in.
Shall we do ESOs and shall we go find Crocs?
No, we'll do East. No, I want to come to Crocs at the very end because, like, I want to be like fully fucking Compass Mentis. Honestly, we might do all the rest and then take another break before we do Crocs, so we can spend an entire hour putting Croc on blast. All right, let's do ESOs. Okay, so Sevatar Apologist, aka ESO. So, just for context, audience, ESO is not only one of the regulars in the Discord, but one of the regulars in the Twist of Fate Discord. Aaron and I have a good relationship with ESO. We play video games all the time. He is great. But let us see how he fares with the homebrewing side of things. So, the Headman's Tackle, Chaos Space Marines, his homebrew, the Dread Talons. Donned by a master of executions in mockery of a royal mantle, these Stygian chains carry trophies gathered since the first outbreaks of the Long War. Piled higher than even his fellow legionaries, each step taken by the bearer is heralded by the thunderous rattle of steel against storm-clad ceramites, and the cries of defeated champions dragged behind him. This cacophony of dread is praised by the executioner as a tool of terror, making all flee except those brave fools who dare challenge him. What lovely flavor text. I will say, ESO, that's great flavor text. Well done. Very well done. In-game rules. Master of Executions model only. So for anyone who doesn't play 40k, who is still somehow tuned in, wondering what a Master of Executions is, it's a Chaos Space Marine character whose whole fucking purpose is to hunt down enemy characters and fucking kill them. Every time this model destroys an enemy character model, add 1 trophy token. For each trophy token, subtract 1 from battle shock tests taken by enemy units within 12 inches of this model. Oh, we got another Night Lord relic.
It is Dread Talon, yeah.
That's really cool. I really like that. Wait, is Dread Talons a homebrew or is that a Night Lord?
That's just the real one. It's Night Lord.
Oh,
themed.
really? Oh, so he's just straight up made a Night Lord relic. Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's my bad. That's really cool. Oh, I really like that. The flavor text is great. Thematically, I'm not going to lie. The Night Lords kind of need something like this. Because Night Lords in 10th Ed, how do I put this nicely? They fucking suck. They kind of suck ass.
Well, I've got a friend in my crusade right now. She's running a Night Lord's army.
Womp.
She's done it a few times. It's always a struggle.
Yeah, I mean...
It does have fun.
What are you meant to do? Just, like, not win?
I think this relic kind of falls into that as well. Because there's so many ways.
Yeah, it takes a lot of setup. You've got to actually have killed like a couple of characters before it can really get its benefit. And even then, killing a character with a specific dude you want is only going to happen every other game.
It's very similar to how a lot of the Tyranid stuff works, to Battle Shock, where you're going to have all the Battle Shock happen to get benefits of XYZ model you've brought.
Yeah.
And you're telling the warp thing that's like, oh, I'm probably going to get a couple units I want, and it doesn't get any. Or when you don't want to get any, it does gets a lot. And it's like,
yeah. You're
I think what it's
absolutely
good
It's
right.
to
swingy, but if it works, it works.
What this
If it
could
doesn't, it
do
doesn't.
is instead of just taking away battle shock from enemy units, it could add on to the leadership roles of friendly units to help synergize with Dark Pacts, so that as you take trophies,
Oh,
you
that's
get
hectic.
your men get braver.
Yes. Well, that's the thing about Dark Pact. So again, for people who are unaware, in Chaos Space Marines, if you're not playing Death Guard, World Eaters, or Thousand Suns, a Dark Pact is. I'm gonna grossly oversimplify this for anyone who does know what a Dark Pact is. A Dark Pact is essentially the default kind of really strong effect that a Chaos Space Marine unit can use to basically increase their lethality, but it comes at the cost, and that cost is incurred by a battle shock test. And so, by changing this around to instead of worsening opponents' battle shock tests, you better friendlies' battle shock tests. You ostensibly make your Dark Pacts more consistent.
Well, actually, Tom, it's a
that's-
leadership test that you have to take.
Listen, Sarah,
Shut up.
all right. This podcast, this episode can be finished by you guys alone. I'm checking out.
What? Oh, wait, Tom.
Yeah.
There's not enough Votan appreciation.
I've already.
So
I
I'll
spent
throw
it.
my hat in the ring.
I
Behold.
spent.
Is this
Aaron
man
has-
posting a relic at the last? Oh my god, he is.
Aaron has posted a relic at the
Aaron,
last second.
You motherfucker! You motherfucker!
Aaron, I haven't even read this. I've taken one glance of this, and I can tell you've written way too much. All right, cool.
Fuck
right,
you.
We will end off the first half of this episode by fucking cussing out Aaron. All right, I'm going to read this out as if I was taking it seriously. Okay, cool. All right, fine. The scanner device prototype. The Ymir conglomerate relic. Brookhere Iron Master model only. I will give you credit. That's the actually specifying to who it is better than what most people have done. So you do get points for that.
I put effort into this, man. All right, this isn't a shitpost.
It doesn't smell like ChatGPT yet, so you're okay. Believed to be a relic of the golden age of technology, found and reverse engineered by what would become the Chthonian mining guild of the Ymir conglomerate during the early days of the League. What even is the early days of the League, cunt? You don't know when that is, because 40k doesn't know when that is.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
It's
that's why I didn't
the,
specify.
it's the era of Stellar and Terrace.
Oh, fun callback for anyone who watched the last recording. That's great. All right, cool. Using heat and radiation-based technology to scan the surroundings in a multitude of ways, the scanner is very adaptive, if not temperamental at times due to the complexity of the device. Its more focused scan options, while giving a wonderful amount of data to the user about the internals of the scan subject, tends. You're fucking competing with the goddamn Sisters of Silence fucking person for longest fucking sentence ever fucking submit.
Apologies.
Tends to leave very little organic material of the subject left due to the intensity of the fiery side effects. This technology, upon further refinement, repurposing, would lead to the development of the planet cracker technology widely used by the leagues in future. Okay, before we get onto the rules, before I even read the rules, Aaron.
I formatted that like ass, I know, but I put it.
Aaron, what the intensity of the fiery side effects proceeds to not describe the fiery side effects one fucking iota.
It's in the rules. It leads onto it.
Application select. At the start of the command phase, choose between wide or narrow application. If this is some goddamn fucking... what's the goddamn thing? What's the goddamn Space Marine weapon that like gets stronger at longer range? If it's something like that, I'm going to...
Oh, the conversion beamer.
No,
If
it's
this
not
is
like a conversion beam.
Alright, cool.
I had two different relic ideas, and I thought I'll just mash them into one. It'd be funny.
Wide scan application. Scan the battlefield for the highest density target and show weak points to fellow kin. Bracket. Provides additional point of AP to friendly Votan units, weapons against the highest toughness enemy unit. Bracket. Aaron, quick question. Highest toughness enemy unit is probably at 12 or 13 toughness. Quick question. What the fuck if there's more than one unit at that toughness?
Dealer's choice.
You gotta write that then, you cuck.
Fuck you.
Narrow scan application. Range 18 inches. Attack What do you mean 3d4? Aaron, can you... Aaron, can you fucking point... Aaron, can you point to any weapon in any edition of Warhammer 40k from 1st to 10th has attacked 3d4?
Have you played 2nd edition, Tom?
Aaron, shut the fuck up. Aaron, what the fuck is... What the fuck
I like funny dice.
Tom,
that was a
Tom,
shit
read the keywords. Read the keywords, Tom.
Hey, I need to play... I want to start a Votan army, and then your local gamer turns around and says, okay, I hope you've got some D4 dice somewhere.
Read the keywords, Tom.
Ballistic skill, NA. Strength 5. AP -3, damage 1. Ignores cover. Melter... Aaron, are you trolling us right now?
I'll say my piece at the end. Finish.
All right, fuck you. Ignores cover, Melter 1, torrent, and indirect fire. Aaron, what the fuck is this?
So it was, I had the idea that I was like, what if I just made like some sort of funky LiDAR that would either do the first one as a wide scan, or the second one be like a LiDAR that's like lethal levels of like sort of like density in its scans. So like, so when I say leaves,
the radio tower.
Yeah, like so when I wrote earlier, like it tends to do very little organic matter. You'd point it at a space marine, and there's a suit of armor be left. The internals would be frazzled from the fucking beam, but it's been an empty suit of armor left behind. Hence why later on it would become the planet cracking stuff that would disintegrate a planet but leave all the valuables behind. But they just upscaled it to all hell. Because that's like my favorite bit of Votan lore is the big planet eater fucking...
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But
why
that
did you pick 3d4?
Purely to fuck with Tom, really.
Yeah, honestly...
Right.
I've been playing a lot of Call of Cthulhu recently, and it seemed appropriate.
I personally think that part of 40k Votan kin lore is very cool. That one image by, I think it's Lewis Jones, of the giant spaceship eating a world is incredible.
It's in the references.
But reading attacks 3d4, like, Aaron, you're a fucking dickhead. Like, have you like... I can't believe it. I shouldn't say this on the podcast, but like, you should go visit fucking Dignitas. This is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever fucking read in my fucking life. You're like actually a fucking moron. 3d4 in 40k 10th edition. Like, what the fuck is wrong?
If you thought Tom was mean to anyone before, you need to understand this is how he is with Aaron.
You could have just written 2d6 and statistically it's exactly the fucking same statistically, but instead you're like, no, I'm going to be a bellend. I'm going to write 3d4.
No, it's not. The minimum on that is 2, not 3.
Yeah, actually, Tom, the average attacks is 0.5 higher.
Yeah, see, Zarek fucking gets it.
You guys are going to fucking infect me with alcoholism if you keep fucking talking. This is actually...
Dude, Aaron, I just have to, like, fucking... Ignores cover and indirect fire and torrent is one fucked combo. That is gross.
What do you mean, Melter 1? What do you mean, Melter 1?
At range 19, it becomes damage to range 9.
I'm going to be honest here. I gotta respect it, because if he sat me down and said, alright, make a weapon profile for what is quite literally just a fucking radio tower that shoots radio beams powerful enough to just eviscerate someone with, like, fucking capital FM.
You're listening to Heart Radio, and you die.
Okay, let's run through it. So, ignores cover, makes sense because it's a fucking radio beam. Melter 1, when you get closer to the source, it's more potent. Torrent, because it's a fucking radio. Indirect fire, for the aforementioned reasons. It's a fucking radio.
Now, Croc, I have to ask you something. Have you ever noticed that it's really hard to get a signal, like, in the woods?
Have you ever noticed that indirect fire applies a -1 to hit when you're shooting through the wall?
That's cool. Right. Torrent. you kind of indirect. So, this is the. I have to have a little right here. This is the most fucking powerful indirect fire weapon in existence.
All right, hold up.
None of them barely exist. I was like, fuck it, I'll make a funny one.
Hold the fuck up. Forget Aaron's 9-inch fucking auto kill flamer for a second here.
18-inch, actually.
Well, no, 9-inch, because then Melter 1 kicks off, and for some reason, Space Marines are dying in droves by getting shot through a wall.
Is that 7.5 Space Marines are really dying right now?
You've written in the flavor text. You've written in the flavor text, you fucking cuck. It's more focused scan options. Oh my god, you haven't even put a comma in here. I can't say all this in a single breath. Very little organic matter of the subject left due to the intensity of the fiery side effect. What fucking side effects? What do you mean side effects?
The side effect is there is no organic thing left.
Well,
That's not a side effect, that's a primary effect. That's what it does, you roach.
No, it's a scanner, but they just weaponized it. That's the whole bit.
This gun, like, you have Space Marines fast-acting cancer that kills them in seconds, you wrench.
But have you seen the new Votan guy they released that basically has this?
Yeah, that's just
Oh my god, Croc, I'm going to fucking burst you.
I think it's a great way to fade out.
No. Like 2 days ago, when Aaron said to me, Tom, I'm not going to have time to submit a relic, I thought to myself, that's really sad. I'm upset about that. I didn't realize it was a blessing. I didn't realize that was the good ending.
Does this mean I'm off the hook?
Shut the fuck up. No, we're going to get you in like a day or two. You're fucked. You are fucked.
I don't know what I did that bad.
Well, at least Aaron made his own relic.
Kill
Fucking
you.
wrench. At least Aaron's responsible for every word of garbage that he produced.
my
you
lord.
fucking dipshit.
I thought you'd at least appreciate how cracked that other bit is.
I'll give you
the wide
fucking.
scan. It's like, okay, it's reasonable. It's a bit weird, but it's reasonable.
So just for context, audience, the thing is called the scanner device. Scanner spelt SCANR, with the final R being a capital R.
That is very Votan, to be fair.
You get credit for that. But the rest you get fucking resentment and hatred for, you fucking animal.
You said you liked the fucking Planet Cracker bit.
Where the fuck is that in this text, you roach?
Listen, this technology environmental purpose and due to become the development of the Planet Cracker technology used
Honestly, I
pointed to my screen when I fucking
honestly
said that.
unsubscribe from the gaming storyteller. Just unsubscribe from the gaming storyteller.
Fuck him, dude.
Fuck this. Honestly, I had to stop myself from. I honestly had to stop myself from yelling Aaron's home address out loud. Then, like, fucking, I had to fucking grab myself.
Tom, we've just hit the 3-hour mark. Do you want to call this the halfway?
Honestly, yeah, like, fucking hell. Honestly, I'm halfway to fucking killing myself. This is Aaron. You're a dickhead.
Let's do a fade out here.
There's only one other Votan one, so I had to represent, man. All right.
All right. When we come back, we come back on Momisar Jessica. Whenever the fuck we arrange that shit, Aaron, like, bro, like, honestly, you don't have to be here, bro. You don't have to be here, bro. Like, fucking, what is this, bro?
Well, it's not like I get another Relic subscription thing unless I do one next episode.
Oh,
And then one after that.
Tom, we haven't done Gobby Todgers.
Did I just skip Gobby Todgers?
Yeah, we skipped Gobby
No, Gobby
Todgers.
Todgers is after ESO.
Yeah.
We'll just. I've just pinned it so we can be like, I wonder which one it is, and then you check the pins and
Alright,
it's right
cool.
there.
All right.
Absolutely fine. Right, I'm going to bring this recording to end in like 10 seconds. Is there anything anyone wants to say before we have a break and then come back?
You know, if I just put 2d6, none of that yelling would have happened, man.
No, it
Indirect
wouldn't have.
fire
But
torrent.
you're a fucking dickhead. So like,
Are we not doing Patreon questions?
no, that's at the end of the second. We got to do that at the end of part 2, don't we? We can't just.
Oh,
This is all-
this is 2 recordings, but 1 episode.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fat
How fucking long is that episode gonna be? Holy shit!
7
Poor
hours.
fucking moots, dude.
It's Moots' problem. Don't even worry about it. It's Moots' problem.
We're gonna put him in the sweatshop, dude.
Yeah,
18 hours editing
Moots is
straight.
gonna sit there staring at his laptop from 1998 and like cry over it making like the same sort of sound that like a moped makes. It's gonna be
Please,
something
let's end this.
It's recording
Please,
7 hours
please.
of footage.
Brooke got back with fish and chips. I really want dinner.
Right, go on. Right, thank you all for watching. You will still be included because this is the same recording. It's just going to be one upload. This is the end of our part 1. If we come back to part 2 and like Aaron or Croc is gone, rest assured, like the rest of us will attend their funeral. We will see you in 15 seconds. Goodbye.
Booga booga.
Bye bye.
And we are back.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hey, Aaron.
Hi, hello, Aaron. How are you today?
I'm good, Tom. Thank you for asking.
You sound vaguely Swedish today, Aaron. What's that about?
I have a bit of a cold. That's
I see. I
little
see.
I hope you're ready to continue defending your relic, Aaron.
Oh, yes, sure, absolutely.
Bueno. Right, let's move on, shall we? So next up we have the an entry from Gobby Todger. This is a Chaos Space Marine relic called the Soot-Stained Talisman. It's a Zechian relic of the March of Flames cult, and he's written. It is said this pitch-covered doll once lay in the Imperial Palace, but was whisked away by Horus's forces during the Siege of Terra. Millennia later, cultists from the March of Flames eventually unearthed this ancient Terran artifact near the Eye of Terror, and presented it as a gift to Zeech, who fashioned it into a voodoo doll with the powers to summon warp fire and unveil the treachery of others. So, it looks to be a cultist relic only, Dark Apostle, cultist champion, chosen champion, or possessed champion only. At the start of your turn, the bearer can ignite the soot-stained doll. If it does so, roll a dice for every model in your unit. On a 1, destroy one model in your unit. Then, until the start of your next turn, models in your unit have a 2+ invulnerable save, and add 2 to the strength characteristic of... So have a 4+ invulnerable save, and add 2 to the characteristic of... that unit's melee weapons, of the unit's melee weapons? Is that the correct syntax?
No, but we did say not going to be faffy about the correct syntax. Correct syntax would be add 2 to the strength characteristic of melee weapons equipped by models in the unit.
Ah, okay. Oh, we're back in the grinder.
I really like
yes.
the idea of like the doll having been in the Imperial Palace and just yoinked.
Well, it's kind of like I
It's
think
very funny.
the obvious inference is like something from the Dark Cells or the Shadow Vaults, right?
Oh no, it was definitely just on display in the like entrance.
Well,
Just on
like a
on
little
a
doll
plinth
or something.
somewhere.
There's some fucking like high on the dark powers, son of Horus, like that child. Bring me that kid's fucking doll. I need it.
The choo-choo train! Bring it to me!
Oh, it wasn't even like it was in the Imperial Palace because there was just some random kid who had it in the Imperial Palace. It's fucking this Chaos Marines just stealing candy from children sort of vibe, like yoink.
Actual
Pure evil.
Thanos levels of petty.
Yeah.
Definitely a word bearer.
Right, let's quickly go over the rules. So, at the start of your turn, the bearer can ignite the talisman. If it does so, you roll a d6 for each model in the unit that's possessing it. On a 1, you destroy one model in that unit. Then, until the start of your next turn, models in that unit have a 4-up invuln and +2 to the strength characteristic of the melee weapons in that unit. Certainly, that could be what's the unit called? The cultists and mutants unit.
Oh, the accursed cultists.
Certainly, this is where that's meant to go, right?
Probably yes. Absolutely, because I believe they respawn models. I think I might be misremembering Ninth
They do.
Edition.
No, you are correct. They do. And well, here's the thing: the torments. That's it. So you got mutants and torments. That was it. The torments. Using this would actually be seriously hard to maneuver. They do a toughness 4, which is neither here nor there. But 4 up invuln, 3 wounds apiece. Strength D6 plus 2 attacks each at strength 7. AP1, 2 damage. That's kind of fat. Not to mention the 6 up feel no pain they have naturally. Not to mention any dark pacts or anything like that. That's kind of fucked.
I can see that. Though to be fair, it's not exactly equivalent, but I do believe that you can I believe you could already get a 4-up invuln on cultist units, especially if you're playing like homebrew and legend stuff, because the rogue psyker, I believe, has an ability to give their unit a 4-up invuln. I'm not super familiar because it's legends, so you never see it played. But at least within what GW's written, it's not unprecedented.
That's true. Well, I don't think it's broken. I do wonder though whether this would be like a mid to high tier crusade relic though, because unlike that, you can attach this. You don't attach the relic straight to the accursed cultists. You would probably attach this to a dark apostle
or the dark commune, if that's allowed. Because I've noticed Gobby Todger's put here Dark Apostle, Cultist Champion, Chosen Champion, Possessed Champion. Those last 3 are all like unit leaders, rather than actually characters. So I assume the intent is that it would go to whatever the cultist character is.
Presumably. I think the reason you don't put it on the Dark Commune, though, is because you're kind of... No, I want to say missing out. Missing out's kind of the wrong word, but in the Dark Commune, one of that character's abilities, or that character unit's abilities, is to give a 5-up invuln to the squad.
You're right.
And that ability kind of goes out the window. I think you put it on the Dark Apostle because he gives everyone in the squad +1 to wound in melee. So +1 to wound at 7 strength. Like those torments will be hitting vehicles and actually doing damage.
You're right, yeah. Even into a Land Raider, that's wounding on 4s.
Yep.
You're both glazing over a very key part of this relic, though.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a 1, the relic's gone. Along with the guy who's holding it.
Not necessarily. Nope. So, there is a way that this kind of rule works.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Destroy one model.
It's because of the way 10th edition rules this thing. You don't roll for each model individually. I believe you did for some things back in 9th.
Yep, like plasma guns.
Yeah. Well, in 10th edition, you just roll a dice for all applicable models and you choose who suffer.
Yep.
So you're going to take the mutants who themselves only have 1 wound and that you then respawn.
Yeah.
It's similar to how there's a trick you can do if you're overcharging weapons in a squad, where say you've got like a Chaos Lord attached with a plasma pistol and a plasma gunner with a plasma gun as well, and you roll a 1 on the overcharge. You could just shift that to the plasma gunner if you want.
Yeah.
Same for a psychic power.
How funny would it be to put this? So, like, as someone who doesn't play much of 10th edition, mostly kill team, so, like, how funny would it be to put this, like, in a giant blob of cultists? Because if I had a relic like this, or if I played, like, big blob of cultists, I know I would put it there, right? Because I just think it sounds funny. Not because I'm fucking... I have no idea if it's good, but, like, I just think it sounds funny as fuck.
It would make them very hard to shift, because that's 20 dudes. 20 dudes with a 4-up invuln. Their melee weapons are kind of like a big fat nothing, to be honest, even with that +2 strength. It's hard to see them getting any value out of it. What would be funny, though, is just by the sheer numbers in a 20-man cultist squad is like you'd use this relic once, and what is it? Statistically, 3 or 4 guys are guaranteed to just drop fucking dead the moment you use it. I'm pretty sure it's definitely meant for the accursed cultists, right? It's so strong there. But it's quite funny because you can attach it to a Dark Apostle, and Dark Apostles can lead, correct if I'm wrong, but quite the variety of things. Yeah, they can.
Yeah, because I believe they can also lead Chosen and Possessed, as is noted here. And that's where it gets spooky. Now, Chosen, their greatest weakness is the fact that they only have a 3-up armor save. But they have 3 wounds each, and I think generally have sometimes better damage than Terminators with more mobility, because they can advance, shoot, charge, then fall back, shoot, charge.
Yeah.
If you sticking a 4-up invuln on them is what I've always wanted, because that's their main weakness. And then when you add 2 to the strength of all their weapons,
it's too much. I think that kind of settles it for me. That's like, honestly, that might even be. And keep in mind, you can take Chosen squads of 10. That might even be above Legendary Crusade relic levels of strong.
Well, the thing here is that when you're working with Chosen, rolling that 1 is far more meaningful, because you're losing 1 or 2 models every time you pop this.
That's not insignificant.
Yeah, and each model's about, I think, 30 points, so you're losing like a roughly maybe 25, 30 point model every single time you pop it.
That's true. Yeah, okay. There is, okay. Could you imagine doing that? Like, going all in on that and rolling like 5 1s?
That would be agony.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. I guess in my mind I'm like looking at the positives and trying to kind of neglect the downside, because on accursed cultists, losing 1 model means fuck all, because they just respawn.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not too strong.
You've done it, Tom. You've successfully gaslit yourself into the gambler's mindset. Congratulations. The relic is only bad if you don't roll the 1.
I gotta say, though, this to me is exactly what a Tzeentchian relic should be. It should always be a double-edged sword. It should always be a great power with a cost.
Yeah.
And this does this so well.
Well, it does make a great Tzeentchian relic, although I will criticize the flavor text. Because the flavor text gives it like an interesting kind of origin, sure. But the flavor text doesn't really translate to the ability very well. I can't remember who it is, but we've got another voodoo doll somewhere in here that I remember.
That was me.
It's your relic.
That's me.
I was about to say, we've got another voodoo doll relic in here somewhere that does translate as like a voodoo doll does. And this one seems to not really hit that. But he definitely got the Tzeentchian bit right, so definitely, at least 50% of the assignment complete. So yeah.
I think it's like, I see what you mean, but it's like, it's a random sort of doll that was given to Tzeentch, and Tzeentch made something new out of it. It's like, I don't know, it's, so whilst I see what you mean, it's like, I think it's perfectly flavorful in a sense, because it's just...
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Tzeentch fucked with it.
No, I think it's fine. It's just when he's very specifically chosen a voodoo doll, and voodoo dolls have an awful lot of connotations coming with them, and it's like, I kind of see what you mean. I just think it's only partially the way there, but still, very cool relic, very interesting, very flavorful, very fun. Absolutely hilarious if you play this and your opponent watches you roll like 6 1s. That would just be the funniest shit. Right, let's move on to the next one. So, this is from Mamasar Jessica. And this is the... I'm going to say, I think it's Cradamus, not Cradimius.
Cradimius!
The Bones of Saint Cradimius, Space Marines Gilded Vulpines chapter. So, halfway between Crozius and Battle Standard, the bones of Saint Ding Dong are carried into battle by the Master of Sanctity. The skeleton hoisted high above its bearer reminds those who gaze upon its visage of an Astartes' true purpose, sacrifice. Although Saint Crudmus died long ago, while his bones stand vigil over the battlefield, the Emperor's angels shall know no fear. Many a heretic in Xenos have sought to attack the Master of Sanctity as he holds the sacred relic high. And they might have succeeded had they not forgotten. It's also a Crozius. Chaplain model only. Whenever a Death Company infantry or Dreadnought model within 24 inches of the bearer is destroyed, roll 1d6. On a 2+, do not remove it from play. That model may fight an enemy unit it is engaged with as if it were the fight phase. If that model is not engaged, it may shoot the nearest enemy unit as if it were the shooting phase. Their model is then removed from play. Right, before we get to the flavor text, I think we have to... I think I can speak for everyone when I say that that in-game ability is insanely broken. Because 2+ basically is a fancy way of saying almost every time. And I think this would be the only item in the entire game with an aura of 24 inches.
Yes.
As well.
And here's the thing, Mama Sar Jessica. When you say 24 inches, you've got to imagine not 24 inches from this character. You have to imagine a 48-inch bubble, which is approximately most of the board. You get this thing halfway up the board, your entire army is going to pretty much always be within range of this.
It's like a second detachment ability.
Yeah.
And a detachment ability that is better than most.
Also worth noting, they don't even have to see the damn thing. They just have to be within 24 inches. Ain't no lines of visibility here.
Yeah, this was one of
no,
those...
the enemy has ripped my guts out. But that dead guy is within 20 meters of me. I'll fucking get him.
Yeah. Not to mention, so we do have, precedents in game for fighting on death. Typically, it's either on a 4+. It's most usually on a 4+. Some of them have modifiers to make it on a 3+ under extreme circumstances, and typically it's either just shooting or just melee. This is
This might not have been out of place in 9th edition. I could see this happening in 9th edition because 9th edition was so up the wall crazy, and it really loved handing out those fight on deaths. But that was very much stripped back in the transition to
honestly,
10th.
even in 9th, that 24-inch,
Yeah,
it would be half the even in 9th, it would still be half the range of this. Yeah,
I personally think this is funny as fuck, to be honest.
It's funny as fuck until you play against it and realize that your opponent doesn't care about your happiness.
Oh no! I mean, for sure. I just find it incredibly at home with. I mean, I don't know when you imagine the Matt Ward Ultramarine memes about how they're I just imagine an Ultramarine standing there hell yeah, we got the bones of Saint Cradamus and we're invincible, and everyone's yeah, we are, woo, and it's yeah, they are.
The bones of Matt Ward.
The bones of, oh my god, that's what it is, holy shit.
I think I'm going to be honest, this was one, and again, much like everyone in the Discord who interacted with me coming up to in prep for this episode knows, there was a lot of going through the various relics and, seeing what was or wasn't going to get included. And, still quite proud to say that we included 90% of the relics that were submitted. Honestly, this one, the only reason I didn't eject it was for that final line in the flavor text. that final line in the flavor text, put such a big fat grin on my face.
It's really good
that I couldn't get rid of it. And just to repeat it for the audience, it's many a heretic and Xenos have sought to attack the Master of Sanctity as he holds the sacred relic high, and they might have succeeded had they not forgotten. It's also a Crozius. Points to anyone who remembers that being a reference to
Vulcan.
A certain Night Lord Primarch forgetting that you can also beat people with hammers.
I got that reference.
But I think what I really like about this relic is that, well, I don't know, is obviously, since I'm not a huge 10th edition player, it's I don't really have a frame of reference, but it's in my mind, it would create this mini game of, well, you place this character in the middle of the field, and suddenly your opponent is very keen to kill this fucker, which I think works really well in with the flavor text. And I have to wonder if that's not like the idea itself, where it's like, okay,
sure, but
now you have to kill this fuck.
That might work were it not for terrain rules that prevent any kind of attack passing through ruins.
yeah, I think
that's not what I mean though. But I mean, I see what you mean. But it's like it creates this incentive to kill this fuck, and then so he's gonna be there in the middle of the field, having his epic standoff with like against anyone who's being sent against it, bonking them with the Crucius.
Yeah, but that only works if this thing is costed appropriately. I think
900 points.
Honestly, based on the sheer like how much, because so here's the thing I said to a lot of people when we were doing it: when you do a relic, that relic, a good relic doesn't overhaul the game. A good relic modifies how you deal with a unit, or how your opponent deals with a unit, or how you as the player can use that unit. It's like what its utility is.
Yeah.
This fails in both of those categories completely because this completely modifies the game. And so the only real way to cost this, it's got to be like, honestly, you've got to cost this about as much as a Imperial Knight, I think.
So yeah, it's about 500.
Yeah, it's because it's basically just the whole way of saying it. Everything pretty much guaranteed gets to do damage without fail.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that alone is it's a grisly one. I'm trying hard not to use too much derogatory language, but it's
Yeah. Well, here, my home improvements recommendation is, first of all, make this a legendary relic, because it certainly needs to be there for this sort of thing.
Mm.
Bring it to a 6-inch radius.
Yeah.
And it's on a 4+, but it's legendary, so we give it a little bit extra. Give it a custom melee profile. It's also a Crozius, so give it its own melee profile.
It should hit like a Thunderhammer or something, right?
It's worth noting that this is a Crozius that is quite literally a man on a man-sized pole. Like, look at the aforementioned image, dude. You get hit by this, it's like, blink, oh, the afterlife, wow. A Crozius that fucking big, you could play golf with tanks.
just get hit with somebody's bronzed skeleton. Yeah, wonderful stuff. Right, let's move on to
the chap the whole time's like, get him, Credemius!
Right, let's move on to the next one. So this is from Ranger 134. I don't know who I spoke to, but I spoke to somebody about this one in pre.
Yeah, it was me.
We'll get to that in a sec. So Ranger 134, our first Astra Militarum relic, called the Emperor's Luck, or just Emperor's Luck. Astra Militarum, the 73rd Epsilic Eagles. Epsilic? Epileptic Eagle. Manufactured on Riser in M35 per the haphazard Imperial records. Oh, because M35's the Nova Terra Interregnum. Okay.
Yeah.
This hotshot Valley Gun. The dyslexia is kicking in hard, boys. This hotshot volley gun had gained renown for miraculously surviving countless missions intact. Of course, this was excluding the replaceable cables and power packs. Even in the post-Great Rift years, the weapon still remained always caked in the blood of foemen and fallen scions. But divine luck had ensured its functionality and venerability. Its retrieval had quickly become a priority, for the apparent benedictions of attached tech priests that always lasted much more than any weapon in the 73rd's arsenal. Another constant was that the Aquila was always scratched and marked, but never fully damaged, leading to beliefs that the Emperor had personally blessed the weapon through the Aquila, and the countless dead scions who always perished in succeeding their individual weapons. Right after the tech priest's maintenance, the volley gun was splattered with scions' bones, ground up by the regimental clergy, and then the weapon was pushed into the hands of the next volunteers to cut down orc knobs, Kabbalite hierarchs, and ensure each fallen warrior's martyrdom fortunately meant something. All right. There's so much to unpack here, so let's deal with the in-game rules in just a sec. I just want to talk about the flavor text real quick. That is a lot of waffling, Ranger 134. That's a lot of waffling. This could have been like half the size. And we all could have gotten the same, if not more dramatical, impact out of it. I'm not gonna pick any sentences in particular. But yeah, certainly a shitload of unnecessary waffling. I think really you could have just done like the last sentence or two, and we still would have had the same kind of impact from it. Gave us a whole history lesson with that one.
I really like that. I feel really invested in this weapons history personally. I mean, I agree it could have been shortened down, but I was like, all right, we're in it. We're in it for the long run. I like it.
I think the other big gripe I had with, and we'll see how this connects to the gameplay stuff in a minute.
Yeah.
The other big gripe I had is there's like nothing here about its honors. It's basically just one paragraph with the quantity of 2 paragraphs, basically saying the gun always makes it back. Right, let's see how that lines up to the flavor, not the flavor text, the in-game rules. So, 1 Tempesta Scion model only. I'm assuming we don't mean...
It says in a command squad.
Yep, model in the Militarum Tempestus command squad only, cool. The weapon grants 1 more attack and AP to the bearer. But the whole squad must be charged by all enemies within 24 inches of it.
Yeah.
Zarek, would you like to explain why that doesn't work real quick?
Yeah, so one of the prerequisites to charge in 10th edition is that the charging unit must be within 12 inches of a given unit. They cannot declare a charge against something that's more than 12 inches away.
Yeah.
This doesn't quite account for that. And I'm not sure how a unit is supposed to charge within 24 inches of it.
The other way you could infer it, which is really problematic, and the other way you could infer this ends up with the same problem as Momisar Jessica's thing, but actually probably is probably way more powerful than that, in a sense that you could then argue, oh no, what the author meant to write here was that any enemies within 24 inches of it in any direction, if and when they can move, they have to move closer. They have to finish their move closer to this unit.
Yeah.
Which is obscene. Because then with just this one guy, you can basically dictate where your entire enemy's army stands. Because remember, 24 inches of it is a 48-inch bubble, which again is most of the battlefield.
So I spent some time reading this and trying to work out how you could balance that kind of ability. Because even if it is just limited to the charge phase, it's still a really potent ability to force your enemy units to charge this one. Like, especially because you get a number of units, for example, a lot of Leagues of Votann units, who want to be up close, but not in combat. Like, they're Hearthkin warriors, they're very short range generally, but they want to be close to shoot you. They don't really want to stick around in combat that much if they can help it.
Yeah.
This would force them into combat, and having tried to work through this, the only fair way I think you could rule something like this is, first of all, it's only enemy units within 9, and I say 9 because anything more than a 9 is just an unreasonable charge to make. Secondly, I think it needs to be if any enemy unit within 9 inches of the bearer declares a charge, this unit must be selected as one of the targets of that charge. I think that would be the fairest way to do it, but you'd still need to make this...
If there's an alternative, they... Oh, wait, no, because they couldn't.
Well, they could. So you can multi-charge, if it's doable.
There's something else I want to bring to the light. This is a relic volley gun, yeah?
Sure, yeah.
as per the wording, it can also be a relic: bolt pistol, flamer, grenade launcher, hotshot las pistol, melter gun, plasma pistol.
Yes, this is the issue. Now, I do think it's worth saying it is incredibly clever to modify an individual weapon by selecting a command squad. This is actually one of the only ways through these sorts of means that you could actually make a relic affect a non-character model.
Mm.
So I want to give the creator props to that, because that is actually a really ingenious application here. But you need to specify one Tempestus model equipped with a hotshot volley gun.
Yeah.
Additionally, I've said this, I think, twice already.
Yeah.
The boon of this is a weapon modification. It's a weapon mod. You increase two stats. That's a weapon mod. I think that's a bit of a shame. I think the hotshot volley gun is already such an underpowered weapon. You could have easily given it a lot more power.
Yeah, I think if nothing else, like even just an extra like damage changes it quite a bit. I think the other thing as well I've noticed about this that I didn't know I want to talk about a moment ago, but I wanted to just make sure that you said your piece first. The flavor text has nothing to do with the ability at all. They're completely disconnected. The flavor text is, this weapon survives everything. It keeps coming back. Why does it keep coming back? And the gameplay rule is, if you hold this, everyone wants to kill you.
Well, that is how it ties in. Is it's more the bearer always suffers an unlucky demise. Unfortunately, I think when they've tried to translate it into rules, they haven't thought about how kind of busted it is to move your opponent. Now, I'd never make a relic to do with that. No way. But
no, you're right. You wouldn't, would you?
We'll get there.
We will get there.
It's cool in concept, but it's kind of busted because you just send your fucking command squad to sally forth in a chimera
I think,
and watch the enemy just perish.
I don't know who said this to me. It might have been you, Zach. Someone said this to me like a year or two ago when we initially started playing around, or at least when I initially started playing around with in-game rule homebrewing. I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but someone said to me that's stuck with me ever since is, you can make something balanced, you can make something unbalanced, you can make something that's balanced because of X, Y, and Z, whatever. But the one thing you have to do first and foremost when you're making a relic or making a rule for anything, whether it's a character's ability or a whole faction rule, whatever, first and foremost, it has to be fun. You have to remember that you're adding something to a game that has to be fun. And fun, there's always going to be two people playing. Something might be difficult, but it can always be fun. You bring this rules as written, much like the last relic rules as written. You kind of guarantee the person across from the table for you is going to spend the next 3 hours just not enjoying themselves. And I think that's a really big one. I didn't say this to any of the people like practicing putting their relics together for this episode, and I should have, and that's on me. But yeah, definitely something worth remember. Anyone who's listening and is like wants to make some more homebrew relics and stuff, like try to keep it fun first and foremost. Remember that playing 40k tabletop is about spending a couple of hours with friends, over a thing, and like if your opponent realizes halfway through the first turn that they're going to spend the rest of the game just eating dirt, they're just not going to have a good time. Right, shall we move on to Rook, or has anyone got anything else left for this one?
Nope.
Cool. So, Rook, Space Marine relic, the Mortis Codex, Space Marines, the Graven Sons. The Mortis Codex is a massive sacred tome of grim reverence, bound in blackened ceramite and sealed with adamantine? Sealed with adamant clasps etched with mortuary sigils. Each entry in the codex is painstakingly inscribed by hand using ink made from the funeral ash of fallen brothers, mixed with consecrated oil and drops of the scribe's own blood. Each entry depicts the prophesied death of a battle brother. The original Mortis Codex rests in the guarded vaults of the Reclusium. Its twin copy is carried into battle by the High Chaplain, chained to his armor. battle-scarred and stained from countless conflicts. Lesser versions are entrusted to chaplains of each company, containing the fates of the warriors under their direct care. Each is distinct, its cover etched in the symbology of its own company when carried in battle. These tomes are grim reminders of the divine will of the Emperor. Chaplain model only. While this model is leading a unit, models in that unit have a Feel No Pain 6+ ability. What a wonderfully simple ability.
Yeah.
I think super simple abilities are so underrated. I'm waiting for Zarek to chime in and tell me that something else already does this.
Wow.
There it is.
So there are quite a few enhancements that do basically exactly this, but all of them, if they confer Feel No Pain 6+ only, they always do something else. Because Feel No Pain 6+ is nice, but it's also very minor. If you're going to points cost this, it would have to sit around about 5 points. But because 5 points is so low, it becomes an auto take, which then messes with the balance a bit. Generally, you want your enhancement to cost, be it worth at least 10 points in value. And sure, I know, Feel No Pain 6+ can be really, really useful, especially for blunting the efficiency of damage to weapons into Marines. But it's also horribly unreliable and doesn't actually do all that much on the average.
Yeah.
So even if it's just a small buff, like improve the bearer's leadership characteristic by 1, that would be enough to make it, oh, cool, 10 points. Great, it does a couple things. Lovely. That's basically all I have to say on terms of balancing.
Okay.
It's one of those ones that sits is understated, and I have to appreciate that. Very mild.
I'm kind of two minds about the flavor text, because on one hand, I really like this flavor text. It depicts something. It's a concept. It tells you about the chapter without running off about the chapter. That's often a problem that a lot of flavor texts have for relics that have been submitted. Or at least on their first draft, where the relic's flavor text would only tertiarily be about the relic, and then it would just run off about the chapter, right? This doesn't do that. This actually tells you about the chapter without running away from the relic, which is really, really cool. And so I really like the flavor text. The only problem I kind of have with the flavor text is it doesn't really connect to the ability at all. Because it's
probably going to be my feedback as well. It's a wonderful, wonderful flavor text, but yeah, it doesn't really translate to the ability.
Yeah, because the flavor text is ostensibly, here is book. Book has alternative copies. Chapter like book. Book revered. Book. Okay. Well, it's quite funny because you can make that work. You can make that work. You can make there are stuff to make that work. It's like the leader of this squad is holding a relic. That relic's entire thing is that people in the chapter revere it. And so that's the kind of thing that affects battle shock. Keeps your chapters, your Marines' morale really high, which is a really good way of translating that. I Feel No Pain, I don't know. It's a funny one. If we had included something in the flavor text about how Battle Brothers are compelled to fight longer, to fight harder, to fight in the face of death, in that, if we had included that in the flavor text somewhere, this ability would have somewhere to translate. But at the moment, it's that being said, overall, I think it's a really great relic. I think the flavor text is written really well. Doesn't waffle. Done a really, really good job. And again, one of the big problems that a lot of the people submitting relics had, at least in their first drafts, was trying to talk about the chapter to the detriment of the relic, and you've managed to talk about the chapter and the relic without running away from the relic, which is a really, really commendable one. So really, really good job there.
I think it's important to note that simplicity isn't bad. This is a perfectly good relic with a perfectly good ability that has a really lovely flavor text. And honestly, what more can you ask for?
No, absolutely. If
I have one we note.
Oh, go on.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, I'll go. I think this is a pattern I've begun to notice as we've been going through these. And I think it's the way that people have constructed their relics. And I think most people are generally following a really good process of you start with your relic, this thing that's important to your chapter or your sub-faction, or just an idea that you had that you thought was cool. And then you extrapolate rules from that. That's generally the way that I think most of these are written, and that's really good. What
100%.
I think also needs to happen is that after they've written their rules, you should probably go back, reread the description you've given, and then reframe it. Don't change what the relic is, but you can reframe the relic to explain how it connects to its functional abilities. Because I know there's some ideas in here. I can kind of understand, it's a grim reminder of the Divine Will of the Emperor, grim resolve, this idea of carrying on through pain. I think you need to draw that connection yourself a bit more manually by going back to the text and redressing that. And I think this applies to many, many people here. I think it's something that I've begun to see as a pattern. So if anyone wants to redo anything, or if you're ever doing a second draft, I think that's the main thing to keep in mind. Once you've got your rules and you've already written your flavor text, give your flavor text another read and decide for yourself if it really links up quite well.
No, for sure. I think it's quite funny though, because in the process of saying that and giving the critique on the flavor text for the Mortis Codex by Rook, my problem was that the flavor text didn't really connect to the ability, and your problem was that the ability was missing something. Well, you could kind of bridge the gap between the two by adding an extra line to the ability that positively impacts battle shock. And you'd actually
leadership. It's really underrated.
Yeah, and then it would just you'd actually bridge that. You'd fix both problems quite quickly. Right, let's move on. So this is from a user in our Discord called TV.
Television.
Which channel?
I have no idea. I do not know. So TV has created a relic for. I think this is our only
Chaos Knights.
Chaos Knights relic. Cool. The Wings of Terror. Terror spelt P-T-E-R-R-O-R.
Like pterodactyl, but weird.
Yes, like pterodactyl, but weird, yes. It is a legendary crusade relic, so a legendary crusade relic for Chaos Knights. Very cool. Court of the Lord Carrion. So that'll be a homebrew Chaos Knight house. Black silver wings folded and bound into a demonic avian tail, reaching into the minds of those that stand against this mighty steed to make their nightmares reality. Oh, fuck no. Oh, I burped.
Ghetto.
Burped up my stomach. Hungry eyes look through the all-consuming hole, I got one of those, in reality that trails this night. All that is truly known is that those black wings beg to be spread. All-consuming holes begging to be spread? Oh, damn! The bearer is a very poetic flavor text. Let's see how it holds up. So, the bearer is equipped with the following ranged weapon. Nightmare visions, psychic torrent. Sorry, we haven't got anything here that says what it can be attached to. Assuming that implies
light of some description.
I'm assuming also Titanic.
I think I would have to.
No!
Assume...
I know why. So they recently changed how Chaos Knights work, so that there are no War Dog characters. Has to be a big knight.
Well, I think
so they don't need to specify.
I think I know why. No, they did. I think I know why they did need to specify. Huge avian tail, and the first ability is a psychic ability. This is meant for a Knight Abominant, which is the psychic knight with a tail. So the bearer is equipped with the following ranged weapon: Nightmare Visions, Psychic Torrent, Dev Wounds, 2d6 attacks, Strength 8, AP 1, Damage 2. So basically, your anti-Space Marine Flamer, very fun. In addition, the bearer also have the following abilities: Cloak of Terror Aura. While a friendly War Dog model is within 9 inches of this model, that War Dog model has the stealth ability. And then finally, Skyfall. This model's Deadly Demise D6 ability is changed to Deadly Demise 2d6. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this needs to be a legendary Crusader relic. I don't think this is overpowered at all.
It's when the night die, it can fall over and kill friend. 2d6.
Personally, I think this is exactly the sort of thing that a Legendary Crusade Relic should be. If we compare this to some of the ones we've seen previously, which I think sometimes have been just swords, right? The sort of things we've seen as Legendary Crusade Relics. I think this one really actually suits that because... Oh, no, sorry, okay, never mind, I've ruined it for myself. I've noticed we have another instance of no range given.
What if it doesn't have a range?
Oh.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Moods, you weren't
So-
here for this last time. We had this before where someone gave us a ranged weapon but didn't specify a ranged stat.
Okay.
What do you mean, Tom? Aaron was definitely here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aaron. With I'm sorry, I forgot that your throat hurts. You just sound like Moods.
Yeah. I also speak in the third person. Apparently, it's that happens. It happens when you have a flu or when you have a cold.
So an additional weapon is always a really strong relic, because normally that wouldn't be for a melee weapon because you can only fight with one melee weapon. But because you get this extra, you just stick this on to get an extra gun to kill more things. That's great, and then you get a stealth aura for your war dogs. And as I understand it, since I believe the Codex came out not too long ago for Chaos Knights.
Probably.
Am I tripping? Anyway, I've heard that they're actually doing all right now, and that the big knights are not horribly suboptimal to take anymore, which is great. But I do believe the war dogs are still very powerful, and so giving them this, I think, is a really fun way to make a big, terrifying monster. And there is this idea that kind of spreads throughout the concept of this that I've really enjoyed, which is like this weird animalistic description that I think really sells the kind of knight this is mounted to. The idea of wings that literally enshroud a bunch of war dogs is such fun imagery. If you have a kit batch of this, please post an at me.
I think it's meant to be like 9-inch range for the Nightmare Visions.
I think that's very fair. Yeah,
I think any more than that is willfully taking the piss. Any less than that is a little bit underwhelming, I think.
I could see it being 12.
12-inch
like
flame
heavy
built to
flavor.
kill Space Marines. Fuck.
See,
Well,
I think
I'll tell you
12.
why. I'll tell you why it's 9 inches. Because it's a psychic ability, and I think the Cloak of Terror is also meant to be a sort of a psychic manifestation.
I
think it's like, here's a bubble. If you're a friendly and you're in the bubble, you benefit. If you're not a friendly and you're in the bubble, you get fucking cooked.
Mm-hmm.
See, I have an alternate way of thinking about this. You're both thinking of like psychic wings surrounding the war dogs. I'm thinking this thing's fucking terrifying. Huge bird Imperial Knight. Why would I be looking at the little guys? This thing's like this. This is a horror from beyond the veil. What the fuck? Run! It's Godzilla!
Yeah. I think it's fun. I think the flavor text is poetic. It's short. It's sweet. I almost want more of it, which is, I don't think I've said that about any of the relics so far, flavor text so far. It leaves... It's quite funny because you kind of want to leave your reader in a place where they want more, but isn't that kind of wanting more. This is I think I'm always a little bit unsatisfied with how much I've been given. Mostly because maybe it's even a bit too poetic. Hungry eyes look through the all-consuming hole in reality that trails this night. It's like, okay, that's not about the relic. All that is known is that those black wings beg to be spread. I mean, it's like, we know wings do that. It's like, it's very cool. It's very thematic. You get a feeling for it, but I think it's a bit too much feeling. It's not bad. It's really well written, but I think maybe something a little bit more substantial could have really done a lot here.
I think the fact that it is very poetic in a sense works very well for it. It feels very chaosy, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Or it feels even more eldritch in a sense than I think a lot of chaos stuff usually go, which I really personally appreciate. So I think it's cool. I also, what does Deadly Demise do?
So that, my friend, is when you die, or when something on the tabletop dies, you roll a dice. And if the device is it 6 or 1, Zarek? It's 1, right?
It's a 6.
Oh, it's a 6. My bad.
So Hazardous is 1. Deadly Demise is 6.
Bit silly, but sure. So if you've got Deadly Demise, you roll a dice for that unit or that model. And on a 6, the model does something we like to call blowing the fuck up. And Deadly Demise is how much range is Deadly Demise? It's 9 inches, right?
So it's each unit within 6.
Oh, 6 inches. Okay. So you see it says Deadly Demise 2d6.
Yeah.
So then you roll 2d6s. And that is the number, that is the amount of damage that everything within 2d6, within 6 inch of the. It's basically the Skyfall ability is. No?
You have to roll it separately for each unit.
Do you?
I believe you do. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I'll take your word on it. Basically, that Skyfall ability at the end there is a fancy way of that's a way of saying this thing blow up extra good. My preference for
blow extra good. Big hole that already begs to be spread. Yes, very nice.
I think personally, my preference for Deadly Demise stuff is less the Deadly Demise is bigger and explodier, and it's more abilities that are like, hey, the Deadly Demise is more consistent. Instead of going off on 6s, Deadly Demises that go off on 4+ are like, oh, it's gambling time, because then you can reliably chuck something at someone, and then it's like it's not always in their best interest to just gun it down straight away. So yeah, really fun ability. I think kudos to you for being brave enough to take on a knight ability, something so big as well. Yeah, okay, I see what Zarek's saying. Definitely strong, but it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool.
It is very cool.
Yeah, we're going to assume you meant 9-inch range on the Nightmare Visions. I think that's probably what you're going for. Right.
Don't tell Tom. I'd go for 18.
18.
I'd go for 23.
Whoa! Who wouldn't go for 23? Am I right?
Why don't we just pull an Aaron and change Deadly Demise to 3d4?
What do you mean, guys? Don't you want to give it a flat 26-inch range?
So the next one is from Mario. It is the
Mario.
All right, you can read this one,
The Axe of Confluence, Space Marines, Brothers Adamant. The Axe of Confluence is a force weapon of peerless craftsmanship. The axe head is inlaid with glittering psych-reactive circuitry, and empiric lightning arcs between the cog teeth of the blade. Forged in the aftershocks of the Moray Schism, it was presented by the tech breeds of the Brothers Adamant to its librarians as a symbol of brotherhood for a divided chapter. In the hands of a gifted iron librarian, the axe hums with violent technomancy, echoing the strife of its creation.
Ooh.
Librarian model only, the bear is equipped with the following melee weapon instead of its force weapon. Axe of Confluence, Psychic. 4 attacks, weapon skill 3, strength 6, AP -2, damage 3 plus 1, D3 plus 1. Is that the standard for force weapons?
D3, I think, is standard.
So slightly better force weapon.
Yep.
So and this is it's what it says on the tin. This is a fancy axe. That's just an upgrade,
Cool.
May I say it, Tom?
Yep.
This too is a weapon mod.
Yeah.
Which is a real shame, because I love the prose for this. This is some of my favorite prose in here.
So I will come in a little bit. I may have helped Mario write this flavor text.
Wait, you doing what a little bit?
Although you can't fucking talk, Croc. Shut the fuck up. We'll get to you in a minute. Shut up.
I was making a joke. You said you came a little bit.
I came a little bit. I came into my office and sat down in my chair.
The gaping holes and the begging to be spread.
Okay, so the flavor text that Mario has done here is wonderful. The help I gave him was utterly minimal. It's really, really well done. It connects wonderfully to the Acts of Confluence. You get big bias points from me about mentioning the Moirai Schism. But it works because it's meant to be this kind of connection point between the chapter's Forge and the chapter's Librarium, and both the flavor text and the rules of the weapon exemplify that brilliantly. It says Librarian model only because it's like, it's a gift from the Tech Marines to the Librarians, I struggle to say too much about this one just because it's kind of perfect. I think the problem with the weapon mod is like, yeah, sure, whatever. But with that aside,
Well, I have a suggestion here. I think you should add 1 to the strength of this weapon. Then it becomes strength 7, AP 2, and minimum 2 damage, because that is the stat line for an Omniscient Axe, which is what this sounds like it's describing, but with a PSYAMP. So I think that increasing strength to 7 is what you would need to make this absolutely read as like the same stat line, basically.
I wonder if I see what you're going for. I wonder if it was instead of adding to the Omniscient Axe, I wonder if instead it was trying to find a middle point between an Omniscient Axe and a Force Axe.
That's fair.
Trying to find where they connect in the middle. Either case, either way, I get it. Either way, Mario, a really, really exceptional job with this. In the hands of a gifted librarian, the axe hums with violent technomancy, echoing the strife of its creation. Wonderful.
That is my favorite part of the whole flavor text. That is so vivid. That's really cool.
Well, Moops, I'm going to send you a DM real quick.
Oh.
Sorry, you can't say anything.
Oh. Send it to me. Oh, what's this gonna be?
All right,
send it to me. Oh, it's Tom Penis. Oh.
All right, moving on.
I see.
Yeah, I've seen that clip where it's just, oh my god, he's pulling out his dick, he's gonna suck your cock. Run.
All right, moving on. So, next up is from Wolfram the Regulator, and Wolfram has given us a Chaos Space Marine relic for his homebrew warband.
Oh my god, it's them. It's the Regulators.
The relic is called Scrap Brand. Chaos Space Marines, the Regulators. Scrap Brand is a crude piece of steel, closer to a blunt force weapon than a blade. It has grown and mutated with its wielder, High Marauder Arshutz. This cleaver is forged over the years by smelting down relic weapons pried from the hands of slain rivals into raw slag. It still calls for more relics to desecrate.
Ooh.
Chaos Lord model only. The bearer is equipped with this melee weapon instead of any other available melee weapon options, and the bearer gains the Ravenous Rust ability. Scarbrand, Dev Wounds, 4 attacks, hitting on 3s, Strength 6, AP 2, Damage 2, Ravenous Rust. Each time this model destroys an enemy character unit, increase the attack's characteristic of the melee weapon of this model by 1, up to a maximum of 6.
Oh.
Each time this model destroys an enemy warlord model, increase the model's strength, AP, and damage characteristics by 1. Zarek, we spoke about this one, I wouldn't say at length, but we definitely spoke about this quite a bit before recording the other day. Would you like to talk about the rules a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll swing in here. So, the main issue with this weapon is that it is a straight-up downgrade from the options that a Chaos Lord already has. Now, maybe the intent is that the Chaos Lord uses his other weapons until he swaps into this weapon after killing an enemy character model. But even then, you still have to get, I think, maybe a 2 character kills before it becomes better than standard war gear, at which point the game's probably already over, because it's very, very hard to pick up multiple character kills. It's genuinely easier for a Venom Crawler to pick up its kills and rack up its damage than it would be with this sort of thing. I really like the thing with the enemy Warlord, because that gives you an angle to make it immediately amazing. I think the way you could have a way-in to make this a sort of usable item without changing too much is that you could give it anti-warlord 4+. That way, it's marked for the enemy leader, and when you do get the enemy leader, it gets a big power buff.
Yeah.
But there is some other thematic stuff, Tom, that I believe you would like to talk about.
Well, I'm just going to add on to the rules of it real quick. I think you got to remember, even with Dev Wounds, for a Chaos Lord, 4 attacks hitting on 3s, like, unless that weapon is Thunderhammer or Power Fist levels of like strength, that's really quite anticlimactic. That's not great. Dev Wounds does not make up for that. However, in that same effort where you look at it and you go, well, Tom, this isn't really meant for cutting down hordes of enemies. This is meant for killing characters. You could offset a lot of that problem by going, okay, I'm going to give it precision. Because when you give precision to this thing, it's like, okay, I'm going to try my luck to kill this character anyway. Because without precision, like, even if you could somehow drop this guy right in front of the enemy warlord squad, you're just going to struggle to get to him with that profile.
What does precision do?
Precision means that when your squad with your character runs into an enemy squad with an enemy character, precision means any weapons that have precision can immediately target the character in that squad without having to go through all the other dudes. Now you could use the what's the stratagem called, Zarek?
Epic Duel, I believe.
Epic Duel. So you can spend a command point to basically make it so that your character can immediately fight the enemy character anyway. But at that point, you're already spending points on giving someone a subpar relic.
Epic Challenge, sorry.
Epic Challenge. At that point, you're already spending points to give someone a subpar weapon, and then you're spending command points on top of that to like give them a chance of killing the thing. And so this kind of adds on to what you said about how like it's very rare that character kills kind of happen more than once or twice in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone character kills where you can specifically say, here's my character, he's gonna do that. I think a good frame of reference for something like this is to look at historical White Scars characters, because they've always had a really not easy time, but they've always had really good characterization of tabletop characters who are meant to hunt down and kill other characters. Now, that being said, flavor text. The flavor text is very well written. That last line or that last sort of like half line is really, really good. Weapons pried from the hands of slain rivals into raw slag and still calls for more relics to desecrate. That's really, really cool. I think one of the things that Zarek and I were talking about before was about this idea where you could completely redo its in-game rules and maybe give it a benefit where it's like, insert thing happens if this targets an enemy unit wielding an enhancement, right? This idea that it's a relic hunting relic is a very cool idea. The only thing I'm not really fond of is like the latter half of the first sentence. Closer to a blunt force weapon than a blade, it has grown and mutated with its wielder, High Marauder Arshutz. The problem I have with doing stuff like that in relic flavor text is it's like we're no longer talking about the relic, we're just kind of talking about him, and it kind of detracts from the relic in and of itself, because we come down, we can't see it on the screen here, we come down and see this wonderful picture that Wolfram's added of this wonderfully painted and really cool relic. It's like, well, we're not talking about that though, are we? We're kind of talking about this other guy now, and I think that's a little bit of a detraction. I'm very grateful that that's not been done too much with the submissions.
I think it's just enough, because I mean, it's, as far as I know, it is the only wielder of the weapon, so it's like I don't think it hurts to mention the wielder himself.
The problem is, and we had this before, I think Zarek and I were talking about this, the problem with that is that when you name a character like this in this capacity with a relic, rather than like what happens in actual relic examples in the codices, especially in 10th ed codices, is seeing a relic stat line and abilities is far less appropriate than just seeing a data sheet. Because that's essentially what we have here. We have a Chaos Lord's datasheet. Well, you can imagine the datasheet here. You already know what the datasheet looks like. And it's basically just a character's datasheet that's been modified to look like a relic rather than a relic's datasheet. Sorry, a relic's rules or anything. So it's kind of misses the point of the challenge, if that makes sense. It's still well written and it's still very cool, and there's obviously those thematic connections there. It's like it's only tertiarily about the relic now.
Wolf is gonna have to correct me on this, but is the so I'm sort of asking to him right now, Wolf, if you're listening, is the closer to a blunt force weapon than a blade a reference to Berserk?
Guts from back.
It's guts. It's fucking nuts from Berg. Holy shit!
It's him. It's Buttgacken.
Right,
I really
don't get
like
me started
this.
on that.
I think I think this weapon is really cool. I guess I already established that I don't fully agree with Tom's assessment here.
Okay.
But
Your
I
one's
do.
coming up soon, mate.
Shit, fuck. No, not mine. What are you talking about?
So is yours as well.
Mine was.
see.
I got no worries about mine. Mine's great.
No, you mean Moots? Moots' relic.
Yeah,
coming
Moose
up.
is coming up.
Soon.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry, Aaron. My bad.
No, I think this weapon is really cool. But I agree. Something, just a little something to add to the last one. I think you said like the relic hunting weapon sounds really cool option, or something to make it easier to kill
unique.
a warlord. Yeah.
Because there's nothing in the game I can think of right now where it's like, hey, if you take this enhancement, you are better off against other enemies who have enhancements. Like that's such a nuanced topic, and the flavor text for this weapon really feeds into that idea. It's just a little bit of a shame to only see it partially manifest in the rules, but it's still fine.
Now I have a question though. How would this weapon work in a crusade, like game or games?
Oh, Moots, I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah.
So, oh, you're right. Okay, so here's the funny thing about how this works in Crusade. So, you may note that any given ability like this, that things on the Master of Executions, on the Venom Crawler, whatever, always says until the end of the battle, it gets this increase. This doesn't say that. So,
No.
technically speaking,
That's what
throughout
I
a
thought,
crusade, this weapon continues to grow and grow and grow. And I hadn't actually considered that as a genuine intent, but if it is, holy shit, what a relic. Because suddenly, this becomes absolutely terrifying. As the crusade goes on, this character is trying to claim heads, and all of the people in your crusade are going to try to keep their characters as far away from him as possible. And that will influence their tactics, and therefore make this relic more than worth itself. If this was played that way, I do think this might actually wrap around to being sufficiently powerful. I think for Crusade play, this is the ultimate scare the shit out of your friend's weapon. Because suddenly, after a few games of killing warlords, oh boy, I've got a strength 8, AP 4, damage 4 weapon coming at you. And from the few characters that I've killed, I've already gained quite a few attacks on it. So it's already up to 8 or something. That would be really funny.
The attacks characteristic does stop at 6.
Yes.
Okay. So
But
it stops
not-
at 6. So,
But not AP and damage.
yeah, so throughout a crusade, you
Or
get
strength.
6 attacks. Yeah. And this thing could go sky high. I was going to say, though, in Crusade, if you wanted to make this a thing that really does build on continued play, you could have it so that each time the bearer destroys an enemy character model, the bearer gets 2 experience. That's a nice little thing. You're just rewarding them, they get stronger, da-da-da-da-da. Now, it's okay, I don't blame anyone for not knowing this Crusade stuff, because I know that, 0.5% of all Warhammer players actually play Crusade. God forbid the campaign lasts for more than 3 games. I say this as the top, I believe, I must be in the top 0.05 percentile of all Crusade players in terms of games played, because I've been playing non-stop since the edition launched. It's the only kind of
Oh
40k
my
I
God.
play anymore.
Right, shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah,
Big
sure.
punch.
So this is a funny little one. So this is from Archangel. And this is the Bloodstone Fist, Blood Angel's relic, or Blood Angel's successor, Space Marines there, the Angels of Anguish. Forged from the heart of a blood-red meteor and driven by a piston core that vents superheated exhaust with every strike. The Bloodstone Fist is a relic of raw violence and brotherhood. When chosen to wield it, the bearer offers their own blood to the relic, binding themselves to the fury and memory of those who came before. It is one of the chapter's most sacred relics, passed down from champion to champion, each leaving behind a mark etched in steel and scarred into legend. Character model only. Replaces one power fist or melee weapon. The Bloodstone Fist melee is lance weapon. 4 attacks, hitting on 2s. Strength is user times 2. AP 3 damage 3. So we probably meant to go with, that was one of the old edition ways of doing it. 10 there, that's not how we do it anymore. Archangel, I think you meant to just write 8 there. It has an ability, Crushing Vengeance. Once per battle, when the bearer is selected to fight, you can spend 1 CP. If you do, until the end of the phase, this weapon has damage 4 when targeting a vehicle or monster. Now, I've got to be honest, really, to throw out there really quick, I don't think Crushing Vengeance needs to be something you have to pay for. I think it having an extra +1 damage against vehicles or monsters, honestly, I think it can just have that for free. That's not busted at all. Can you imagine a circumstance where you're like, I want to spend a command point to do 1 extra damage to this one thing?
Now, to be fair, I think, personally, that this weapon should probably sit around about the damage 2 mark, because then it does the sort of Tor Garridan thing, where Tor Garridan, I believe, gets a +2 extra damage against, I think, vehicles and fortifications.
Yeah.
And something like in that same vein is wonderful, but I do believe it should be a 2 damage increase into his preferred target. Otherwise, this becomes an excellent character sniper. You just pay that command point to get precision, and then boom, 4 attacks hit on 2s, wound on 2s, straight to Invon, 3 damage each.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very funny little thing. The damage 3 to 4 is such a funny breakpoint, because it's like the best time to spend the command point. Like the only time, if I was using this, the only time I would spend that command point to activate Crushing Vent. Oh no, it wouldn't even work. It wouldn't even work. I was about to say when you charge into a squad of Centurions, but it wouldn't work because they're not vehicles or monsters.
Yeah, no.
You couldn't even do that.
You could maybe spark out a War Dog / Armiger. I don't know how much health they have total.
They got toughness. They're toughness 9, I think, right? So like you're going to be wounding it on 5. So 4 attacks.
Yeah, but we don't worry about that. We don't worry about those numbers.
Yeah, I think what this weapon needs more than extra damage into vehicles is a way to get higher strength. If it was strength 8, and then for a command point you can double the strength of the weapon, that would be wonderful. That would be awesome.
Strength 16.
Literally.
Punch out this Warhound Titan.
Well, exactly. I think that this is the kind of weapon that should absolutely do that. This is the kind of weapon. You see the guy running out to the Wardog's foot. He punches it so hard the foot slips across the ground and it falls forward on its face. That's the kind of vibe I get from this. So I really think it should be a strength times 2 for a command point, because then it's, hey guys, guess what? I'm popping out the strength 16. And that feels very worth a command point.
I just realised the Warlord Titan,
the ultimate Smash Captain.
The Warlord Titan is one of the only things in the game that's toughness 16.
When they get on 3s on the charge.
So it's like the only thing in the game that can consistently do damage to a Warlord Titan in melee, other than another Warlord Titan.
I love that. I think that'll be really funny. Archangel, please, you're gonna hear me. Make it damage 2. Make Crushing Vengeance as an automatic thing to increase it by 2 against vehicles and monsters, and then let yourself spend that command point to double the strength from 8 to 16. I would have so much fun playing against that. It's too much fun.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, here he comes. It's Fisty McTitan Puncher here to punch your god engines. Oh, look at him. He's making a mess of them all again. AJ punched it in the shins. It hurt its foot and it fell over.
Now, by the way, I don't think I've ever seen any ability, like any unit ability, where you have to pay a command point, but I love the idea of that. I think that is so much fun. I'm baffled we haven't seen it before. I will definitely be using that in some of my homebrews.
Yeah, an extra way to spend resources is always nice. I think it deals with, it doesn't really deal with, but it in some way at least addresses with a lot of the problems that 10th Ed has, in a sense that 10th Ed is so brutally simplified a lot of the time. GW sat there worried that 10th Ed players will like do a who's the guy in that cartoon? Dr. Something. He went up his own asshole.
Whoa.
My ass has eaten my hand. It
That's the one.
hungers.
That's the one. That's the one.
The fuck?
There's like 2 people listening to this right now who know exactly what I'm talking about. GW are worried that that's what will happen to you if you if they make their rules like if they make it so that rules could include other rules, right? Spending a command point as well as paying for an enhancement. It's too confusing.
To be fair, Tom, somebody got Gene Stealer. People got Gene Stealers to like a 60-70% win rate. That never happens, but they did it. So I mean, know why they're scared.
Listen, no, I mean, I'm not trying to defend GW, but in regards to that example, like that's just a testament to the power of Adderall. That is all that is. Yeah. That is like all. That's all. In fact, competitive 40k is just a testament to Adderall. Like, let's not pretend otherwise. Right. Let's move on to the next one. So we've got Moots's relics here. Moots has done 2 relics because he's a little shit. Right. So
you said I could do 2 if I didn't do weapons. What the hell?
I thought you were Aaron. I thought you were Aaron. Shaking my head.
Oh yeah, right. Of course.
Yeah,
that's what Moots thought. Yeah, he told me.
Speaking of you, Aaron, you're a relic, man. Come on, like seriously, 3d4.
Fucking 3d4. What the fuck are you? All right, let's do this. So, the Neural Diadem, Space Marines, the Iron Gorges chapter. Moots has got some spelling mistakes in here. He's got some spelling mistakes here right at the start.
Oh, no.
A wreath of metal and cables. This artifact is surgically crafted onto the skull of the senior commanders of the chapter, and is passed down to their successors to be donned when deemed imperative, so their experiences may live on. For all Iron Gorges who bear witness to the Stygian crown, the Neural Diadem represents their ultimate purpose to the Imperium, and the promise of service eternal. Character model only. While this model is leading a unit, models in that unit have the Feel No Pain 5+ ability, and the first time the bearer is destroyed in battle, roll 1d6 at the end of the phase. On a 2+, you may select another character model in the bearer's unit, or a unit's champion. Until the end of the battle, that model is the bearer of this enhancement. What the foghorn is a unit champion?
Oh boy, Tom. So I helped Moots with the rules here.
Yes.
And believe it or not, the term unit champion actually has a bunch of rule precedents in Crusade.
Okay.
So it's any sergeant or any denoted unit leader.
Okay, cool. That was what my gut instinct would have been.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so okay, that's cool. So you could pass it to a lieutenant, an apothecary, or a sergeant if there's one present in the squad.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So 5+ Feel No Pain. That continues. So basically, it's a 5+ Feel No Pain that persists through character destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Simple. Works. Flavor text is really, really good, even if there is a spelling mistake. Shaking my head.
No, I have noticed.
Moots can't write. We all know this, you know.
I have noticed. I let Moots down here for a second because I realized it shouldn't be while this model is leading unit. It should be models in the bearer's unit, because if you pass it to a unit champion, that unit champion isn't technically leading the unit because it doesn't have the leader ability. So I've only noticed that in the edit. So everyone point and laugh.
Unfucking playable.
Point and laugh at me. It's my fault.
But no, seriously, the flavor text is really good. It's short, it's sweet, it's to the point, it's thematic. It doesn't beat your audience over the head with Iron Gorge's lore. It stays on, much like I think it was Rook's one, whoever it was. It talks about the relic and lets you know about the chapter without diverging the information away from the relic itself. It uses the relic as a lens to understand more about the chapter and the chapter's place in the Imperium. It also helps you sort of get thematics for the chapter, this idea that they'll pass on this thing that's like surgically implanted into their brains. The only disconnect that actually exists here that I can see is this artifact is surgically grafted onto the skull. Then, pass down. You're on the battlefield, and your squad leader bites it, and you've got to fucking perform surgery on your own cranium, right fucking there.
Yeah,
to get the crown on. It's like, gee.
You're right, Tom. It should be a 4+ to represent that difficulty.
I do think the 2+ is a little bit. I'm very wary of abilities that go off on 2+, to be honest.
Because it happens so often, yeah.
Well, more because if it's a 2+, it basically just means that, it means that the one. So you don't have to look at it like, oh, this happens on 2+. This happens most of the time. You have to look at what happens if you don't get that 2+. What happens on the rare occasion, and to justify it being so rare, that occasion has to be really, really bad. And a squad losing a 5-up feel no pain after the main character in the squad's already bitten it is kind of. I don't think that justifies 2+. I think maybe 3+ or 4+, probably 4+. I can hear an argument for 3+, to be honest. But this, to be honest, moves. I'm nitpicking. It's a really good relic. It's really well done. It's really well written.
I got a 3+. Going once, going twice. All in fair ward. Sold to the man down there.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we can get some unique perspective here, as where it's. Because when I made it, I think when I first made it, I only said, well, this model is lean during models in that unit have the Feel No Pain 5 plus ability. That was it. That's what it did. And Zarek was very kind to lend me some assistance in wording and how to actually make it do more what the flavor text implied it to do.
Absolutely.
And that was very fun.
Well, that's that second draft you were talking about earlier, wasn't it, Zarek?
Something like that, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So yeah, no, very well done. You should be proud of that. Right, let's move on to Moops' second one. Selfish bastard wants to hold the second spot. How do you pronounce that first word? Is it Ferai?
Ferai.
Cool. The Ferai Domina, Space Marines, the Iron Gorges. An immense and ancient set of Terminator armor crafted in a bygone age of the chapter. The wearer, once encased within its plates, can no longer leave it. Once within the Ferai Domina's embrace, age-old systems come to life as Pitons invade the host's body, fusing the Marine together with conduits and wires to bones and nerve endings in a near-perfect fusion of machine and meat. Once killed in combat or spent from use, the Marine within is purged from the armor to make room for a new body. Terminator model only. Improve the wound characteristic of the bearer by 1. At the beginning of the fight phase, if they are within 9 inches of an enemy model or an objective marker you don't control, you may choose to increase the strength and attack characteristic of the bearer's melee by 3, and they gain Feel No Pain 5+ ability. Then, at the end of the fight phase, the bearer takes D3 mortal wounds. Alright, first off, flavor text is splendid.
Thank you.
Splendid. Bones and nerve endings in a near-perfect fusion of machine and meat. A lesser writer would have used another word instead of meat. A lesser writer would have said man and machine, but that's not the vibe of the Iron Gorges, is it?
No, they're the back the tank Marines.
Yeah. That's very...
Someone said in the comments of a YouTube video.
They're the motherfuckers that come out the Matrix pods, dude.
Yeah.
exceptionally well done on that flavor text. Now, the rules, I think, are fine. You'd like your 5-up feel no pains, don't you? Unoriginal fuck.
They've got iron in the name. They need feel no pains.
It's like, haha, I'm going to take D3 mortal wounds. But I've also got a feel no pain, which might negate some of those mortal wounds.
Okay, so
I
I'll
have
here.
a question. Is the intention being that when you activate it, they take the D3? Or have you got a Terminator that's on a fucking timer?
Timer. So like it happens at the end, after you've had the feel no pain and all of that.
No, but I don't know if I'm being stupid, but with the wording, it looks a lot more like they just take D3 at the end after you choose to activate the ability or not, regardless.
So Moots did leave out the qualifier of they increase the strength attacks by 3 and feel no pain until the end of the phase.
Yeah,
I believe that was the intended wording there.
That was the intended wording.
Yeah. Because then at the end of the phase, once the feel no pain goes away, then you take the D3.
Yeah.
No, I like what I mean is that regardless of whether or not you activate the ability or don't, you still take the D3 mortal wounds at the end of the fight phase.
No, so it only happens if you activate the ability.
Okay, I'm just reading the wording wrong then.
Yeah, no. It's because it's part of the same sentence. The effect follows as part of that.
This syntax confuses me, man. I'm built
Yeah.
Oh my god, Zarek, why couldn't you do this better? I mean, shit.
hey, you didn't listen to all the exact wording I gave you, Boots. You took liberties!
I know. Moots did. I'm Aaron.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Aaron. I shouldn't have yelled at you there.
I will point out that it's quite strong. +3 strength and attack. So that's 8 attacks at strength 11 with a power
Boonga
fist,
boonga.
hitting on 2s.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to hit like
smash.
a bus. Isn't there already a captain ability for the regular captains, not the Terminator ones, to have something like that? Yes, the finest hour. What you've basically done is made... Oh, it's not better than finest hour. Well, it's about the same as finest hour, to be honest. Because finest hour is +3 attacks, but instead of extra strength, it just gives dev wounds. Oh, yeah, it's not too busted. The 5-up feel no pain. I don't know. I feel like the 5-up feel no pain just feels kind of out of place. Because it's already Terminator armor. You're already going to be doing like. You're already going to be having like great durability. You're already going to be surviving all sorts of stuff because you're in Terminator armor. You've already represented that excessively by giving it the +1 wound as well, like in Terminator armor. So you're going up to what? That's going to put you at 7 wounds. Captain in Terminator armor. Let me have a look real quick, just to make sure I'm correct. Yeah, so you're going to be at 7 wounds, like, and the feel no pain on top of that. I don't know. It just feels a bit excessive. I think maybe even the 6-up feel no pain, I'd probably be saying the same thing. And it doesn't really feel characterized. The feel no pain doesn't really feel particularly characterized in the flavor text either. The flavor text screams, I'm going to kill the guy inside me, but he's going to go and beat people to death. And the feel no pain feels a little bit, even the +1 wound feels a little bit anathema to that. But I don't know. I guess I'm in a headspace where I'm like, pick one or the other. Both of these. It's like this thing does more to keep him alive than it does to do like deal extra damage.
Hmm.
And I don't know if that's
Oh,
what
that's
you were
fair.
going for.
Well, I don't want to harp too much on the assistance I got from Zarek here.
If you want to blame it on Zarek, now's the time. Just
Yeah, blame me. I forgot what I advised you on.
Set that precedent.
I totally forgot what my advice was, honestly.
Because I think when I first made it, the idea was just the whole it gets stronger.
yeah.
And then Zarek very helpfully suggested, okay, but let's get that spending the marine aspect into it, and also a bit of gambling, because gambling is always fun.
Gamma.
So
I'm right here for it. Absolutely.
and I think the suggestion on top of that was make it also have +1 wound, and but I think I was the one who added the feel no pain 5+.
Yeah.
So with some, obviously feedback, I think obviously it's I could go without the feel no pain 5+. I think maybe the plus, because how many wounds does Terminators have? Isn't it 3?
It depends. If it's a
No.
if it's a character, 5.
5.
Sorry, 6.
Okay.
It just depends. Is it the same for captains as is for chaplains and librarians?
I believe it is.
For regular infantry
hold on.
Terminators, it is 3.
So this couldn't go to a regular infantry, so it could go to any Terminator character.
Yeah, so a captain, librarian, or chaplain. So,
but the chaplain could take a shield, right? So it becomes... hold on.
Oh boy.
So the chaplain has 8 fucking wounds. Yeah. Oh no,
Jesus.
chaplain's 5. So the chaplain would only have 7. The captain would have 7 as well. So yeah, it just makes the chaplain have as much as the. Oh no, it takes it up to 6 straight. Oh yeah. So it would be the same. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not extra buffed giving it to a chaplain. It would just make him as defensible as the captain, who has 1 extra wound by default anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, it's fine. I will say this. The flavor text is great. You've basically fucking FNAF'd a space marine in Terminator armor.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Freddy Fazbear.
Always come back.
You just there's that, which is a kind of a flavor win, I guess. It's very visually interesting. I think this in the neural diadem, it's the same thing though, right? It's like it eats into you, and you just have to deal with that.
I got one thing. The choice of words "spent from use" make me think that the little scroll that comes with this when you look at it in the relic horn is "Ferea Domine, ribbed for her pleasure."
They have to take you out of it once it's drained your balls.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, the purging isn't purging of the flesh inside; it's the purging of the fluids. You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
Chapter 7:
Right.
Drain the cum.
I just want to say, for anyone who hasn't figured it out yet, the name Ferai Domina is a riff on a Iron Maiden.
Oh my!
So it's like, the idea is suit, spikes, go in, you can't escape, get spent from use.
Spent from use.
Spent from use.
Oh
Big
my
hole.
god, that's why he said
Spread it.
that's why he said machine and meat. Shaking my head.
Like looking at the
There's a-
fucking stream. Yeah.
There's a built-in pump in there, It's
All right, let's move on. All right, who's next? Oh, God. Okay, so this next one was the one I submitted halfway through. I will give a little bit of context to this because I have the power to. This was kind of put in there as an idea of like just a relic kind of example, just for people who are struggling. halfway through. I know I sent this to like 9 different people in the Discord just because they were struggling on like trying to understand the examples from the initial post. However, I don't dislike it at all. I think it's perfectly fine. So I will go on, Croc. You can read this one out.
I can?
Yep, this is yours.
I didn't make this. Okay.
No, I want you to read it. I don't want to read my own.
The armor inviolate, Adeptus Custodes, Aegis Imperatoras Shieldhose. This ancient suit of Aquilon patent Terminator armor earned its reverence during the infamous war in the Webway. Handmade for a custodian tribune of a long-forgotten era, it is said that the wearer of the armor inviolate was one of the first to enter the Webway, and one of the last to leave. Only in the direst conflicts is the armor inviolate donned by one of the custodian Terminator elite. Warriors fighting alongside this time-worn panoply have insisted upon seeing visions of the master of mankind in his prime at the edge of their perception, spurring them to hold impossible ground and defeat endless foes.
Terminator shield captain model only. Each time an attack targets the bearer's unit, if the bearer's unit remains stationary in your last movement phase, subtract 1 from the wound roll. Once per battle round, you can reroll a battle shock test taken for the bearer's unit.
Thank you, Croc. So the idea was just to make something simple. Just something that was very simple. There's a connection between the flavor text and the rules. I'm open to feedback.
It fucking sucks. No, I'm just
Yeah. I only have one note here, because otherwise it is an excellent relic all around.
Go on.
I do think it should be you only subtract 1 from the wound roll if the strength is greater than the unit's toughness.
That's a fair change.
Otherwise,
do you know what the toughness is by default for these guys?
Was it 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so, because I've played Custodians. I played against them, and they're ass. So imagine, if you will, you fire your bolter. Yeah, that was on a 6, mate. How? And also, this is all Gene Stealer melee weapons wound on a 6. Basically, all of them. It would be agony. It would be agony.
Yeah. The idea was you take this, you dump it on a Terminator shield captain for 130 points. You'd attach that 130 points to 360 points of Alaris Custodian, so you've pissed over a quarter of your army up the wall on this one fucking thing. Then turn 2, you deep strike the fuckers onto any objective that's not got any opponents on it. And you'd leave them there for the entire game and watch how nothing shy of a Warlord Titan is going to get them off that fucking objective.
Now, Tom, to be fair, they are vulnerable the turn after they deep strike.
Yeah, but that's why you bring... it's still... Here's the thing. You say vulnerable... It's still Stem and Alaris Terminators.
The word vulnerable and Custodes don't mix. That ain't a thing.
Dude, I hate that a las cannon wounds these guys on a 4 with this.
This is actually, you forget, it is still a Custodian.
So you know, the only weapon that could actually wound these guys on a 2 is that guy's like fist you pay a command point for, and we're going with our homebrew where you double the strikes. That's the only way, because then it goes down to wounding on 3s, but with Lance it then gets to wound on 2s. That's the only way. It's the only way.
Yeah, it would be
to wound on 2s.
This is like what, 4 times 6 plus 7, 31 wounds. At yeah.
Oh, hang on. There's an alternative here as to how we could deal with them.
Do you want to hear something funny as well, real quick? I did not count this into my bullshit as I was putting this together. But
you can give them feel no pain, can't you?
No. I mean, you probably can. I haven't got that far yet.
You can. I'm pretty sure you can.
Well, that's just a skill issue, I guess. All Alaris Terminators have it so that once per battle, you can make it so that every time damage is allocated to him, that damage just becomes a 1.
Yeah.
It's not the first time, it's every time during that phase.
Oh, it's so... I have a
proposition.
This is not Tom's fault. This is just GW.
Have you considered D3 plus 1 shots, hitting on 4, strength 24, HP minus 5, 12 damage apiece.
Oh, let me guess.
Kilogram's
Is that
Titan weapon, bro?
Is that the fucking volcano cannon on a Stormlord? Sorry,
Shadow
not
Sword,
Stormlord.
actually,
Fucking
yes.
Shadow Sword,
Shadows.
yes. Thank you, Karl.
I had a couple friends, went down to this newish game store that opened recently, and were looking at one-page rules. I was like, oh damn, I can't wait to put my Shadow Sword in the corner again.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Yeah, it's you know, I haven't looked at like the other Custodes stuff that they can just have. But
Honestly, I think the difference is negligible. It's Custodes anyway. If these cunts are stunned at objective, like they're just gotta be tough to kill.
Nah, guys, it's okay. You just use grenades every shooting phase.
yeah, that's how do you kill custodians? You throw grenades and hope for the best.
Don't they still have that detachment that gives them a fucking 4-up in feel no pain against mortal wounds?
Probably.
Or is it 5-ups now?
They got 5 up. There's one that gives them a 5 up against. I've lost it. Oh yeah, psychic. Yeah, it's 5 up against psychic and mortals. Yeah.
Yeah. They just like counter their only weakness.
If grenades are their weakness, do red gobbo and as many Gretchen as you can carry. And you just... Oh, nice shiny armor, mate. Get it!
Yeah, you just surround him with like 3 concentric rings of fucking Gretchen that just enfold them each phase. Shit, you're not going to kill them, but they won't get a move.
Yeah. Right. Let's move on from my fucking. As I think I've just realised why there's no Custodes stratagems that make Custodes more defensive, more durable.
You rat! You were really trying, weren't you?
I was. Hey ho! Listen, I'm not perfect. Still, my flavor text was great, and fuck you, I guess.
Tom approved. Tom approved flavor text.
It's a waste of a relic, right? It's a waste of a relic taking this. Because if you've got if you've got a 7-mana Alaris Terminator squad, that shit ain't getting moved fucking anyway. That shit's
No.
that's just
Okay, have you considered turn 2 deep strike onto their most valuable thing, beat it to death in melee, and just stand there for the rest of the game?
Yes.
You do just get to
Power
aura farm the whole
play.
game.
Anyways, moving on. So,
Is a victory truly a victory if you do not flex on your opponent? Turn 3.
you gotta do what you gotta do, man. If you can't take the heat, don't play against Custodes. Right. Next up, Chef. The Book of Agamemnon. Not Agamemnon. 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 Come on, Chef. Agamemnon.
Well, I'm assuming that's like the intention is it's slightly relatable name, but you 40k it, so they just change it a little bit.
No, wait. Tom, it's us. Astartes Agamemnon.
Astartes
Agamemnon.
Astartes Agamemnon. Agamemnon Anonymous.
Agamemnon Anonymous.
He's not. All right, Space Marines, Ashen Guardians. This book contains the chapter's earliest histories and records as written by the chapter's founder. To be entrusted with the sacred task of protecting this book is one of great honor, and any battle brother would lay down their life before ever allowing it to fall into the hands of any foe. So, Captain or Chapter Master model only. While the bearer is leading a unit, before a model in the bearer's unit is destroyed, roll a d6 on a 4+, do not remove it from play. That destroyed model can shoot or fight after the attacking unit has finished making its attacks and is then removed from play.
No notes?
It's exceedingly basic. I feel like I don't need to censor
think
myself
it
with Chef, because
works.
Chef and I are friends, so I'm gonna go back and brutalize Moots' relic a little bit.
I think this is ultimately quite good. It's fair. It's a 4+. It's just for the bearer's
Yeah.
unit. While it is shoot and fight, let's see. Yeah, no, it's phase appropriate.
Yeah.
That like even with the flavor text, it feels like it's just directly pulled out of a codex. Like
Mm-hmm.
you
Sorry,
read
have
that,
we-
yep, that's a
have
relic's
we-
flavor text.
Have we lost Moots?
Yeah, you want to get a drink?
Oh, I didn't even notice. Oh, fuck him. Now, I think my only problem with this one is that, once again, it's a situation where the flavor text is like kind of struggles to do anything with the thing. It's like, this is a book. Chapter protect book at all cost. Cool. What does thing do? Oh yeah, people fight on death. It's like
that's them protecting it at all costs. You know,
I think that is a
one-to-one
fairly
translation.
fluffy ability.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I suppose, given in the context that you could only give it to a captain or a chapter master, sure, because then it's like the guys who are surrounding them. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, fair enough. Right, moving on. Addicted to elves. Bracket seal bracket. That's a okay. Kabalite's passion. Drakari. Cabal of the Death Reborn. Cabal? Is that how it's spelled with a K?
Cabal. Yeah, Cabal.
Cabal.
A horrifying and brutal reimagining of the Harlequin's Kiss by the Cabal of Death Reborn. The Kabalite's passion combines its melee application and general design with the bladed monofilament wire of the Shredder. When injected into a target, the wire wraps around as much of the internals of the unfortunate victim as time allows. Upon a second activation of the weapon, the wire within sprouts the blade. The wire within sprouts the blade's signature of the Shredder and is bloodily retracted back into the user's gauntlet, tearing apart the opponent even more violently than the Harlequin's Kiss does. The victim remains as little more than a pile of lacerated meat in a puddle of blood and viscera. While uncharacteristically lethal, of the Drakari, any death caused by the Kabalite's passion can scar the mind of even the angels of death, and disproves the notion that they shall know no fear. That's shots fired.
Yeah, Dark Eldar love doing that.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. What actually, like, in application, what is the difference between this and regular monofilament wire in, like, the result you get? It's like, I can throw a man through a wood chipper, or I could throw him through a scrap grinder. Like,
right, so, this is based on some of the flavor text you get for the Shredder, which is a ranged weapon that the Dark Eldar have access to. Now, I've not read this flavor text in years, but from what I recall, it does work on the basis of, yeah, here's like a monofilament wire. Now it's expanding and writhing, and it's cutting you apart into ribbons.
Yeah, that's also what the Harlequin's Kiss does. It's like a ribbon of monofilament wire, but this is the two put together.
So the idea is that you literally inject this beneath the skin of the target. It's not like an external thing that can like get surrounded by your armor. This is a slim needle that gets inserted between the cracks in the armor, and then the wire is let loose inside your skin.
This sounds awfully close to what's. This sounds awfully close to the description of sounding. I'm just saying.
Like, I know that. The point I'm making is, this is a Harlequin's Kiss, but instead of just spasming the wire spins while spasming this time.
Ooh,
and it shreds. It's blendy. Now, to be fair, I think they should have probably in the flavor section called upon something to do with the oh my god, I'm forgetting my Dark Eldar lore. Dark Eldar player forgets Dark Eldar lore. Could never happen. The homunculi covens are generally the ones associated with this kind of weapon experimentation. I think if Seal had gone with the... maybe take it down more the route of not being so specific. They could say more by saying it was commissioned by the Cabal of Death Reborn from so-and-so a homunculus coven, and it just does some fucked up shit, is generally the way that most Dark Eldar relics would be written. I have to applaud them for going to the effort of like describing the particular thing. I do get a really vivid image of exactly how this works, to be fair.
The victim remains as little more than a pile of lacerated meat in a puddle of blood and viscera. Very nice.
Right. Do we do its rules?
Yeah.
So, replaces an Archon model splinter pistol. Kabalite's Passion. Devastating Wounds. Anti-infantry 4+. Horrifying Display. Melee. Hits on 3s. 1 attack. Strength 1. AP 0. Damage D6 +1. Horrifying Display. If an attack caused by this model's Kabalite Passion destroys an enemy model, enemy units within 6 inches of this model must take a battle shock test. That's very cool.
I do want to note here.
Oh.
They actually wrote, later on, we'll come across this, there's actually a revision to this, where it's you roll the dice for each other enemy unit within 6 inches. On a 5+, they take a battle shock. So it's not quite as large. I have conflicting feelings about that. That may or may not be the right way to do it. I think it's going to depend on like a real play test to get a sense of what's better.
Well, the theory is that 6 inches, so a 12-inch bubble, is not an insignificant bubble. The idea is like everyone within 6 inches has to take a battle shock test. Can be quite devastating. You could keep it like this. If someone thought this was a problem, if someone thought this was too strong, you could keep it like this by just making instead of having the weapon replace everything, you could just have it as an additional weapon that's got 1 shot.
Yeah. Personally, I think extra attacks should be necessary on this for one reason and one reason alone. And it's that unless the weapon has extra attacks, strats and other abilities can modify the attack's characteristic. So you get more than 1 attack with this, which is very much not intended.
That's very smart, yeah. I think it's...
Not to mention, the Archon melee isn't crazy anyway.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I think the flavor text matches the rules brilliantly. The flavor text is extremely visceral. The rules are neither here nor there, in a sense that I think I'd struggle to point at them and go, this is problematic in any direction. Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely a case of this would need playtesting to really tell. But ultimately, very cool. Yeah, very, very cool. Right, next, just a heads up, team. I am getting tired. I don't know how much you want to continue this one. If you want to come back again for another set of rounds on this.
Round 2.
We swapped boots for someone else this time.
Whoa!
Well, we could have got an extra hour in, but someone was busy trying to restore the power grid.
But again, like I said before, the fucking hamster keeled over in this heat. They had to like waft it with cold air. The lotus leaf, no palm leaf, olive leaf. The ones in the movie films. So you know the pharaohs, rich and powerful.
Yes, the moving picture. See what?
All right,
I say we should do the next 2 and then call it there.
All right, let's do the next 2.
All right.
Kitty Cat has submitted the twin blades of Themis and Nemis, Space Marines, the Emperor's Furies. The twin blades of Themis and Nemis are the last of the chapter relics. The Themis blade is made from the blades of the first fallen battle brothers, quenched in the blood of traitors. It is said to strike hardest against those with great sins. The Nemis blade is the opposite. Is its opposite. Its shadow, forged from the blades of fallen enemies and quenched in the blood of fallen heroes. The blade weighs heavily with the guilt of the user. Both are considered holy relics despite the imposing aura around them. The twin blades, twin-linked, so that's reroll wound rolls. 8 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 5, AP 2, damage 2. Damn, that's upsetting. The flavor text is really cool. It has fuck all to do with the ability. It's like no connection.
Yeah, I have a few notes for this one, because there's a few directions you can take this. At base, twin-linked is absolutely the call here.
Yeah,
8 attacks is spooky. My only real concern with balance for this is to put it on a Tacticus Captain, get the finest hour, plus 3 attacks, dev wounds. So 11 attacks that hit on 2s. You're probably going to hit with about 10 of them. Then on 6s, you do devs, and then you reroll all your dice to fish for more 6s.
Yep. So statistically, it's 10-6, so you could, on average, you'll have
about
3 6s if you get lucky, 4 or 5, in which case Not to mention the fact that your opponent then has to roll to save. So you, on average, you'll kill what 6-7 intercessors with one dude.
Jesus.
Quite easily. Never mind if you do epic challenge to just plonk those dev wounds straight on a character.
Yep.
I think it's
Hectic.
pretty fun. But I think at minimum, as it is currently, it should actually be an Artificer relic, given how much it can combo. But assuming it wasn't taken by a tactics captain, I see why it would fit the normal, like, standard Artificer.
Yeah, well, we've got no anything here to talk about who can take it, so I guess then the inference is what anyone can take it, which is tricky to deal with because you've got
a chaplain who could just get +1 to wound, which undoes the weakness of Strength 5. I think you should be more specific with who can wield this, but also I think it's already quite powerful. You should push this to full legendary and give it an additional super fluffy ability.
I was sitting here thinking, like, what would be a very flavorful ability for it to have, and I'm sort of struggling to find a good way, I guess, to word what that would be. But
do you have an ability in mind?
Like, I'm thinking something that, well, first of all, one that I feel like it would have to be symmetrical in a sense. If you know what I mean, like, since the blades are each other's opposites, I feel like the flavor win would be if they're symmetrical. But something that is like the one end heals or boosts the user, whilst the other actively harms it. Maybe also boosts it, but
almost like there's a good approach for this weapon. The 2 different profiles.
Yeah.
One that's supportive, one that's offensive. Perhaps.
That said, one thing I might suggest is this idea that sometimes, depending on the demeanor of the wielder at that particular moment, one blade is an ascendancy, which gives you like a buff. So it might be a fun Gamba thing if you were to make this a more high tier relic. And so every time you fight with it, you roll a dice. On a 1 to 3, it's this blade that's ascendant. On a 4 to 5, as far as 4 to 6, it's this blade that's ascendant. And you get a different buff depending which blade is in the ascendance.
That's also interesting. Yeah, I like that.
There's a lot of ways you can do this, and I'd recommend giving this a second pass and thinking more, what can you do with if this was aimed at being more powerful? Because it is already a very powerful weapon on the right model.
Yeah. Right, let's move on to the next one. This next one's quite funny, because not only is it from Snizzy. Snizzy has a really wonderful homebrew called the I forgot the name for the
Witch Hunters.
The Witch Hunters, yeah. This has nothing to do with the Witch Hunters, though, this relic. This is the Blade of Heavens, a Space Marine relic of the Sky Wardens chapter. Said to have originated during the Great Crusade, the Blade of Heavens is a weapon of legend. It's mythos forged in the blood of demons and traitors alike. Didn't we just hear that line in the last one?
Yeah.
When the chapter is called to war... Wait a minute, that line was in the last one as well. The blade is bestowed upon its chosen war master, carrying with them the weight of their chapter's history into battle. Since the Great Rift opened, the blade has passed from one champion to the next, a beacon of hope in an era of chaos and uncertainty. Captain, librarian, or chaplain model only. Weapon profile is 8 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 5, AP 3, damage 2. So basically, it's just a really fat fucking sword. It's the same as the last one, just better AP and no twin linked.
Yeah, so this, I think, is one of the most key issues when you take a 9th edition homebrew rules writing stance and try to apply it to 10th, because 10th is very limiting in the number of directions that you can take without writing new abilities, and on a weapon you're generally disincentivized from doing that. I think the issue for weapons like these is that they need a gimmick. They need a special thing to happen with them in order for them to be recognizable. But the issue with that is that it immediately makes them more powerful and harder to get, and so less likely to see play.
I'd like to talk about the flavor text real quick. I'm so sorry, Snizzy. I'm so sorry. The flavor text is a nothing burger. Literally, the flavor text says nothing. It just says nothing about the relic. It's like, here's the relic's history. The chapter likes it. Yeah, no shit, it's a relic. It would be impossible to translate this flavor text to any weapon rules whatsoever.
I think there is a direction, actually. There is direction. I've got notes for this. I think the narrative hook for this weapon really should be this beacon of hope idea. And so I don't think it should actually be a weapon stat line. I think it should rather just be something that modifies the bearer's weapon and has a sort of inspiration effect that's triggered by killing models.
I think that's a really cool take. I was gonna say something about like killing demons better and traitors, but I think that's a more unique and interesting direction than just killing stuff better stick.
Right, the sword's called the Blade of Heavens. Like you got to expect something pretty fucking beefy to go with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Now we'll explode Snizzy in the Snizzy explosion chamber.
Let's all right, let's do. I've got another one more in me.
Okay.
I've got another one more in me. Let's this one. Okay. Be at peace.
That's encouraging. Oh, this one.
Oh, is this motherfucker?
Okay, so this is from Sealator Master. It's called The Ancestral Requiem, Space Marines, the Black Eagles chapter.
They have a great profile picture, I'm just saying.
The walls of the Shrine of Ancestors are covered in the skulls of the battle brothers that have joined the Emperor. Each one of these skulls has been intricately carved and is embedded with jewels and valuable metals before being painted by the serfs. A process that can take over a Terran decade for some of the most valued members of the chapter. It is these very skulls that are the most trusted members of the chapter. Sorry, it is these very skulls that the most trusted members of the chapter are allowed to carry into combat. So it's cool. Chaplain or Judicia model only. While the bearer is leading a unit, and your unit has been targeted by an enemy attack, after the attacking model's unit has finished making its attacks, each time a model in this unit suffers damage, and so would lose a wound, bracket including wounds lost due to mortal wounds, roll 1d6. On a 6, you can return one destroyed model, excluding character models, to that unit with 1 wound remaining.
It's a very complicated field note, Bane.
Not quite. It has some other implications.
Yeah, it's like you get pinged by an auto pistol, all of a sudden a fucking Blade Guard veteran stands back up.
Well, you have to lose the wound, but there's an issue inherent here. If a model just suffers damage, and they don't die, but another model gets brought back with 1 wound remaining, this essentially bricks 10th edition's damage allocation rules.
Oh. Explain.
So, in 10th, generally speaking, the rules are written with the assumption that a unit can only ever have 1 model that is below its starting wounds. Sometimes, like a character who's leading the unit will lose wounds, but you can never allocate damage to them anyway, so it doesn't matter. The issue here is that now you have choice of who in the squad takes damage, because say you take this on a chaplain Terminator leading Terminators. And one Terminator goes from 2 wounds to 3. Now you bring back a guy on 1 wound. Well, the thing is, next time a wound is allocated, you can just put it on the guy who has so you have to allocate it to a model with missing wounds. So you choose to do it to the guy who's got 2 wounds, who goes down to 1, and there's another guy with 1 of 3, and so you have 3 models with 1 wound remaining. Once one of those guys goes down, you have to work your way through them to remove them all, and then you go to the next one, and it just causes so many problems for it's very gamey, plays into efficiency, a bit of jank. I've got some notes here. Hold on. Oh god, yeah, you get 4 chances to res a model if they have the shield, if it's an assault Terminator squad. So you can genuinely have, I believe, 4 models who are missing wounds, maybe more at any given time. It's just spread out so much.
I think despite the rules, I really like the flavor. I love the idea of these super intricately painted and maintained skulls that the Marines then just carry out in the battle. It's very funny. It feels very Space Marine-y. I really like that. I mean, I'm not a huge expert again on the rules, so it's like the rules is sort of like, this sounds very silly to me, which could be interesting, could be fun. But for me, that's the flavor that really carries this relic.
The flavor is good.
Yeah,
it depicts something. It's that same compliment. It depicts the chapter without depicting the chapter. It doesn't take you away from the relic, despite actually taking to the last sentence to actually tell you what the relic is. a very fun alternative way of going about it. Yeah, it's very interesting.
So too.
In-game rules, super problematic. I can see what they were going for, though.
I have some suggestions here for how that could be improved, because there's multiple answers here. So, simplest way: take a leaf out of Necron's or Genestealer's book. In your command phase, return up to D3 lost models. Or maybe just 1 model if it's a Terminator. This is still got that fluff of the models getting back up even after they should have died to defend this skull. But an alternative sort of mechanical implementation of the same flavor is that you sort of look at the skull as more of a ritual item, and say let the squad shoot and charge after they do an action. So the idea is that they've got this skull which has some weird presence to complete the action on their behalf while they fight around it. There's a lot of ways you could take this with the flavor, but I would suggest, if you want to keep it as is, say 1 restored Terminator or D3 other models to the unit.
Yeah, that's fair.
In your command phase, not both.
Yeah. It might price it up a little bit, though, because obviously it's multiple models rather than single wound. Maybe there'll be another caveat to it. But yeah, I see it.
Caviar.
Although there is one thing I don't see. And that's how... And again, flavor text is perfectly fine. I don't see how the flavor text of these guys holding these ornate skulls of the dead equates to people coming back from the dead. There's no analogous writing for resurrection anywhere in the flavor text. It kind of just feels like another one of those examples of, hey, I've got some great flavor text. I'm going to come up with a cool ability.
I think it's another of those ones where I have cool item for my chapter. These guys be like, man, my guts are all over the place, but I see that dead guy's face, so I'm going to get up and keep fighting, because he wouldn't stand for that.
Yeah, a little bit on the weak sauce, but I'm sure Seal Tour Master will appreciate that, Croc. Good job, buddy. Right, everybody, I'm dying a little bit here. I'm not falling asleep, but it's gone 10:30 p.m. Let's come back.
I'm boiling alive.
Let's come back for a round 3. Croc, do you want to put another pin in the chat for who's next?
Boy, I do wonder who gets to
We've got 20
play
left.
Aaron this
20 left. We're almost there.
We should get Alex in for the last one.
What if like Croc becomes unavailable? We get Moots and Aaron. So
Oh my God.
full rotation.
Of course,
I
Aaron plays
still
Croc,
play-
Moots plays Aaron.
Yeah, exactly.
No, we can't. We can't lose Croc. I need real Croc to be here when I cuss Croc out for his relic.
You're
I
right,
don't know
you're
what
so
you're gonna
right.
say. And like,
No, don't spoil
it
that shit. No,
doesn't-
don't talk
No,
about
no,
that.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not gonna
shush,
spoil- I'm not gonna
Croc,
spoil- I'm not
shush.
going to spoil it. But it doesn't matter what I say because I can't win.
You're right. You can't. Shut up.
I was forsaken at birth, so I have assumed the role of court jester.
Forsaken at birth, bro. What?
Ah.
What are you talking about, dog? Forsaken at birth, bro. Oh, right. Okay, cool. Where's this recording button? So, I guess to the audience, we'll see you all in a few seconds. Back,
Oh my lord.
back in a
Tom, this
minute.
episode's going to be 10 hours long.
I know it's gonna suck to render, but it is what it is.
I think we're currently at the 5-hour margin. 5
5
hours?
and a half, at
5
least.
and a
That's pretty
half.
good. That's
Excellent.
pretty good. Yeah.
Some might even say, bueno, excelente.
Yeah, I'm ending the recording. If you do Google Bueno Excelente into Google Images, do have a little think, maybe write down a few notes, talk to your family, and try to decide whether he'd win in a fight against Fisto from He-Man. You know,
Do
or
you want
create
this
a
in?
perpetual motion engine of anal penetration.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, yeah, Moots, this is where you should fade in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, right.
I see no issue with this. Also, my money is on Bueno Excelente. I'm just saying, I don't think Fisto has the fisting power to defeat.
His name is Fisto, and you think he doesn't have the fisting power? What
No,
are
I
you?
don't. I don't.
That's his like sole reason for living is to have the fisting power.
Bueno Excelente also has a reason for living. I just can't mention it here.
But innocent viewers, you can Google Bueno Excelente's reason for living.
I don't
On
think
your
you
own time.
should. I don't think you should.
No, I'm not saying they should, but they can.
Mhm.
They can.
How many hours to the podcast is this buried? This horrible, horrible lead.
Like 4 or 5, maybe even 6. It's in
Quite
there
possibly.
somewhere. It's Who knows? Who knows?
Dear
But,
listener, please continue to watch the video. Do not search this.
Comics are wild, I'm just saying.
yeah, the early 2000s was definitely a time.
So,
was- it
Tom,
was a time.
what relic are we returning to?
Okay, so we are starting off part 3 of this actual nightmare with a relic by a user on our Discord named Chrysippus. And Chrysippus, Sisyphus. The
Chrysippus?
standard of warding. Adeptus Astartes, Void Bearers. This standard was woven in remembrance of a venerable hero who fiercely defended a chapter vessel while it was lost in the warp, and under constant assault from its innumerable denizens. It is rumored that bearers of this standard and those in close proximity have their minds and wills bolstered against warp corruption, allowing them to act as an inspiring bulwark against the encroaching influence of the warp. Only in times of great struggle against the arch enemy is this standard brandished. It otherwise remains sealed within the chapter's vault until it's needed once more. Each time the bearer's unit is hit by a psychic attack, half the damage characteristic of that attack.
Ooh.
I think the flavor text is perfectly fine. Don't dislike any of it, although I think the last sentence is a little unnecessary just because you say the same thing twice, but generally speaking, yeah, it's really good. It doesn't ramble on about any characters or anything not associated with the relic. You quickly go over its origins and purpose, so yeah, it's good.
I'm interested in learning more about this fella who protected or held this venerable hero guy. He seems like a cool dude. I'd like to know more about him.
His name isn't Bueno Excelente Moots.
No.
Okay.
I've had-
On the rules side, I think this is actually probably the most effective anti-psychic relic that we've seen throughout this process because halving the damage is particularly good because so many psychic powers have the shtick that when you overcharge it, you get like extra damage. That's how the Imperial Guard one works. That's how quite a few of them work. And it really works against that. It works to help really hinder any of that. So I think it's a very effective application. It is, of course, very niche and so therefore mild. And so I think you could honestly make this priced at maybe 10 points. It'd be really nice and cheap.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, it's whether by intention or by accident, we don't know, but the creator of this relic has done something that I really, really like with relics, or any rules or ability in 40k, and that's created something nice and flavorful, but have kept the text really, really simple and easy to understand. There is some syntax a little bit incorrect here, but we can definitely see the intention behind it. For example, half the damage characteristic of that attack should be, correct me if I'm wrong, it should be half the damage characteristic of that attack rounded up.
No, that would be 9th edition. So
rounded down?
10th edition. So yeah, so I had this conversation with some people back when I was doing some other homebrewing stuff, that 10th edition is a weird departure from 9th. So in 9th, you used to have rules that would talk about halving damage characteristic, and it would say half the damage characteristic of that attack rounding up, or it would say reduce the damage characteristic of that attack by 1 to a minimum of 1. In the extended rules commentary for 10th edition, Games Workshop wrote out all the explanations, all the catches that explain the fine print of all of these abilities, because they used them so frequently, they didn't want to have to write that little bit. The issue that cropped up a bunch in 9th was that if they wrote a single rule, I think this happened with Death Guard or something, where if they wrote a single rule that didn't include to a minimum of 1 or rounding up, that they would then have to release an explicit patch specifically for that rule, and in the meantime, the ability worked too well. So they did overarching things in the rules commentary.
I think, in a way, I think this is, I don't know if, obviously this maybe isn't like a unique ability then in the world of 10th edition 40k, but it's definitely the first time, at least I see it in this, in this homebrew list of relics, and I think that's it's a very cool inclusion, and I think it works perfectly with the flavor. What I thought it was going towards was like maybe a give the bearer unit like anti-chaos or something like that. Or is that what it's called? Anti-X? Is that?
You got it right. I think now that you've mentioned that, there is kind of a bit of a disconnect here, because the flavor text specifically says bolstered against warp corruption, bulwark against the encroaching influence of the warp. And you'd be right to think that that would have some anti-chaos or anti-demon ability, because as we were just talking about the rules for this, all I could think in my head very quietly was, haha, fuck the Grey Knights. And they're obviously not a warp or chaos faction, right? But it's close enough. It's close enough. I think a lot of the other relics we've gone over so far, and we did part 1 and 2, where I was poking holes in where the flavor text didn't quite line up with the rules. I think this one's very forgivable. It's close enough,
Mm-hmm.
Primate of Rage. Have we lost Croc?
No, I'm still here.
Are you okay?
I have nothing to add to this relic beyond whenever I read it, I just read it as void bears instead of void bearers and get mentally flashbanged by bears with little cosmonaut helmets on.
Just so you know, everyone, Primate of Rage is Croc's little thing in our little StreamYards. He's just got a picture of a chimp or a gorilla or something.
It's a little gorilla clenching a fist of rage.
Is he getting involved in the triangle of Fisto and Bueno Excelente?
He watches.
He watches.
The primate of rage, not the primate of action.
He's you mean the cuck primate of rage? All right, moving on. So we have the moribund doll, Drakari, Cabal of the Black Heart, enhanced by none other than our very own resident idiot.
Hi.
Which one?
Woo! Listeners, you may or may not be aware, in the Discord they have added me going woo as a soundboard effect, and it's gotten on my nerves by this point.
You just made the sound again, so there's going to be Zarek sound 1 and Zarek sound 2. It's all being
Quick,
recorded.
Zarek, to balance it out, you must read this one like Drukari.
This is your one, Zarek. You have to you have to give it to us. Yep.
Right. I'll begin. As Drubael Vecht has gained a tremendous number of adversaries over his tenure as Master of Comera, and although few have ever posed any considerable threat to his authority, even fewer have returned from the grave to insist upon their dismal ambitions. One such contender earned Vecht's deepest ire, and to prevent his next resurrection by hostile parties, the fiend was reanimated in the form of a gruesome puppet that shackled his spirit eternally. This diminutive creature is at times gifted by Vecht to his favoured archons, so that it may glimpse Vecht's continued superiority. To the benefit of the archons, however, the exposed organs of this creature provide an endless source of sustenance, and on occasion, the puppet will let something meaningful slip. Archon model only. Once per battle round, at the start of any phase, the bearer may torment the doll. If it does, then until the end of the phase, the bearer's unit is empowered. This is the Drakari's army rule.
Croc.
At the end of your command phase, if the bearer is on the battlefield or embarked within a transport that is on the battlefield, and the bearer has not tormented the doll since your last command phase, roll a dice. On a 3+, you gain 1 command point.
So what does empowered mean now again?
So, Dark Eldar have one of the more complicated army rules. Essentially, as you kill things, or cause them to get battle shocked, you get pain tokens. At the beginning of a phase, you can spend a pain token to empower a unit. Now, depending on the phase, this gives different buffs, but generally, it gives, I believe, reroll hits.
Okay. I just want to start by saying that I love the flavor text. It's very nice. And I really like the what's the word? How versatile it is. Or it has a very nice versatility.
Okay. Tom, can you come in and deck me with a lawn chair, please?
What the fuck? Tom, what is this?
Thanks, Tom.
You're the one who wrote "Torment the Doll." Like, that wasn't me. I didn't choose that.
Let me put it in a different perspective. First of all, this is very on brand for the type of shit Vecht gets up to, man. We need a book about this cunt, and we need it ASAP, dude. If you were to sit down and tell me this is actually a real relic, I wouldn't be like, oh my god, Vecht did that? I'd be like, damn, that dude kind of got it easy. Second of all, it's also very on brand that the homunculi, the fucking Drakari have a little flesh puppet they poke and prod to get a command point. And thirdly, I'm no longer being able to read the word bear as anything other than bear. That's why I was giggling it. Is it got to once per battle round at the start of any phase, the bear may torment the doll. Which, I mean, would you put it past the Drakari to just have a loose grizzly somewhere, you know?
You know what? That's totally fair. I even approve, to be honest.
I think the only thing about this relic that I'm not sure about, and I don't know my Drakari relics off by heart, so my 10th edition Drakari enhancements and relics off by heart, so I don't know if this is like normal or not. But because you've used Empowered as part of the mechanic that it changes, so Empowered through Pain, the Drakari army rule, this relic, obviously like any relic, it's going to have a fixed price, right? 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, whatever. This relic becomes way more powerful in smaller games because of that that ability to make something empowered. And it's hard to think of many relics that are instantly like that have their power level multiplied by virtue of being in like a combat patrol size game.
Well, Tom, I'm afraid to disappoint you, but there does exist a slightly more specialized but more powerful relic.
Do they really have to? Well, that's why. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
So there is an existing relic. I forget what it's called, but it just means if the bear is on the battlefield, you gain a pain token. So with this one, it's limited to the bearer's unit. With the one that exists already, it is... Yeah, just do it army-wide and save it for later.
Let's check. Appetite for Adulation. In the fight phase, if 2 or more enemy units were destroyed, you gain... Oh, that's the detachment rule.
That's a different one.
No,
there is just an enhancement that gives you a pain token.
Not in that one. Let's check. It's going to be one of the specific detachments, isn't it?
Well, they only have the 2.
Damn.
Oh, then I've just checked both of them. No, they don't.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, I am sure. Actually, yeah.
I'm
not as an
having a
enhancement.
moment.
Not as an enhancement. I was thinking if there was a precedent for that, then it's fine. That makes sense. But there isn't.
I beg of your pardon, Tom. I must go and check.
It's okay. All you've got to do now to redeem yourself from this transgression is to just be honest when we get to Croc's Relic. So I need you to just be honest.
I'm still unsure what I did wrong.
It's okay. You'll know. Yeah, I've just checked them. There's the Rending Chain Flails. It's not that one. The Vile Surgeon.
Spiteful Raider. Oh, no. Yeah, oh, no, you're right. Yeah. Each time the bear's unit destroys an enemy unit fight phase, 1 additional pain token. You're right.
It's okay.
Oh, no, sorry, no. The Art of Pain. In the command phase, if the bear is on the battlefield, you gain one pain token. The Art of Pain. There it is.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
So wait, so you've just made a alternatively flavored The Art of Pain?
Yes and no. So this is not as... It's generally less powerful than both Labyrinthine Cunning and The Art of Pain, but can do both. A little bit worse.
Here's a question for you then.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that you actually... this is something you were actually warding somebody against in one of the chats I was noticing when you were talking about gameplay stuff. Or it was you or Ed, someone was. And the idea you were getting across is, I think one of you said, GW does this sometimes and you shouldn't do it. And that's if you make a relic that is an auto pick. If you see a relic that's there as an option, and you see that and you go, there is no reason to not ever take that. And I think that's what you've done here. Because when you combine these two together, you're essentially, you're not all the time, but still very consistently getting 2 extra pain tokens every turn.
No, just 1.
Well, you got the Art of Pain as well.
It's once every battle round. So
can you not gain more? Is there a thing saying you can only gain 1 per turn?
Oh, no. You can gain as many as you like, but this one is very limited.
No, but what I'm saying is you would auto pick the Moribund Doll, which you've made, and you would auto pick the Art of Pain, and you'd always take those 2, and you would basically just have a huge advantage on just generating pain tokens constantly, because one of them is automatically going to give you 1, and the other one is going to give you 1 2/3 of the time.
No. So pain tokens on this are limited to the bearer's unit. it's the command points that they have a chance of generating. And generally speaking, Archon units don't tend to be your best unit. They tend to be what brings the enhancement, because Archons, they're good, they're pretty good, but they're not the blendy per se.
But you don't attach them to anything that can do that?
You could attach them to a unit of Incubi, but Incubi, you're probably going to want to bring Drazhar if you're bringing Incubi. So on a second unit, sure, but that's also a massive expenditure.
My lack of Drakari knowledge is shining through here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
They're a weird little army.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's trust you to make the homebrew relic for the strange kid who sits in the corner.
Oh.
Right. Shall we move on to the next one? So the next up we have Zarek's evil twin Xerix, who's created. This is actually a really fun one because this is, I think, is the only or one of the only Imperial Agents relics that we have, which is really cool. It's called the Imperial Ledger. It's a legendary relic. They've specified it as a legendary relic, which is very cool. Bracket Adeptus Administratum bracket. Now that, I don't think that is actually a thing, is it? In 10th ed.
No.
Probably not.
But I think we can still, we could subsidize that with whatever, right? For Imperial Agents. So
presumably you have a custom Administratum Adept datasheet that you bring in.
Yeah.
Just some fucking scribe walking around Actually, that's a very
They used to have this, Tom. That used to be a unit you could bring in back in 3rd edition.
Really? That's amazing.
Right. Okay.
Might be second.
I'm going to use my rapid-fire battle cannon to eviscerate your scribe. Not my scribe!
The Imperial Ledger is a long list of names made by the Adeptus Administratum, listing various enemies of the Imperium. Sometimes for treachery, or some petty vengeance to get someone for one reason or another. No matter who it is, they end up on the list for a reason. So the Imperial Book of Grudges. Exquisite. So, Imperial Agents model only. At the start of the battle, choose one character unit from your opponent's army. That enemy unit is marked for death. Sorry, that enemy unit is your marked for death target. If the marked for death target is destroyed, you gain 1 command point. Then, on your next command phase, choose another character unit from your opponent's army. That unit becomes marked for death. Models in the bearer's unit gain the following benefits. Weapons in the bearer's unit gains the precision keyword against a marked for death target.
That's hilarious.
I get it. It's really simple. It makes a lot of sense. I think it's a little bit on the powerful side, but I think Imperial Agents need that.
It is legendary.
So,
yes.
That is legendary. If I might speak for the balance of Imperial Agents, they have a 28% win rate at tournaments. So I don't think it matters what you give them. They will not be broken, generally speaking. And I think this is a very fair and quite fluffy thing. I think because it incentivizes you to play it a fluffy way, especially for a Crusade relic, it makes total sense.
Yeah, I think this is hilarious. I love how short and concise the flavor is, and it's just like, yeah, it does what it says on the tin, you know? Absolutely wonderful.
It encourages a very silly playstyle that I very much love, which is called putting my Vindicare Assassin as close as I dare. Fuck you. I'll win initiative, say goodbye to your commander. It's the whole fucking, like, meet the sniper TF2.
Well, the Vindicare Assassin doesn't need this, does he?
Yeah, but you get a command point for doing it.
Yeah, so it's
wouldn't you rather put an Eversaur assassin closer? Oh, he doesn't need it either. Wait, none of the assassins need this.
No,
it doesn't go on an assassin, Tom. It goes on an Administratum Adept.
It goes on the scribe of I beat your warlord to death.
The scribe's around with the death note. He writes the enemy commander's name.
Where'd
they go?
It's worth noting. While it does sound a little bit silly, it's on like the sillier side. It's not, because this is literally a thing that the Imperium will do. For they do have a most wanted list, believe it or not. We know this from the 3rd edition Chaos Codex, where it lists off some of Ahriman's noted crimes.
Really?
If I may, his noted crimes are blasphemy, open rebellion, worship of forbidden gods, treachery, heresy, murder, witchcraft, with an appendices of lesser offences. So this is real. I love that, like, this is so spot on with flavor that it wraps around to literally being a thing that kind of gets a side mentioned in a codex.
That's great.
Actually, I've just realized you could put this on Inquisitor Draxus, and it wouldn't be too bad.
Well,
Sorry,
why
I'm
her
just
in
going-
particular, Tom?
Because of the bloody the dicing, it has dev wounds and anti-infantry 4+. You give it precision as well. Give it precision as well. You just, and it was, it's not got any AP, but like, get 6.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I like Croc's plan more. It just sounds funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think Vindicare Assassins are the funniest fucking thing to bring.
I love them so much.
They ignore Lone Up, and I don't know how that makes me feel.
Well, I think the thing that makes Vindicare Assassins so much fun isn't necessarily because they're likely to kill loads of stuff or even anything, but by virtue of spending the what are they, like 100 points? 110 points? Yeah, 110 points. You bring
Oh, they're
a
only that?
You bring a
How?
Vindicare Assassin and you completely change how your opponent has to play the game. Because this one guy is like, none of your characters are safe. They're all in a lot of danger.
I have on record. There was this one game where it was a 2v2, and I managed to win the game turn 1 because I sniped Ahriman. And one of them just conceded then and there.
real!
You got him! You paid for his crimes! Hell yeah!
You will now pay for blasphemy, open rebellion, worship of forbidden gods, treachery, heresy, murder, witchcraft.
I loved the Vindicare so much. I didn't even have the model then. I was just using a guardsman I had.
Very fun, very cool. Right, excellent stuff. Right, shall we move on to the next one?
Perhaps.
So, This is from a user on our Discord called Solid.
Pretty solid, you know.
Their profile picture is of Solid Snake. Go on, Croc, sing the song.
Oh, the memory God, I call my name.
Right, now everyone think of Kojima looking at feet. Exquisite. Right, the standard of submission. Adeptus Astartes, the Decimators. The standard of submitting feet pics to Hideo Kojima.
You caught
It is a
him.
modest
You fucking
thing,
caught him.
this standard of submission. Faded strips of thread and haggard twine, rewoven 10,000 times over, wholly insufficient to bear the... Jesus Christ, this is a run-on sentence. Enormity of death that follows in its wake. Countless hands have borne the banner aloft, its rust cut half. God, I thought I was about to say a slur then. And countless more have perished before its brazen demand. Crudely enlaced in crimson upon a field of tattered sable, the standard of submission delivers a simple ultimatum. Submit or die. To witness the standard and its champion fall fills the chapter's warriors not with shame or hate, for such is the customary fate of its wielder, but grim resolve as they commit themselves to consign an entire world and its wayward souls to oblivion. Damn, that was a mouthful.
Fucking.
Models were the ancient key word. There's got a few abilities, this one. Okay, so the bearer of this relic automatically passes all battle shock tests. I'm assuming we mean the bearer and his unit.
Just him.
Just him.
No,
Even if it applies to just him, that does end up affecting the unit anyway.
When the bearer of this relic is destroyed, all ranged weapons carried by friendly units with the Adeptus Astartes keyword within 12 inches of this unit gain devastating wounds against infantry until the opponent's next command phase. The enemy unit that destroys the bearer of this relic is considered to be marked until the end of battle. While the unit is marked, it is considered to be your Oath of Moment target. In addition to the target you select in each command phase. Right. Okay. So I want to just jump in here real quick. I think, Solid, I'm talking to you directly. I think I was going to remove this one because this is kind of fucked. It's not a legendary. It's not marked as a legendary Crusade relic. It is so strong. The flavor text is really cool. I really like the flavor text. The flavor text is really nice. But that is to be honest, the idea that you can make one unit just completely immune to battle shock tests is really, really nice. If you've ever gone against Tyranids and you've had half your fucking army just fail battle shock tests randomly because of Synapse. Just the fact you can have one unit with an ancient attached that says, nope, we pass all battle shock tests is really, really nice. Those second two abilities are huge. I think that 12-inch aura, that's a 24-inch circle around this guy, and it dies. And it would be very easy to keep 3/4 of your army in that circle at all times. To get dev wounds against infantry. That's really, really, really strong. And then you add the extra Oath of Moment on top of that. Fucking hell. I think the problem with this is when I was saying in my head, what's too strong and what's not. One of the things I'd think to myself is, how would I cost this, right? And because we know that when it comes to costing enhancements in 10th ed, it's typically between 10 and 40. I think there's very few examples that are outside of that range. Mm-hmm. This doesn't just get outside of that range. This goes way outside of that range, miles outside of that range.
No, it's not as potent as that Blood Angels one, the Chaplain relic, the Crozius.
That was, yeah.
It's not quite there. But I think if you just took out the second bullet point, the things nearby get dev wounds, this would actually just be a very nice high-end relic. Sorry,
I agree.
High-end enhancement.
Yeah.
I think the Death Watch have an enhancement they get to get an additional Oath of Moment target, and this is a bit more. This is similarly limited.
There's a few of those in some of the Space Marine things, to be fair. But it's anytime I see something that's got an aura in 10th edition, it's automatically my hackles are up. And anytime I see something that's hey, just gives dev wounds, my hackles go up to that as well. This is both of those things in one, as just one of its 3 abilities. Very, very strong. I would be very upset if someone brought this against me. I would probably just be I don't want to play against that. What would you cost at?
God.
Forgetting the rules for costing stuff.
Okay.
If you could pick any points cost, what would you cost this at?
As is probably sitting about 100. It's really powerful. But also, it's limited.
Limited how?
So, 12 inches is still really big. But I'm trying to think about how much we costed that previous one we're talking about. Made that about 250, right?
Something like that, yeah. Well, it was the other one was a whole army rule in the form of a relic.
But with this, I think I would only cost it maybe 100, 150.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, the effect is limited. It is dev wounds against infantry, so already the impact is very limited there. And
that's not very limited. That's 3/4 of the models in the game.
It's still very, very powerful. However, it is locked in a number of ways. So it is, first of all, a limited radius, which is still very big. It is then a limited number of units that it can hurt, which is still very big. And it is still only till the end of the turn, as opposed to a constant thing.
Yeah, do you know what I think would make this better? Keeping it almost exactly the same, but would just turn it back a tiny bit, is if instead of it being when it dies, instead making it activate once in the game at your chosen time. And you might think, well, Tom, that's really weird because that means you get to decide when it goes off as opposed to your opponent. But that's one of the lesser known things about 40k that I think a lot of people forget. And that's if your opponent can trigger something like this, that's going to fuck your opponent up because your opponent has to then play around it in a sense that, so let's say you march this guy up the fucking board and it's an ancient, let's just say he's with like an intercessor squad or maybe 3 Blade Guard veterans or whatever, right? And he's halfway up the board, he's within aura of 2/3 of his army, and it's your opponent's turn, and your opponent is looking at this thing like, your opponent is not going to kill it. It's actually a deterrent because in a lot of circumstances, it's one of those models where your opponent is just better off letting it live and run around to do its thing. It's similar to if you're playing a game against an opponent who's bringing Magnus the Red, Mortarion, or Angron, and you've brought too much infantry or not enough anti-tank or something like that. A lot of the times, like, your game plan is, I'm going to go stall that guy. There is no way I'm killing him. And it's kind of like that, but you can just slap it onto any old squad, which is a real... God, it's a suck to play against. That would really suck.
Especially if you put it on Terminators.
I got 2 things.
Well, theoretically...
I forgot about Terminator Ancients. Holy shit, yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors, boots.
Okay, do you want to go first, Croc? I'll let you go first.
Okay, I literally have one thing to say about this. You can turn off this entire relic by playing Imperial Knight.
That you can.
Like when your opponent's like, I'll march my ancient up the board, and then the ancient's like,
that's true.
That's a Knight Paladin, and you're like, yes, go get precision against him.
That's very true. But here's the thing: if you're playing against, his thing to think about though, Crop. If you're playing, so one of the things that sucks with knights in that regard is its last bullet point where something you get extra oath a moment target. This becomes even stronger because then like half of your army is being affected by oath a moment at that point.
Reroll hits +1 to wound a knight. That +1 to wound on a knight is massive.
A second knight, not even the first one. The first one as well. Too. That's like, so there's kind of like ifs and buts
at that point,
there.
you send your sacrificial squire to go deal with them. You know.
Yeah. Well, I think the best the best thing to fight this with is monster mash Tyranids. You got minimal infantry and the oath a moment thing. Who cares? Because you've got a bunch of monsters running around.
Alternatively, so here's one of the quirks with the way that this unit destroys this thing works. You should use something that doesn't actually use an attack. So you kill this thing by doing tank shock. That way, you don't actually count as having killed it with an attack. In our Crusade games, we rule like those sorts of effects like grenades or tank shock as get crediting kills because it happens a lot, and you actually get stuff for killing units in Crusade play. But in a normal game, a kill credit does not get awarded for the use of a stratagem. At least a stratagem that just hands out mortals. Yeah, so you can just subvert it.
There's a bunch of stratagems in Imperial factions to just like orbitally bombard stuff.
Alternatively, if you're playing Thousand Suns and you use Doombolt, it gets around it as well.
Yeah. So there's some fun workarounds. They're a bit nuanced. You just gotta be really, really finicky with dealing with this.
Yeah.
So
wait, I got 2 things.
Let me double check something.
I got 2 things. One, I think we should assume that this is a legendary relic. That's at least when I read this, I'm like, okay, this is a legendary relic. 2, we're all missing the best technique to deal with this, which is the Croc special. Just send in that Eversor, win the initiative, take that fucker out, boom, dealt with the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You are correct. I will say that is also the answer to every single problematic relic ever. So you literally just bring a Vindicare or an Eversor to every game you play, and your opponent says, "I'm bringing thing you don't like," and you go, "That's okay. I'm bringing Vindicare Assassin."
Oh wait, no. Here's how you actually deal with it. The way that you completely neutralize this relic is that you kill the bearer with something that you don't care about in their fight phase, because then it immediately gets negated.
Right.
So there's ways around it. Also, I had a
But-
look. The GCL cuts don't get access to tank shock for their quad bike, so you cannot just hit this guy with a quad bike.
Aw.
You can do it with the truck, however. You can
my
literally
lip forward and
DUI. You can DUI the standard bearer. Driving in my car right after
My
a
love for
beer.
you is like a truck. Berserker.
Oh man, I should take part in the battle today. Sire, my liege, all father of speed.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Good job, Solid. Good job, Solid.
Solid one.
We got a bunch of great references, and we got to mention Hideo Kojima in that. Good job. Right.
So I did bring up that Tom has actually caught Hideo Kojima liking feet pics on Instagram.
I'll post it in. I'll post it somewhere for you guys to see at some point if you're in the Discord.
I mean,
But yeah, I was
of course.
scrolling down. I saw this. I can't remember what it was, but it was a feet pics meme. And literally, big fat like at the bottom left. Literally, Hideo Kojima.
It was a meme about how much Hideo Kojima likes feet.
It was about how much he he himself had liked it. Oh god!
I'm gonna be honest. I don't
love
think it's a
Hideo
difficult
Kojima,
thing to
man.
pull off. He's pretty
he's so
fucking
real.
laissez-faire about this shit.
Yeah. I need him and Quentin Tarantino need to make something together, man.
God.
Maybe, preferably with Selma Hayek, Right, moving on.
Oh my lord!
So we've got next up we have Chop Sealy, Nightfall, Blood Angel's Relic, Blood Angel Success. He's meant to put Space Marines there. The Black Thanes. So, night falls in silence on an oath-sworn killer's shoulders. Warlords beyond number have met their ends beneath the wings of this ancient jump pack. My cat is so determined to be in this podcast again.
Let him in.
Penumbral
Let him in.
pinions blotting out sun and star as righteous knives descend on the unworthy foe. To witness nightfall in battle is to witness inescapable doom, for the Black Thane's quarry has already been counted among the dead. Lovely flavor text.
Yeah.
Lovely flavor text.
That's
That could have been
really
straight out of a codex. Really great job, Chop Sealy. Really great. I will preface this. When I first read this relic, I thought it was amazing. I spoke to Zarek about it outside of a recording, though, and Zarek noticed a rather big hole in it, which I'll let her explain in a moment. So, Captain with jump pack model only, melee weapons equipped by the bearer gain the precision keyword.
Really simple,
Now-
straightforward.
The issue with only granting precision is largely that you can just do it with a command point. You get that epic challenge, pay one command point for it. You get the same effect. And generally speaking, other enhancements that grant precision tend to do something more. Now, I like the fluff for this. Fluff for this is excellent, but ultimately, this enhancement's very much a bit of a nothing burger. And likewise, especially for a Blood Angels character, they are very good with their jump squads. They can essentially decimate almost anything, and so precision kind of loses a bit of its application here, considering that the squad's probably going to wipe whatever you're fighting anyway if it's got a character in it. I think what you could do instead, or rather in addition, is grant something alongside this. If it granted the bearer, say, a lone op and precision, that becomes really scary because you've got a smash captain back in whose sole job is to hunt your characters. Or it could just be a really small buff, like it gives +1 to charges, or you generate a command point on a 4+ whenever you kill a character. Something else to build on this. This is a little bit on the weak side, really. It would end up being, I think, about the 10 points range, and even then, it's very cheap for what it is. Because it's a lot of redundancy.
Just for comparison, in the Angelic Host attachment for the Blood Angels, there's something called the Archangel Shard for an Adeptus Astartes jump pack model only. And and it just straight up gives the bearers melee weapons, lance, and anti-chaos 5+.
Oh.
And that's 15 points. That's like nothing. That costs diddly squat. And that's the kind of thing you've got to compete with, you know. I just realized actually the angelic host is all jump pack stuff. Oh, it's meant to be for a big sanguinary guard army, isn't it?
But I want to posit to you, right? Jump captain with that angelic shard you just mentioned. You pop the stratagem to give them precision. And say you're fighting into a chaos army, and they're also equipped with a thunder hammer to get dev runes.
Oh, that guy's scuffed.
Yeah, you're hitting on? Is it 3s with a thunder hammer or 2s?
It's still 3s.
It's still 3s. All right, so you hit on 3s with a thunder hammer. Probably getting a good 4 or 5 4 hits in, I reckon. Especially more if you've got Oath of Moment on the target. You wound on 2s, and on a 5+, you then do 3 mortals to the character.
Yeah.
But getting the lance as well means that you're always winning on 2s, even if it's like a Terminator captain, or hell, if it was like a Primarch. If it was like well, not a Primarch, but if it was Abaddon, you'd still be winning on 2s. You'd be getting in there with devs on 5s. I think what this needs is some other take. You need to incentivize a particular style of assassination, and you can do that with like a second trait or a second ability.
Yeah, I think something like anything like precision and sustained hits, precision and lethal hits, precision and lance. Just literally anything. Because at the moment, what are you going to cost this at? What, 5 points? Yeah, 5 points. Yeah, I can't see you pricing this any higher than that. Okay. Yeah, I still like it though, and I will say, Chop Sealy, they're really great effort with this one. It's a level of simplicity here with this, and the flavor text is still really, really great. This would absolutely fit into a codex if we just attached one tiny little extra doodad on the end. So yeah, really, really great job, I think. Right, anything else?
Nope.
Excellent. Right, moving on. So, Vacaris. The Crucible Axe. Space Marines, Knights Repentant. A two-handed power axe as tall as an Astartes and inscribed with sigils of war and reverence. The Crucible Axe is an ancient weapon in the possession of the Knights Repentant. At least as old as the chapter itself, the Crucible Axe's adamantine blade is wreathed in a crackling power field, which pulses with a rage seen in few other loyalist weapons. I'm really having a dyslexia moment today.
Dyslexia moment, damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink some more water. It holds particular disdain for those touched by the corrupting influences of chaos, and its power field intensifies when the blade is brought down on those who have pledged themselves to the ruinous powers. Having served within the Knights Repentant, my brain keeps going resplendent, for several millennia. The Crucible Axe is passed from one chapter master to the next, acting as a rod of office for the greatest of their number. Its current wielder is the venerable Icarian Das. Crucible Axe, 5 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 8, AP -3, damage 3, anti-demon 4+. So I will throw this out here real quick. That last sentence, Vacaris, that's definitely one that I don't like to see. The flavor text was really good, like really, really good. I really liked it. It's just a shame. A similar problem with this is that we had, because I'm not going to repeat myself too much, but we had a similar problem with the weapon that Wolfram did on part 2 or part 1. I don't remember when it was. Earlier on, where when you put a little thing like that at the very end, it ceases to be about the relic and it starts to be about that character. Because with that little bit of information, we can see the whole character's datasheet, almost as if this was like a weapon in his datasheet that was just lifted from his datasheet and submitted as a relic, rather than a relic made for this. Which is, it's like if you go to the enhancements, the 10th edition, any 10th edition codex, and you go down the enhancements and seeing all the relics, you won't find any of them with a character's name just slapped on at the end. So really not a big fan of that, but otherwise really, really great flavor text. The rules, attacks 5, hitting on 2s, strength 8, AP 3, damage 3, anti-demon 4+. It's funny, you've called this an axe, but really it's a thunderhammer. It's a demon killing thunderhammer.
It's a sharp
If you think about it, when a weapon gets big enough, what shape the head is doesn't really fucking matter. It'll hit like a thunderhammer the same.
That's very true. Anti-demon's really funny because demon is like a lot more nuanced, because a lot of people would have beeline for anti-chaos, but anti-demon gives it a little bit more nuance. It's like, I think anti-demon and anti-psyker are the safest anti to put on anything, unless you're making like something that's specifically meant to kill monsters or vehicles.
Or a gun. Don't put it on gun. Don't put anti-psyker on guns, guys. This is just my general advice. It gets It gets weird, okay?
But, yeah, no, it's great. I'm trying to think what demons have 3 wounds a pop. I'm trying to think what is the ideal target for this? What specifically is this like wanting to kill? That's strength, that's toughness 4 or 5 with 3 wounds.
There's gonna be
Nurglings?
some. Yeah, I was gonna say there's gonna be some like fucking nurglings, small, just critter type motherfucker.
Though I think
Have you seen that one video where it's the voice actor from, pretty sure it's Trev from GTA, like at a con, walk up to the camera. He says, "Go fuck yourself," but instead someone shows, who says, "Golf,
Cool.
golf." Yeah, that's what I'm getting for this.
Okay.
Walking up and just doing fucking golf with a noble.
I was just say, anti-demon 4+ on this is really nice for punching up into big demon characters.
Yeah.
Like, I want to point this out because this is something that I really admire in a weapon stat line. Is that this is not just a weapon mod. Like, normally, for something like this, I might call it out for being a weapon mod again. It's just 2 stat increases. However, it also has anti-demon 4+ on the end, which, in my mind, is what separates this from being a relic versus a weapon mod. This isn't just a power fist with extra AP and extra damage. This is a weapon that is meant to kill demons.
Yeah.
And in particular, if you're playing in, say, an Armageddon crusade, where you just get random demons that spawn in on the board, it immediately becomes super useful. And it becomes something with a genuinely good utility to it.
Yeah. I've just noticed as well, this is also a surprisingly fun thing that you'd probably want to bring quite a lot if you regularly played against an opponent who runs Emperor's Children, Thousand Sons, or Death Guard, or even World Eaters, because the Primarchs for those armies all have the demon keyword as well. So not just demon princes, but actual Primarchs, and it's like being able to wound a demon Primarch on a 4, like with anything, is that's a nice thing to have on hand. You know.
Well, you know what else has the demon keyword?
Go on.
Avatar of Cain.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Go check.
What?
Because it's a demon. It's always had the demon ability.
Data sheet, Avatar of Cain. Bitch, it does.
It's a demon. It's a demon. And I think the Yinkarn also has it.
I mean, that makes sense. It just feels weird still.
Yeah, but they're demons. They're embodiments of their gods.
Huh.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, they both do.
Is Saint
That's
Celestine the
weird.
demon then?
I don't know if it was Vicar. I don't know if she does or not. No, I don't know if it was
She-
Vicar
that
I was
would-
discussing
That
this
would be
with.
wild if she
That would be
did.
wild. Now, I don't know if it was Vicar I was discussing this with, but I was discussing this with at least one person. And we were talking about what anti-keywords exist and how they work. And they didn't want to do anti-chaos, because anti-chaos 4+ is very broad, a bit bullyish towards people that play chaos. But anti-demon also has that weird breadth throughout multiple armies, not just chaos. And actually, I'm pretty sure that Dark Eldar also have a demon unit, the Hounds, the Chimerae. Because Chimerae are literally demons that they summon just to fight for them. But they're not demons per se, but they are native to the warp.
Saint Celestine does not have the demon keyword.
Boo!
Why don't you
Flavor
check
fail. Flavor fail.
Why do you check the Drakari Beast Handler datasheet? I want to check if they still have that. Because they used to have the demon ability in prior editions.
The Beast Master, yeah?
Yeah. Did the Chimerae have demon?
They do not.
Oh, GW. GW, what are you doing? You've dropped the ball on this one, GW.
They just have mounted character, fly, beasts, Eldari, yeah. No longer demonic.
Oh.
I don't know if there's any other like really silly things that have the demon keyword that shouldn't. The Eldari one, that got me by surprise a little bit.
Oh, do you think the Legion of the Damned in Legends has the demon keyword? I think they might.
I don't even know how to check. That would be very funny though. But if they do, then why doesn't Saint Celestine?
I thought like Imperial Saints were always one of those wibbly wobbly things when it comes to demonhood.
Yeah. Well, it's
like it's not explicitly confirmed yet.
It's because GW is just terrified of saying anything for certain with them. Okay, I just checked as well. I wanted to see if any of the Imperial Knights had it. I don't know if this is true. I swear there's an Imperial Knight relic or enhancement that gives it the demon keyword.
You mean like Chaos Knight?
Chaos Knight, sorry, yeah, thank you, yeah.
This is very confusing for a second.
Shut the fuck up. Right, shall we move on to the next one?
Yes.
Right, so the next one is by Linky, and this is a Vindicator tank. Called the Vindicator Invictus, Space Marines, specifically a Legendary Crusades relic of the Silver Hammers chapter. So, built upon the Mark 1B chassis. Those of you who know what your Mark 1B Vindicator looks like, you are my favorite. That is like the coolest looking tank. I don't care what anyone says.
It's a wedge of cheese.
It is straight up a brick, and we all say that Space Marine vehicles look like bricks. That you don't know what a brick looks like until you've seen a Mark 1B Vindicator. The Vindicator Invictus hull is reinforced with thick layers of adamantium and has weathered war zones that would have seen lesser vehicles reduced to ruin. Studies of Invictus's machine spirit by the tech marines of the Silver Hammers have revealed it to be willful yet violent. Because of this, only a select few tech marines are permitted to interface with Invictus directly. When roused for battle, its engines roar with ancient fury and has but one goal: destroy the enemy. So this is a fun approach to doing a relic vehicle. Tech Marine model only. During the muster army step, select one Vindicator keyword model from your army. Improve the ballistic skill characteristics of that model's demolisher cannon by 1, and each time an attack is allocated to that model, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack. So it's a fun way around, because 10th, I don't know if anyone has noticed this, but 10th edition doesn't really have relic vehicles, at least not in the way that you can make them via enhancement or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think there might be some like named vehicles in Legends, like Carab Culm and whatnot. But generally speaking, there's no relic vehicles. So actually forcing you to attach the vehicle relic qualifier to a tech marine is a very smart way around that.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is really, I really like this. I think we have some lore precedents in like it feels like it's not so often talked about, but like the machine spirits of the vehicles, and I think it's always just a fun bit of the lore. So already I was just sold on that bit by just talking about it a little bit. I don't know. I just found that funny. Very nice.
Are you thinking of the Crimson Fist?
Yes, I am.
Relic Land Raider who went absolutely crack cocaine on the orcs trying to blow up their fortress monastery.
Mm-hmm. When his whole crew was dead. Yeah.
What was that Land Raider's name?
I thought it was a rhino, wasn't it?
No, the
No.
Land Raider.
I'm pretty sure it was a Land Raider.
Because a rhino doesn't actually have any hull-mounted weapons. It only has pintle-mounted weapons.
It would have made it even funnier, though. That is
It would have, it would have.
But it is also a car.
Oh. I think the only flaw with this relic is that I don't think it's quite powerful enough to be legendary. This could easily be an antiquity relic, and it would still suit very well.
Yeah, it definitely isn't strong enough to be a Crusade relic. I think, I don't know. Having -1 to all incoming damage is like, if your opponent has a moderate, like a normal level of anti-tank available, that's going to make quite a big difference. If they have scuffed their army list and they've skewed towards having only a small amount of anti-tank stuff available, that -1 to all incoming damage is going to be kind of huge. Like, this Vindicator will make it to the last round.
I have a question for
that's
you
not
guys.
exactly what I mean.
Do you know Brum
What's this
Brum?
means?
Do I want to know what...
Oh no, there's something
Oh,
in the
Brum!
podcast
Of course I know Brum! Oh my god.
No, this guy has a machine spirit. Alright.
You can put that in the video behind us.
Oh, fucking Brum.
I know he's just saying she may be a antiquity relic, but there's something you have forgotten. Something very important in the rules of this. See, when it dies, or when your opponent wrongs you, this is a Mark 1B Vindicator. It's a hunk of resin. You pick it up, and you
Actually,
fucking
it's
leg
not a
up
hunk.
in the air.
It's not a hunk of resin. These are metal.
Oh
Oh,
boy.
even better.
Yeah.
Leg up in the air, full fucking baseball pitch at the soft spot of your opponent's skull.
You could kill an infant with a single strike from one of these Vindicators.
In the hospital, bludgeoning a baby to death. Glory to the Silver Hammers.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a fun one. It's a fun one. It's a very, very cool Land Raider. Not Land Raider, sorry, Vindicator. So yeah, no, very, very good job with that one. I'm too busy looking at pictures of Brum, and then I see the picture of the smiling cat Moops posted like a week ago in that same channel. It's kind of creeping me out a little bit. I'm gonna get off that page.
It's the scheming eunuch. It's
Oh, here's a fun one. Just for the syntax, Zarek. Tech Marine model only. During the muster step, select one Vindicator from your army, yada yada yada. Would that still persist based on as written after the Tech Marine dies?
You know, that... I think you're right. I think that actually causes an issue, because... So there are some abilities, such as, say, command point generation abilities, like the ones that Ethereals have, which work off-board. So likewise, Tech Marine doesn't have to be on the board for this to work. The sort of weird thing is that, yeah, if they die, all their abilities stop taking effect, because if that wasn't the case, then when you kill the Ethereal continues to generate command points. So yeah, I think that would stop working. Now, personally, I think my suggestion for fixing this, that would also be really, really funny, is if it specifies that the Tech Marine must start the model off the board and may not be brought in as reinforcements, but rather that it is set up when the Vindicator is destroyed.
Oh, so it's inside at all times.
Yes.
Well,
And
it would
I think
that would actually add to the flavor text, because the flavor text does say only a select few Tech Marines are permitted to, quote, interface with Invictus directly. So basically it's saying only a very special individual must be operating it at all times.
there's a lot of ways you can
Get in
take
the
this.
tank,
There's loads
Tech
of
Marine.
ways. Look, personally, I think you should probably just lean into this relic being a little bit crazy. The general scaling recommendations for relic power level is that a Legendary Crusade relic should be equivalent, roughly, to the value of any 3 other base relics. At least that's the way that Crusade rules rank it. oftentimes they are less or more. Just do an extra
Sweet.
d6 attacks. I do an extra d6 attacks. Have
There
fun.
is another one coming up in a minute where somebody else did a relic vindicator. We'll get to that in a sec. So let's move on to the next one, and it is time for from one of our good friends over at Twist of Fate, Eddie Box 123. And Ed is so a little thing about Ed. Hi Ed, I know you're listening. Maybe you're not listening. This podcast has gone on for too many hours. A little thing about Ed. Ed is really, 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 really good at homebrewing rules for stuff. He's helped a lot of people in this Discord with homebrewing stuff. I think he's helped a lot of people in the Twist of Fate Discord with homebrewing Deathwatch stuff as well for the Deathwatch RPG. So Ed is really, really good, really savvy. So in theory, this should be a shining example of what to make. I will say this, Ed is amongst the list of like 4 or 5 people on the relic list here whose stuff I did not read ahead of time. I just assumed it was going to be great. So let's give this a look. The Grim Vigil, Adeptus Astartes Grim Warden's Crusade Antiquity Relic. Filled with the warp soul snuffing saline waters of the chapter's homeworld, this nulling vial is whispered to house an oddment of an unknowable and eldritch monstrosity. Whatever its ancient origins, the effect it renders on the warp-touched and their power is undeniable, ripping and dispersing all immaterial breaches in its vicinity. This inscribed trapping is passed to warriors who have proven themselves through the slaughter of sorcerers. The effect of this relic reaches far beyond its primary purpose, often reinforcing the bullish personality of its wielder, whilst disgusting the allies who linger in its distasteful aura. In other words, you just fart a lot. You just smell like fart all the time. They don't
It's
like
not
that.
fart, man. It's aura. Didn't you read the flavor text?
my
It's aura, man.
For fuck's sake.
So, Captain model only. Each time the bearer suffers damage and so would lose a wound, bracket including wounds lost due to mortal wounds, bracket, from a psychic attack, roll 1d6. On a 3+, that wound is ignored and not lost. On a 6, the attacking unit suffers 1 mortal wound, mortal wound after it has finished making its attacks. If a model has 1 or more feel no pain abilities, you can only use either this ability or one of those feel no pain abilities each time this model suffers damage and so would lose a wound. Very cool. A little bit verbose, but it's this is the right way to say, hey, it's a 3-up feel no pain against psychic attacks, but on a 6 they eat shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good. Very well done.
That's really tasty.
Yeah, I like this a lot. What I like about the sort of connection between the flavor text here and the in-game rules is that often a lot of people, I know certainly I would if they're doing like a warp denial thing, they'd lean towards maybe the psychic blank aspect of stuff or just shutting things down. But the flavor text describes something that is actually painful to those who have psychic abilities, and then that quite literally translates to the in-game rules as well. A really, really great example of the flavor text and the in-game rules matching up as well. It's a little bit specific, psychic attacks, because they're a lot of armies don't use those very often, and even the armies that rely on them quite a lot, still it's only like half of their attacks. But in the right circumstances, this is really, really great. And once again, any relic that lets me just go fuck the Grey Knights it's fun.
Yeah. You could essentially shorten this to just the bearer has the Feel No Pain 3+ ability against psychic attacks, and each time a 6 is rolled, there is some syntax to pull in Feel No Pain rules. I've seen it come up, I think, at least once before. But you can syntax that in and say, on the result of a 6, it could be a one-line ability, but this is very specific. So I think it's a little bit weak. I'm assuming it would be the bearer's unit, not just the bearer as is written. And I think it would be fine just to be a artificer relic. It's very mild, not super powerful.
I think coming at this from like a Magic the Gathering perspective, I usually am not a fan. I'm usually not a fan of things that limit an ability, but this being like, hey, if you already have this thing, it balances it out in a very nice way, which I think is actually really cool to have that being considered, because I know that when I made my my relics, I didn't really consider like, oh, how will this affect other rules? I just went like, cool relic, I think, with like, so this should be the effect. But yeah, having that line of text, I think, is really important and shows a lot of thought being put into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's just done a really great job with this. This is one of those. In fact, I don't think I've said this about any of the relics that we've gone through yet. But this relic, actually, I've said this, but not the follow-up bit. This relic paints a really good picture of the chapter without sidetracking about the chapter. But the one thing this does that none of the others have done for me is that this makes me want to see what other relics they have.
Yeah,
it's like I can smell the chapter's distaste of psychers in this relic, and I want to see what the more looks like. Very, very good job. Really great job there, Ed.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. Any more for Eds, or shall we move on to the next Vindicator?
Vindicator.
Right. Epic. So next up, we have the relic from Brother Cambrius, one of the mods in the Astartes Anonymous Discord, and he has given us the Ancient Vindicator Thunderbolt, a singular example of the venerable and rare Deimos pattern of the Vindicator. The revered Thunderbolt has been part of the Vanquisher's armory since their earliest days. Rumored to have fought in the Siege of Terror, the machine spirit of the Thunderbolt is filled with a scornful contempt towards the forces of chaos. Rare is the time the Thunderbolt fails to eliminate its target upon the battlefield when a warrior, machine, or construction of the ruinous power stands before it.
Fuck it.
Rules. This relic can be added to a Vindicator tank only. And it has one ability. Thunderous Vengeance. When attacking with its Demolisher Cannon on models or buildings being used by units with the Chaos keyword, you can reroll the d6 for attacks and damage. You must use the new result even if it is worse than the original result. That's very specific. I'm just going to quickly bring up my data sheet for the Vindicator tank. It's like, does it have d6 attacks?
I think
it's so.
Yeah, it's the bomb.
It's D6 attacks and D6 damage. So the only thing that confuses me a little bit, so you can reroll the D6 for attacks and damage. So do you get to do one? Do you get to reroll both? You have to pick one or the other.
Both. Or,
so
any number of dice. So like if you score multiple hits, you can reroll damage for any number of those hits.
That's get a little confusing.
Yeah.
Let me get my Vindicator data sheet up real quick. Yeah, so it's D6 plus 3 attacks.
What are you going to do about it, huh? Big boy?
I'm getting the data sheet up, Swedish rodent.
So I would say I like the way it's written, because to me, the way the rules work, it reads a lot like an older edition rule. The little you must use the new result if it is worse than even if it's worse than the original result. That's like a classic like 3rd to 5th editionism.
Well,
because
it's funny you say that, because Brother Cambrius, the creator of this relic, he is a member of the Old Guard. So he would. It is to my belief that Brother Cambrius is more familiar with that era of 40k.
As is understandable. I think the damage tilt is probably just a bit extreme. Being able to reroll both is incredibly powerful, because as I reckon it, you're raising the average number of attacks from 6.5 to maybe 8 or so attacks on average, but you're also upping reliability by being able to reroll on the lower end, which is really powerful. Then when you get to reroll damage, because the damage rolls are the big coin flips for this unit,
Yeah.
doing that as well can be quite a lot. So I would probably suggest you can reroll a dice for attacks or damage. So
Yeah.
you get one reroll. There's a lot of weapons that and abilities that already do this. I know. Is it the what is it? What's this? The Iron Hands detachment has such an ability that you could draw from for
it's every unit
example.
gets to re-roll one hit roll or one wound roll or one damage roll or something like that.
Yeah, one hit, wound, or damage.
But it's specifically one dice.
Yeah. Well, they say A, and A is 1. So I would recommend you can reroll. Instead of saying ZD6, you may reroll AD6 for attacks and damage.
Yeah.
That sorts it out a bit better. I think this one, otherwise, very fun. We're just assuming the Vindicator can have a relic, but it's fine.
Well, I mean, we had this in 9th edition, kind of set a precedent for this as well, where there was a relic for an Iron Hands Dreadnought, and it said that you could put this on it, and that was the only thing that let you put it on it. Was it a relic?
No.
Was it a warlord trait? No, it was a relic that allowed you to put a warlord trait on it, if I recall correctly.
No, so the way that worked is that Iron Hands had a stratagem to pre-game spend a command point to make a dreadnought character. Then they could put relics and warlord traits on it.
Yes, very silly. Very, very silly. Well, I guess you could almost look at this the same way then. It's like, no, you wouldn't need the stratagem for it as well. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But that was kind of the benefit of Ninth Ed, where you had all of your command points at the start of the game, and you could just.
Mm-hmm.
But that was also the problem with Ninth Ed.
In some ways, not in others.
But the
not
problem
in
was,
others at all.
You just dump all your command points at the start of the game, and your opponent would have the most disgustingly annoying, boring, 3 hours.
Just turn one bomb.
Yeah, not fun. But no, very cool. Love the flavor text. The idea of having a Deimos pattern Vindicator that was at the Siege of Terra. Yep, lovely stuff. Angry Machine Spirit, as all Vindicators should. Mm-hmm. Yeah, great stuff. Right, moving on. Dark 67 Titan. Gift of Despair. Death Guard, Legendary Crusade Relic. Oh, Death Guard. Excellent. So, a biologist putrefier's work is never truly done, such as the grandfather of pestilence. Do they ever toil upon their great works? Forever crafting new revolting works of decay, eventually they mix a concoction so potent and vile, they're reserved with its use. Only unleashing a small portion of this gift upon those deemed worthy of its sickening glory. Those that are blessed by its caress may despair in the knowledge that their bodies shall eventually fuel an even grander creation. Cool. Biologist putrefier only. So, just for a little bit of context, the biologist putrefier is this great big dude with is that the biologist putrefier? Am I thinking of somebody else?
Let's describe it, and we'll correct you.
Yeah, I'm right. Yeah,
the biologist putrefier, isn't it?
Yeah, the biologist putrefier is this dude who's got this great big injector thingamajig and loads of vials of pus and crap on his back. Moots, you're role playing as Aaron. You should know all about Death Guard models.
Yes, of course.
Oh, hang on. This is the guy that has the fucking little alchemical wings. This is not the guy I was thinking of.
Yeah. So he's got a bunch of blight grenades. They're called hyper blight grenades. His whole thing is he just runs around blowing people up with space aids. So
I believe the technical terminology is a mixologist.
A mixologist. Right. Shit. Biologist putrefier only. Once per game, this model may use either effect. Different ether effect. During the shooting phase, this model's hyper blight grenades gains +3 to its attack's characteristic and the following abilities: anti-infantry 2+, devastating wounds, D6 +3 with anti-infantry 2+ and dev wound. Huh?
God,
it is legendary.
Yeah.
It is legendary.
It is legendary.
Just fucking wipe out a 10-man intercessor squad. Okay, cool. During the shooting phase, If this model is engaged, this model's injector pistol gains +2 to its attack characteristic and devastating wounds. If a character model is destroyed by this weapon, it counts as a melee attack for the purposes of this model's extraction of fresh disease.
I don't know. I don't know
which
what that
is-
has to do with it getting married, but good for it, I guess.
The extraction of fresh disease is the first time this model's unit destroys an enemy unit as the result of a melee attack. Until the end of the battle, add 6 to the model's objective control.
Damn. What can this guy be attached to? Plague Marines? Excellent.
Plague Marines, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
He always goes with Plague
They
Marines.
have one unit and Poxwalkers.
So this guy always goes with Plague Marines.
Really lovely flavor text, I gotta say. I really like it. It just feels very nurgly. Blessed by its caresses.
Just a little thing about the hyper blight grenades, by the way. So this gives it anti-infantry 2+ and dev wounds, which is wounding all infantry on 2+, which is fucking hysterical. Mortally wounding them, or devastatingly wounding them on 2+. It already has, those hyper blight grenades already have assault, blast, and lethal hits.
Jesus.
That's like...
How many attacks?
With this, it already has D6 attacks, so this is D6 +3.
Plus blast,
Honestly,
right.
you may as well change it to once per game, kill target infantry unit within range.
And it has blast, so like, you chuck this at a 10-man squad of Ultramarines, D6 +5 attacks. All wounding. It wouldn't be unusual to just kill the entire squad with this, just him on his own. It wouldn't be outside of the realm of possibility for this guy to just go, "Oh, hello, 10 Space Marines, goodbye."
The real strength of this, I think, is in bombing a bunch of custodies.
Ooh.
The hyper blight grenades are 2 damage.
Yeah, so you get, say, D6 +1 from blast +3, so 4 plus average 3.5, but 7.5 probably gonna hit, 5.5 of those, but 6 roughly?
Hits on 3s.
Yeah, so probably gonna kill a couple of custodians with that one.
We finally found out how to get rid of the immovable Alaris Terminator squad.
Yeah.
We just bring in this guy.
Honestly, I think this could be a game-long effect. Genuinely. Because this is a legendary Crusade relic. The boon is powerful, but not actually game-breaking. I do need to impress upon you. In the current Crusade I'm playing in, a friend of mine, whenever their Demon Prince dies, it summons a Bloodthirster. So... I'm fighting that this Sunday, so pray for my life.
Also, just putting this out there, this is a Death Guards model, so they're slow as shit. 12-inch range. Gotta get there.
I genuinely think this could be a game-long ability. I think that the downside of this, the way this is written, is that you choose between these two effects, and the second effect is just way weaker.
That would be interesting,
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason for why it has to choose between the effects, because they both take place in different times, and I don't think that second one is particularly busted. It's the fact that those grenades will just like blast an infantry squad off the map is fun to me. Right, moving on. Someone let me take a break. Croc, you can do this one.
Okay. I'd like to preface this real quick. I helped this person with their rules a lot. They had some rules. I think it was pitched more towards like a 5th edition-esque. So I basically just translated it for them.
Okay.
The Dauntless, Loyalist Space Marines, Blood Roses Space Marine Chapter. The Dauntless, should the chapter's histories be believed, is a rhino serving since the Great Crusade. A venerable transport damaged in combat, its crew were able to disembark safely and use its hulk as cover until support arrived. In honor of this service, Dauntless would live again. Rebuilt, rearmored, and equipped with an Icarus pattern las cannon, Dauntless is now a Razorback, plowing through enemy contacts true to its name. Rules. Ward of the Dauntless, Artificer Relic. Tacticus, model only. When the bearer gains this relic, select one Razorback unit from your Crusade army equipped with the twin las cannon. That Razorback is the Dauntless. Make a note of this on its Crusade card. That Razorback's twin las cannon has anti-fly 2+ ability, and that Razorback loses the Deadly Demise 3+. Huh?
D3.
Anti-air Razorback that doesn't explode? In addition, the Dauntless may transport Tacticus models if that model is the bearer or in a unit led by the bearer. If the Dauntless is destroyed and the bear's unit is embarked within it, the bear's unit does not suffer any mortal wounds as a result, even if they make an emergency disembarkation. Open bracket. Edited by Zach to benefit 10th edition rules on relics. Many thanks. Close bracket.
Thanks, Croc.
Tank?
Tank.
Sorry, I've seen the, I believe, if I recall correctly, I've seen the picture for the model of this, unless I'm thinking of another one.
Yeah, they did post a picture. I think it was in the completed minis.
Yeah, it's basically a Razorback or a Rhino with, like, some giant third-party las cannon just mounted onto the back of it.
That's not third-party, Tom.
What's it from?
It is from the...
Wait. I'm going to go find it. You guys discuss. Let me go find it. You guys discuss. I'm going to go find it.
Okay, I have a nitpick, which I could be wrong with, but just adding a las cannon to a Rhino does not make it a Razorback. It just makes it a Rhino fitted with a las cannon. Razorback is like
yes and
its
no.
own chassis, you know? Like it's
it does not have a different chassis. It is exactly the same.
Well, like a chassis was not the correct. It's like it's got its own stuff inside, you know. STC, that's the one.
I don't believe it does. So the way that I believe the STC works is that it produces the Rhino chassis template upon which the Rhino, Razorback, Predator, Demolisher, Whirlwind, and everything else is based on. So most quote-unquote innovation that we saw prior to M42 was done under the umbrella of a given STC. That's why all these vehicles look the same. It's because they're all based on the same template. So long story short, yes, you can retrofit a Rhino to make it a Razorback.
I can't work out where this last cannon is from. I recognize the shapes and the parts. I can see why it wouldn't be third party, but it's not from a knight. I feel like...
Do you want a hint?
Yeah, give me a hint.
Wait, hang on, let me have a look.
Everyone's taking a guess. Did someone want to stick the image in Homebrew Relic episodes so it can go on screen so that the viewers aren't just...
Yeah, I'll do
stymied?
That now. Yeah.
Because as soon as I saw this, I recognized it immediately, because we have some in our...
This isn't from some anti-air Rhino variant, is it?
It's not. It's not intended for a Rhino, but there's a reason that it fits.
That's from a fucking terrain piece.
Yes, Croc, but also microphone. You sound like an Xbox player.
Because I was looking directly downwards at my phone. So I was talking down from the mic.
I don't know how that happens.
This is a terrain piece. It's the fucking anti-air gun one.
I know you guys, maybe Moots with the exception, but I think you all probably have seen this before.
I found it. Yeah, it's the Icarus las cannon.
Yeah, as it says in the description.
Yeah. So
I did not check that. I've just googled terrain las cannons 40k. That's what's brought it up for me.
Yeah. So this you would get with the bastion, the square, the tower thing, the tower.
The tower of power. The power tower.
Tower, hell yeah.
Really fun thing about this connector.
I see.
The connector used on the back of a Razorback is the same as that one, which lets you pull in the comms array that you can also get on top of it, or an Icarus quad autocannon, or the autocannon, the twin autocannon placed on the side of a defiler. They all have the same connector point.
Oh, interesting.
That's fun.
Oh, and the twin assault cannon on the front of a Land Raider. They all have the same connector.
Huh.
The more you know. Cool. Right, let's move on. So, next up we have. It's Aragons.
Okay, let me straighten the old back here.
Norwegian.
Right. Let's finkies together in a contemplative pose.
Oh my god!
Right,
someone
let's just,
actually. Tom, I see you reacted with the fucking Norwegian flag. God damn it!
Perhaps.
Have you not seen the fucking reactions that just say Norway as well?
Oh, that's what it says. I'm fucking my fucking dyslexia kicked. I read that as no way.
Okay. So, Aragon, you are on blast. So, Panoply of the Conqueror, Adeptus Astartes, Retributors. So just for context, everyone, the Retributors. So Aragon started his Retributors homebrew a very, very, very long time ago. His homebrew chapter called the Retributors. This was before the animation. He got cucked by a 40k animation, which was then canonized.
We
Right,
all
cool.
live in fear of this. I had a nightmare that my chapter got made canon and I wasn't in control of it anymore.
So, in hushed tones of veneration, the panoply of the Conqueror is a suit of armor said to be forged and first wielded in an age of glory long since past. Crafted in the austere traditions of forgotten artifice, every scrape and bolt tells a story spanning the skies of terror to the galactic rim. The Retributors believe this suit to have truly walked 1,000 fields of war, if not more. Yet none come worthy of its namesake's heritage. Indeed, many tales of tragic death follow those who wield it in ambition, brought low by tales of glory long gone.
Damn.
It's nice. It's flavorful. It's simple, but it's powerful. Captain Model. Oh, sorry, go on.
I just needed to say how I love how just I don't know if this is the right word, just dour that is. That has such a strong mood attached to that flavor text. I really like that. I just needed to get that out.
One of the things that Aragon is very good at when it comes to his writing, or at least when he talks about writing in 40k, is Aragon understands that the Imperium. There's a lot of things that people who especially this new wave of 40k fans. I mean, no criticism. This is just a fact. He understands very well that what a lot of people don't understand is that the Imperium in 40k is a dying empire. It is like it is on the edge of its death. If it is rolling over in its deathbed, ready to croak its last.
This is precisely why the Demon Primarchs never returned prior, because they were content. They'd won. It was dead.
Right. Yeah.
So one of the things he always does with his writing is he's very good at characterizing that to make his audience understand, hey, I'm writing from the perspective of something Imperium. Please know that the Imperium is fucked.
Yeah.
And the representations and characterization of his chapter reflect this very, very, very well. A lot of the new wave of 40k fans, and again, no criticism for this. GW is mostly GW to blame for this. Don't see the Imperium that way. A lot of people seem to think that just because there's a new flavor of Space Marines, the Primaris, that 40k or the Imperium, is suddenly saved and doing better. It's not. The Space Marines have received new shiny armor and new shiny tanks, but 99.999% of the Imperium is still on death's door. Anyway, sorry, moving on. So, Captain model only. Improve the save characteristic of the bearer by 1, and improve the objective control characteristic of the bearer by 1. Hilariously simple. Could have been plucked straight from a codex. 15 points, maybe 20 points, I guess. Honestly, I think you probably could have improved the objective control characteristic of the bearer by 2 or 3, or made it so that improved the objective characteristic of models in the bearer's unit by 1. would have also been absolute.
Improve the objective control characteristic by 600.
I think improving the objective control for everyone in the squad would be fine, because like +1 objective control for one dude is like, it's kind of a whole load of nothing, to be fair. But for 1 for everyone in the squad is a lot, or like 3, 4, or 5 for just the guy on his own is a nice impact. The +1 to save is really nice, though. That's a really, really nice thing to have. What do captains save on? They save on 3s, don't they?
Normally, yeah, but also Terminators on 2s.
Terminators on 2s. Well, the Terminators, it would just be it'd be like negating armor penetration, which is nice.
I think it's a very mild thing. It's always really tricky to balance these kinds of buffs for characters.
Yeah.
Because there's so many options specifically for Space Marines, you can't really anticipate what actual stat line they're going to have.
Yeah.
Personally, I would probably tweak the wounds characteristic instead of the save characteristic, because you get that redundancy. Or if it's intended to be only on like a plain Tacticus captain, I would specify that so that you understand, oh, this is for this kind of person only.
Yeah. Actually, that's a fair point, because it is meant to be a suit of armor, and it's like the specification of armor variant should exist there.
Yeah. I think it would be a really good idea to just add a specifier, because then you can specify, like, Phobos is probably going to be Tacticus, let's be honest, because it's like classic Marine armor. Or whatever, because if you intend this to be like on a weaker end, so it's really cheap, you give this to an aggressor. Sorry, not an aggressor, but a Gravis captain. That becomes Gravis toughness 6 with a 2-up save and a 4-up invuln. And then you have to make it more than 10 points, and yeah, it gets a bit tricky. So if I were you, I would specify Tacticus captain, and then you get exactly what you want.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So, great job, Aragon.
Yeah.
Sorry, almost.
If we were scoring, I'd give this full score just for the flavor text. Genuinely such
great
a
flavor text. Yeah.
Mournful, just sorrowful, fucking dismal text, but I love it. Really great. I guess that's what you get for being Norwegian and depressed. So hell yeah, good job.
For some people, the Imperium of Man is fictional. For Norwegians, it's real.
Okay, right. Moving on. Cool. Thank you, Aragon, and thank you, Croc. Excellent. So next up we have another one that I did not check. I just assumed the person who was writing it would be absolutely fine because I trust their work. Hopefully I'm not about to be proven wrong. I just had a quick scan. I am about to be proven wrong. So, Gobby Todger, the Gobby Todger, the Todgy Gobber, the Nobby Slobber.
Whoa.
The Knob Slobberer.
The Snotty Todger.
The Slobber Gobbler.
Knob Slobber sounds like an amazing orc character, I'm just saying.
No.
Knob Slobber.
War boss Knob Slobber. Okay. And with that, this is a Slaneshi relic. It's called the Liminal Experience. Chaos /Slanesh so presumably for Chaos Demon Slanesh or Emperor's Children. Scions of Ostentine. The smallest scratch from this Scythian venom talon mutates its victim into a spasming chaos spawn of Slanesh. However, the liminal experience can prove just as transformative for its master. Its blades impregnated. Its blades impregnated with the ectoplasm of a forge fiend drain its victims to rejuvenate its wielder. The effect restores youth and vitality with diminishing returns. Thus, whoever wields the liminal experience can cheat death through an obsessive pursuit for ever more victims. Cultists aboard the Warband Spacehawk have waged whole wars on rumors of this demon weapon's appearance. But the Chaos Space Marines that inhabit the Perpetual Motion engine rarely dissuade these foolish endeavors. Since such conflicts can breed the harsh conditions necessary for Astartes recruits. Okay. Moist. Liminal, moist and ectoplasmic. Liminal experience. Venom talents. Ravenwing. 2 custom keywords. Melee. Attacks 2d6, hitting on 4s. Strength 4. AP 0. Damage 1. So the 2 keywords are Venom talents and Ravenwing, but really it's just 2 abilities, and those abilities are as follows. Venom talents. Before this model attacks, roll 2d6. The result is the number of attacks before modifiers that the model has this turn. These attacks always wound on a roll of 2+ against non-vehicle models. Isn't this just a roundabout way of saying anti-infantry 2+?
It's monsters.
Okay. And then its last ability is the Ravening.
Ravening.
Shut up, you.
I'm ravenous.
At the end of a fight phase in which the bearer slays an enemy model with this weapon, roll a d6. On a 4+, the bearer regains a wound previously lost in battle up to its starting number of wounds. So, slays an enemy model at the end of fight phase. So, it can just regain 1 wound per fight phase, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. And the other one is anti everything except vehicles, 2+.
Well, 2d6 attacks, weapon skill 4+, strength 4, AP nothing, damage 1.
Does it need AP?
I mean, yes and no. I think that's enough attacks to get a kill.
That's 2d6, so what? On average, 7 attacks will statistically hit on average. Sorry, land on, so statistically 3.5 will hit. Strength 4 against Space Marines wounding on, or the wound doesn't matter because it's wounding on 2s, so no AP. Yeah, it's like, you probably won't fucking kill anything with this.
Yeah, you might. Actually, yeah, it's only 1 damage. You're probably not, like, into a squad of intercessors, you don't even kill one.
Statistically, yeah. I guess it's specifically meant for guardsmen. But even then, it's like, it's just not very strong.
It's a relic that knows its place, because at the end of the day, this is just a whip.
But here's the thing: if you give this to a Chaos Lord, because I'm assuming that's what it's for, the problem then arises the same thing we had with Wolframs again earlier, where it's like, why would I use this and not my normal set of weapons? Why would I ever use this instead of what I just have normally?
I have a question for Zarek.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be a bit of a what was it, long shot? Because I've never played a Crusade game in my life. Maybe I have once. But with the wording of that second ability, can a model permanently lose wounds from its total in a Crusade game due to injury?
No. Nope, that doesn't happen.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's look, I have my opinions on Crusade. It is simultaneously the best version of 10th edition you can play, but it is also half thought out, and I'm not going to get into it. Honestly, I think this relic should be legendary, and it should actually turn models into Chaos Spawn. It's a shit stat line, but if it could actually spawn Chaos Spawn,
that would be very interesting.
Chaos Spawn aren't insignificant on the battlefield.
They're pretty good. They're all right, yeah.
Like, a Chaos Spawn can reliably kill a couple intercessors.
Yeah, but this can't.
No, this can't. No, this will kill cultists and guardsmen. And the odd Hormagaunt.
Yeah, so I would say give it an ability where at the end of the fight phase, if it destroyed any enemy models, roll a dice on a 4+, get a Chaos Spawn, or hell, make it part of Ravening that the bear regains a lost wound, or if you don't roll a 4+, you get a Chaos Spawn. That way, it becomes more of a lingering threat And so you can build up little Chaos Spawn that are going to start to ramp.
Cool. Right, moving on. We are schmoving. We're going to get through these. So I am dying for the bathroom. But we'll get through one more. So, we have from David. The Mao Kazoku. Space Marines, Sons of Heaven. A talisman of 3 feathers bound together by a violet threefold cord and an emerald clasp. It is said that this relic once adorned a legendary suit of armor, though where this warplate is now none can say. It seems that the Mao Kazoku still remembers its old home and protects its bearer like a silent, faithful friend. He quotes one of his chapter champions, "The nature of heaven is best represented by the nature of man. Just as man is spark, soul, and vessel, so too is heaven comprised of the will, the authority, and the action." 15 points. Someone's actually put points. Hero model only. And its ability is, once per turn, you may reroll a save roll made for the bearer.
It's a little trinket. Minor bonus. Yeah.
I like that.
What more do you want?
So I discussed this with David, because originally he wanted to add 1 to the save roll. And the issue with adding 1 to the save roll is that this stacks with things that reduce AP. So you could stack that with Armor of Contempt. You could stack it with Cover to effectively have ignore AP3. But we were sort of talking about that this is the nature of a miracle. So I suggested make it a reroll instead, because then it becomes, I've just failed my save, the Vindicare shot me, I need to reroll this into a success, or I'm dead. And then you start to pray. And I think this really gets that reward of faith, that rely on a prayer kind of feeling, that it's a clutch. It saves you in your direst hour.
I really like how mysterious the text is. In a sense, it gives me a feeling of like, a mystery. Really, I don't know. It has a sort of mystery isn't really the right word. Just mystical air to it that I enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think I've noticed it's kind of rare for just like a simple trinket or simple talisman of sorts to be found in this sort of stuff. So yeah, I think it definitely does that well. Right, I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'm sorry, I can't hold it anymore. I've got to go.
Tom.
Okay.
Bajsa vilt, bajsa hårt.
No.
So, I'll read out this one then. We can carry on with the next one, and hopefully Tom will be back by the next after that. We're in the final stretch, everyone. We've got 5 more to do.
Holy moly!
Can you read this in uppercase, because the title's just all big letters.
Gift. Space
Marine! Storm Falcons! Right, yeah.
Regent's Gift is a Sunwrath pistol, a new type of pistol that holds more meaning to the Storm Falcons than their lives. Made in the Indomitus Crusade. I'm not reading that, fuck off. Made in the Indomitus Crusade by Belisarius, who gifted them to Gilliman. It is not unique to the Storm Falcons. Many other chapters of the Ultima Founding, many among them not even Primarch descendants. The reason it holds such meaning to the chapter is because of what it shows. That the Lord Regent respects them enough that despite not being of his blood, he is willing to give them respect regardless. Knowing it is wielded on the battlefield somewhere makes the Storm Falcons know that in such a way the Primarch watches over them.
10 points. Captain model only. This model's unit can reroll Battleshock tests once per battle, and its plasma pistol, when supercharged, loses the hazardous rule.
How nice of them.
Yeah, I think this is a really nice, simple ability. Definitely 10-point range, but it has a little bit of tech, gives you a counter to supercharge, so you get to really use it on your captain.
Yeah. That is interesting.
God, I'll never risk it. I'll never risk the supercharge on a character. It scares me too much.
Coward.
I know. I saw a friend almost lose a fucking lord on Juggernaut to blowing themselves up. It was shocking.
You just gotta gamba sometime, you know? That's the price you pay. We love some gam. No, but I think, I like the rules. Also, nice. You've costed it point-wise. Very nice. I just think it's unfortunate that the flavor text doesn't tell me anything about the chapter. It talks about Belisarius Call. It talks about rebooted Gilliman and the Primarch, and how that gives the Storm Falcons some confidence, battle prowess. So it's like I wish it's not bad. It's really nicely written. I think could use some punctuation and pauses, but it's nicely written. I just wish it said more about the chapter rather than other characters.
I gotta agree with you there, because it feels a bit like the flavor text is justifying why they have a pistol given to them by the Lord Regent, and how much getting a pistol, despite the fact they aren't an Ultramarine successor, doesn't matter as much. But in turn, makes the flavor text all about, makes all that matters to the flavor text being that they got the pistol, despite not being Sons of Gilliman.
I think I really like the line about them not being, even though they're not Sons of Gilliman, that's really fun. But I think what the first sentence or two should be instead is describing the events that allowed them to earn the pistol. What happened? What aid did they lend to the Lord Regent that he bequeathed them this pistol?
Yeah, queef.
The exact origins that bequeath. I'm gonna fucking. I just realized what you said. No, this person's written a really nice relic, and I want to say something because. Oh my god!
Sorry, go ahead.
If it described the circumstances under which they got the relic, you don't need to talk about Belisarius Call at all. Just say on this crusade, they fought beside the Lord Regent, and he bestowed upon them this gift. And you can talk a little bit about how much of a fixture it is, because we get the sense that being an Ultima Founding chapter, they don't have much history, and so. If you focused on the idea that this is the beginning of their history, the new history that they are forging as a recently created Space Marine chapter, I think that would be a really compelling flavor text for this.
Absolutely. Yeah. I completely agree. Again, not badly written. Just wish it said a bit more about the chapter. But really nice otherwise. Nice ability. Are we moving on to the next one?
I think we have a bit of time before Tom gets back, and he should be back in time. And let that hang. All right, let's move on to the next one. This is by Luthen the Worm.
We're down to 4 relics.
Hold on. I don't know if we even said, because I think we started memeing about the Regent's Gift! This previous one, Regent's Gift, was by Oxel. Thank you, Oxel.
Oh, thank you, Oxel.
Next relic, by Luthen the Worm.
The primeval
wait,
tier.
hang on. Before we start this one, bingo point if it mentions the worm. I remember a while ago we did an episode where we featured this guy's minis. I had a really nice paragraph about the worm, and the account is Luthen the Worm. So if I don't see the word worm, I'm going to riot.
Okay.
The primeval tier. Space Marines, Worm Guard. A teardrop-shaped talisman said to be crafted from a shard of the primeval eye. Given to one chosen librarian of the chapter, this talisman is said to increase the bearer's psychic potential beyond normal limits, allowing its wielder to become a paragon of etheric might. But when all seems lost, the bearer can siphon all of the energy from the relic to a fatal degree. Only then to lash out one last devastating psychic blast at the foe as a final act of defiance, leaving in its wake no trace of the enemy or the fallen hero. Mysteriously, however, the lost talisman always seems to find itself back into the confines of Great Horde, awaiting its next wielder.
That's really
20
cool.
points.
That's really cool.
I really love the flavour of this. It's what sells it for me. And
I have returned.
welcome back, Tom. I've just read out the flavour text for
Yep, I just
the
caught the
Primeval
end of it.
tier.
I
Lovely.
just caught the end of it.
Librarian model only. The bearer is destroyed when the bearer is destroyed by an attack from an eligible target within 18 inches. On a 2 to 3, that enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. On a 4 to 5, that enemy unit suffers 3 mortal wounds. On a 6+, that enemy unit suffers D3 plus 3 mortal wounds.
Smite on death. Wonderful.
Exploded.
I just want to derail for like 10 seconds.
Okay, timer starts now.
I was in the bathroom, straying the
Seven.
greens. Croc, you want to let someone else do the countdown? You gotta listen to this. And I was straying the greens, and I pulled up my phone, and I watched the trailer for the Devil May Cry season 2.
Wait, already a thing? Holy shit!
Uh-huh.
I haven't even seen season what? Season 1. Why did I say it like that? Season what? Season what?
Season what?
Season one.
All right, cool. We can continue. I just wanted to let the court know.
That damn son bitch. Rabbit head. Don't virtual into this. What?
Why were you, the way you were saying that made it sound like you were going with the how to spoon sort of vibe. Hands on butt. Hell yeah.
What? How to spoon.
Right, continuing on.
I think...
I honestly think this could probably be costed a lot cheaper,
Yeah.
to be fair. Probably even 10 points would be fine for this, because it's literally when it dies, one thing gets zapped, and if you're lucky, it gets zapped hard, and that's it.
This relic does have the similar issue to the one we discussed earlier, where because it's by an attack, if it gets run over by a vehicle, no smite for you. So if you do it via stratagem or via ability, it doesn't go off. So I would suggest it's when the bear is destroyed and you pick the closest enemy target. Sorry, the closest enemy unit. Or closest visible enemy unit. That way you always get the chance, even if your opponent is able to rules wrangle you out of your on death ability.
Yeah.
Now,
Sweet.
I'd be
Very
inclined
cool.
to agree, but I do find it like inherently funny that the counter to a lot of relics is hitting them with a car. I have this charm that will allow me to inflict one side.
In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, no one can escape vehicular manslaughter.
Like, you know that one little bit in a short story where an Iron Warrior is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking jump under this Hov tank so I can get a mine and it gets flattened by it.
Yeah. Oh man, we'll do that as a short. That's some funny shit. I don't think there's any die. He just gets under it, thinking he can like blow it up, and then he's instantly just compressed into a fucking pancake. Grav. Yes, that doesn't affect me. Wrong.
It's like, genuinely, you gotta wonder what that guy was fucking thinking. Grab things capable of keeping a fucking tank afloat. What are you talking about, dude?
I think he was thinking, I'm gonna grenade this bitch.
And if he went from the back, he might have had a chance.
Maybe this is like
yes, the old back shot technique. I see. Yes, very good.
maybe it was just like February the 17th, and he was just representing.
February 17th.
You know,
Ah.
Pancake Day.
Oh, I see. Thinking.
Oh my god.
He's just repping Pancake Day. He just
Can we do
comes
the
in and
next
goes,
relic, please?
he goes, it's my turn.
No, okay,
You know?
I've got the fucking, you know the Mr. Miyagi where it's Daniel-san. To beat your enemy, you must come in your enemy. Mr. Miyagi, don't you mean become enemy? No, Daniel-san. Give your enemy back shots.
Sweet. All right. Come on, let's just go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. All right. The next one is from Armature Captain I Know Seals, aka I Know Stuff.
Lots of seals.
Oh, God. Mantle of the Lost.
Seals.
Agents of the Imperium. The other agents of the Imperium. Imperial Agents Relic. Crusade Legendary Relic. This archaic suit of armor, only worn by the fiercest of inquisitors, has witnessed the tides of many a battlefield and split waves of blood in the name of the God Emperor. Wrought from scraps of ages lost since past.
Long.
Shut up,
Lonk.
you. And Xenos technology, it is a fearsome panoply of war. Drilling deep into the nervous system, its bizarre inner workings allow for augmented physicality far beyond what the average human can muster. Moving with such speed and fluidity as if the body and the armor were one. However, as the mind buckles, limbs fracture, the body deteriorates with each passing moment in this insatiable carapace. The user cannot help but grow addicted to the sheer might and sensation of the armor. Moot, are you going to send like a trademark like notes to the person for stealing your idea?
No, you don't understand. It's baby's first Titan.
I see. No, I was thinking, I was like, I feel like I've read this before, but but I like it. I love it. It's very nice.
No cease and desist then. Cool. So,
No.
radical model only, which is fun. I don't think I'm pretty sure that's not a keyword.
That is. I'll explain
Is
later.
it really?
It is. I'll explain later.
Radical.
Excellent.
Don't be tubular, man.
Fucking tubular.
Improve the bearer's toughness, wound, and invulnerable save by 1. Additionally, improve the attack, damage, and strength characteristics of the bearer's melee weapons by 1. Each time the bearer is selected to participate in the fight phase, roll a d6 after concluding its attacks. On a roll of a 1, the bearer suffers 1 mortal wound. I think giving it +1 to pretty much all of its stats, save its movement and leadership, is... I don't know. I feel like there's a lot going on here.
It's
this
legendary. It's legendary.
It is. I guess that's fine. It is. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right.
Increasing
Personally,
toughness
I'm a
by
big
1
fan.
is always... It's always just... not that good.
It's not, because you always use the bodyguard unit's toughness when you're resolving stuff, even when precision's involved. But it is there for fluff, and I appreciate it, because you can just run it on your own if you want. I don't know why you would, but you can. Now, I just say, I want to talk here about how the radical keyword works, because Tom was sort of right on his first assumption that in default Warhammer, the radical and Puritan keywords do not exist. However, while the Agents of the Imperium Codex was generally not that
Actually,
great.
it's Imperial Agents.
Imperial Age, fucking...
Shut up.
They change it every fucking edition, I swear to God. I've got my... Alright. Anyway, the Crusade rules in this are actually kind of fun, even if they are needlessly broken and stupid. So, at some point, I forget exactly when, but there's a point when you're taking enhancements and things throughout the Crusade that you have to pick if your Inquisitor is going to be radical or Puritan. I know there's a trigger at some point. It might be on creation, but I think it actually comes a bit later, because you can start off as neutral and then become radical or Puritan. And certain things are limited to radical and Puritan Inquisitors. Now, this is a really good combo, if you get the True Silver Weave, or whatever it's called, that makes all incoming attacks damage 1. that is just an existing one. It is base level. Some of the Inquisition relics are really crazy. My only notes for this, because I really like the flavor, is that to lean into that the armor's killing you vibe, I think because you're already using a bunch of Crusade logic, I think it's fair to bring it in here. I'd say you add a rule here where the model takes a battle scar on an out of action roll of 1, 2, or 3.
Wait, repeat that.
So when a unit dies in Crusade, you do an out of action roll. I'm suggesting that this relic includes an ability that says that you fail out of action rolls on a 1, 2, or 3. Normally, you'd only fail on a 1, and this earns you a battle scar, some kind of impediment to the model or unit. Alternatively, you can burn an existing relic or trait or some other thing that you've gained. You can burn those to get rid of them. So I like the idea that this relic bleeds the Inquisitor dry, because that's really fun.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I mean, I'm always into the machine body horror stuff, so I think this is really cool. I think as someone who's not super into the rule, I think the rules are flavorful, but with some tweaking, and it will be absolutely excellent.
Mm-hmm. Any other notes?
Expect to hear from Moots' lawyer.
Well, moving on. Oh, would you look at that? I think we're done with the relics, guys.
Whoa, what is this? Oh,
Right. Okay.
Nuh-uh.
Hold up.
Nuh-uh.
So, next up, we have a relic that in our little list it says it's from Croc.
Now, okay.
So,
I know what you're gonna say.
Hang on.
No one else who's got relic for got to preface their shit. So shut up.
But I'm here. I can preface it.
No, you can't.
No.
So, this is Uzrag's Scrap Grabber Special. Orcs. The Bully Boys. This gaudy upgraded tractor cannon comes from the cunning mind of a mech with a penchant for stealing the shiniest loot from the furthest distance. Well crafted by Orcs standards, this ominous glowing hulk of a weapon allows any old mech to start chucking friend and foe alike across the battlefield, much to the detriment of any unlucky boys caught in the aftermath. Big mech model equipped with tractor blaster only. The bearer's tractor blaster has the hazardous ability, I think you meant keyword, and improve the ballistic skill. Shut up. The ballistic skill characteristic of that weapon by 1. Each time after the bearer's unit has shot, select an enemy unit hit by the bearer's tractor blaster. If the toughness characteristic of that unit is 5 or less, that unit must immediately make a normal move of d6 plus 3 and end the move as close as possible to the bearer. If the toughness characteristic of that unit is 6 or more, then the bearer's unit must immediately make a normal move of d6 plus 3 and end that move as close as possible to the selected unit. Okay, so this is obviously very cool.
Tom, I love the flavor text on this thing. I really think it's A grade.
It's great. The flavor text is wonderful, and you know what? I think the rules that have been written for it, Zarek, are very well written. They're very concise. They're very creative. I like those a lot. See, I wanted to ask, who do I have to thank for that?
Yeah, who do I have to thank for this lovely bit of prose?
Now, the flavor text, I'll fight for you on that one. But the rules text, I had no idea how the fuck I'd even start wording this. So I went to Zarek and I was like, Zarek, can you help me do this? And then after talking with Zarek about it, bouncing ideas off each other, he presents me with a fully written rules thing. I'm not just going to sit there and go, now I'll rewrite it so it doesn't make sense anymore. Like, well, what's the point there? And the flavor text, I'll have you know, when I went to you in DMs about it, I presented you with something I wrote myself, then you gave me feedback, and I operated on that feedback. So, take your fucking bullshit.
I'm just going to quickly remove Croc from this call.
Bye-bye, Croc. Bye-bye.
Right, now Croc is gone, and I think he can hear us. He can't speak anymore.
Actually removed it.
Oh, he's gone. He's out. He's in the bin.
What the fuck?
Audience, our good friend Croc has just told you a bundle of lies. I basically wrote the entire thing. Obviously, it helps that he can't defend himself because I removed him from the call.
And the thing is, he had several ideas for the mechanics as well, and I had to shoot each of them down in turn because they all had horrible, glaring issues.
Well, let me bring him back. I brought him back.
I like your little message in the.
I'm one click away from killing you, Croc. Don't lie.
I'm not lying.
Okay, you get removed again.
No. I will read you word for word.
No, you can't. I'm sorry, you've been removed.
So, literally, when Tom and I were discussing this, we were talking, I said, Tom, I think you're the other woman. Or something to that effect.
I brought him back.
Look, I can go. I have the receipt for this.
And he's gone again. Such a shame.
Such a shame.
Oh my god.
I'm going to bring him back once more. See if he behaves this time. If not, then I guess we're going to finish this with the three of us.
What else am
He's
I
back.
supposed to say?
You
Say
just
you're
meant to-
sorry.
just apologize. That's all you have to do.
Apologize.
Just say sorry.
What is this public shaming going on?
Listen. This isn't a democracy.
What do you
Because basically, between Tom and I, we wrote all of it.
All I'm saying is there's absolutely.
Oh, and he's gone again. What a shame.
Look,
And he's back. Right.
it needs to be said.
He's gone again. What a shame.
Oh, how's this going to affect the recording?
You're ringing the votes, man. Let me say it.
This isn't a democracy.
Look, going through our DMs, the rule.
And he's gone again. Oh, right, let's move on to the next relic. We're going to move on to the next relic now, Croc. And he's gone.
Tom, I think you should start reading and bring Croc back in at some point.
I'll bring him back now. He gets one more chance, then he goes in the bin forever.
Okay,
Croc, are you going to behave?
I'll behave, but I need to say this.
No, you don't.
I
need to
do.
You don't need to say anything, Croc.
You don't need to.
I need to.
Unless you're saying.
I have the receipts
you
that prove I'm not lying.
No, this isn't a
I
democracy, Croc.
I literally have.
Listen, Bueno, Excelente. I don't need a reason to get you out of here.
I literally
No,
have.
you can be quiet, Aaron.
I have the receipts. Like I'm under no illusions about the rules, but the flavor text is all me.
No, you're lying.
You literally the only bit the only bit you
You're
wrote.
lying. Oh, he's gone again. Right, let's move on. So, the next relic is from
Well, I wonder
Bavar.
which of the two sentences you wrote.
Oh, it was the first one and the second one.
People, Tom is hiding the truth. He's silencing.
Oh,
My
looks,
good
looks
friend.
like Moots is getting removed as well. Oh no, it's just the two of us. What a shame.
Well,
Right, they're
Tom,
back.
would you like to present this final
Yes.
relic?
Yes, this is actually from Vivaris, who admittedly got it in after the deadline, but told us all about the idea, like, well before the deadline. She just didn't put it in until, like, the last minute. So, I've got 2 DMs from Croc. Hold up. Go check.
Also, not to stress you or anything, but when I got put in the exile zone,
Yeah.
the message popped that says your audio has been something removed. I think it was.
Yes, because you're in exile.
Okay, all right. Oh well, I just mean as long as the fucking recording hasn't been fucked up, I guess we'll see.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You can blame Croc.
Viewers, you will see.
Okay, so I've got a message from Croc in full caps calling me, he's insulting me in the DMs. In full caps. He called... Listen, Croc. The history is what I say it is, okay?
It's false!
So, next up is the puppeteer. Puppeteer?
Pupateer.
The
Like
pupateer.
pupae.
Pupateer. Okay. The Pupateer Tyranids Vanguard Onslaught. Which one's Vanguard Onslaught? That's the one with...
It's the lictors.
Yeah. Okay, cool. This small Tyranid biomorph has been the bane of many an Ordo-Xenos Inquisitor and Imperial Commander alike. The creature itself is little more than an overgrown tick. I've got the that Kanye West song and the giant tick in Peak on someone's leg stuck in my head now. It burrows its way into the flesh of other Tyranid biomorphs, piloting their bodies like marionettes, allowing them to fight through grievous injury. Many Imperial commanders have claimed to face this creature, slaying its host only to watch the pupateer skitter away. Tyranid's character model only. The bearer has a 5+ feel no pain. At the start of your command phase, if this model is on the battlefield, you can select one other, friendly, non-epic hero Tyrannid's character within 6 inches of the bearer. That model now counts as the bearer of this enhancement instead of the current bearer. So basically, it's just a 5-up feel no pain that hops around.
Mm-hmm. I don't really have any notes for this because it's a generally well-written and well-balanced ability. Anyone who thinks that it's crazy that you could give a Turvagon a 5-up feel no pain, get ready for 4+ feel no pain. That is a pre-existing enhancement. I don't know how I feel about that. The one note I might provide, and it's just an option depending on like how many points you'd cost this as an enhancement. I think it could do with a thing where you roll a dice each time you try to move it, and it moves over on a 2+. This way, it would mean that like escaping isn't guaranteed, so you can actually kill it. But also, it would encourage the player not just to pass it around every opportunity they get.
Zarek?
Like to just optimize it.
Do me a favor.
What's that, Croc?
You said you're unsure how to feel about that 4+ feel no pain. You got a D6 handy.
I have a few, Croc.
Just roll it for me real quick.
All right. I want to know, 4 feel no pain is better than halving damage, because it lets you ignore damage 1 as well. Okay, Croc, I'll roll a dice for you. Look at that. A 6.
Oh, did you look at that? You can feel no pain about it. Oh, whoa!
Okay.
Fucking dickhead. I swear to God. Fucking rodent. Oh, no, it's fun. The flavor text is really nice. I like any opportunity to mention specifically an Ordo-Xenos Inquisitor, because it's a really fun way to tackle the sort of perspective flavor text, or the flavor text perspective, talking about Tyranid enhancements or Tyranid relics. When we think of relics, very few of us will think of Tyranids as first, second, third, fourth, or even fifth idea. So to tackle it from the perspective of an Inquisitor or the Imperium is a really good way of doing it.
I agree. I agree. My
You like the bitches?
I mean, I am French, so I mean, it's.
To be fair, give me a fucking box of Jacob's cream crackers and a full wheel of brie, and I will, in like half an hour, you will no longer have a full wheel of brie and a box of Jacob's cream crackers. You know.
Oh, dude.
You know, I
was
gonna talk about the relic, but since we're talking about cheese now, it's so I'm gonna digestive, some strawberry jam, and cheddar. Oof.
Oh, now okay.
Delish. Strawberry jam and cheddar.
I recognize the game here, but I raise you this moot.
Yeah.
Malt loaf and cheddar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, son.
I'll put it up my ass. How about that?
You know what they say? Pigs can taste things with their ass, and you might be able to too. You never know.
Do they say that about pigs?
I'm pretty sure pigs can breathe with their ass. I think I got my facts mixed up.
What?
Can breathe with their ass.
I'm not sure I believe that.
Oh, let me Google it. I swear this is a real thing.
Croc, have you been listening to the AI in your Google search engine too much?
Pigs can breathe through their butts, but can humans?
Fuck.
Oh yeah, we got something from Cell Press here. A med paper on mammal anal breathing wins IG Nobel Prize.
Thanks, Far, for your relic submission. It was really good.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't even have words.
Do not let me prove my innocence, and I will bring innocent to the threat of a curveball.
I am less intelligent now than I was at the start of this recording.
But we're done. That was the final relic.
The only thing done is Croc. Croc is so done.
Hashtag Croc is over party.
Look, all I'm saying
He
is
doesn't
that
know
if
how
I have to
done
leak
he
the
is.
DMs here, we're all done. It's all over. Get up. Let's get it moving.
Oh, goodness.
Someone leaked the
Tom,
squad
would you
meme
like us to
chat.
pull together? Would you like us to pull together our favorite relics from this ordeal?
No. I wanted to, but I don't know if I have the will to do it now. Oh, goodness. Okay,
I'll
sure.
just add in a little callback here then before Tom cans it.
No. We got to do the patron question. So go on, we'll do this first.
Don't we have? Mine. My relic still left.
Oh no, we did that. We did that one before. He wrote it. Aaron or other Aaron. He wrote that whilst we were in the middle of the recording, and then demanded we do it before we got off.
3D4, that fucking asshole.
Actual fucking idiot.
3D4
I don't know. Honestly,
attacks.
I don't know which the best relic here is or what my favorite is, but I know which my least favorite is, and it's Aaron's.
Look, I just want to call back to my personal favorite as I scroll here, and it's the Orcical Squig. That is my personal favorite. It's really well self-contained. Thank you, Suddenly Bricks, for a really joyful time there. Really simple, get a command point half the time. Such creatures are small, but the size of a melon is beautiful. They're able to speak of the future if shaken and allowed to burp out its prophecy. Immaculate. That is immaculate. Thank you so much,
That's
Suddenly
great.
Bricks.
I mean,
I think
I wasn't here for the first part, or rather, my worse half was here for the
your alter egos.
But I gotta say, Aragon's is definitely my
Really good,
favorite.
yeah.
Despite him being a Norwegian, it's
Despite him being Norwegian, slur.
Bracket slow bracket. Yeah.
No, just really lovely flavor text. Just really love it.
I think similarly, he's not Norwegian, but for the same reasons, I think that Karl Mario's Axe of Confluence was my favorite. It's the flavor text mentioned the Moirai Schism. It spoke very flavorfully spoke about the sort of connection or joining between the Forge and the Librarian, and then the rules for it were quite literally the middle point between an Omniscient Axe and a Force Axe. Really, really great job, Mario. Really, really, really great. I really like that one a lot. Yeah, I thought Mario's one was great. Yeah. I really liked yours, actually, Moose. I really liked the Neural Diadem. I thought your second one sucked, but your first one was really good.
What the hell?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch that I really liked. Yours was good. That fucking Zarek Wretches one was actually pretty good.
I like my girlfriends.
Both of the Imperial Agent ones were good.
You're biased, Derek.
What else? Oh, the one Votan one we had from Calagoon was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many really, really good ones.
Yeah.
I've just scrolled up. I've got back to the Orcacle Squig. That one was great. That was so good. Funny as well. Yeah, really, really, some really, really great ones.
I think from a personal...
What about you, Croc?
No, sorry, go ahead, yeah.
I mean, you've essentially asked me, do I want to be kicked from the call again, or?
You are not going to say your own relic.
You have to rep the colors. That's how this works.
No,
Alright,
you
kick
don't.
him, kick
None
him,
of us
fucking
did.
kick him.
Okay,
None of us did, you rodent.
If I say
What's
the
his thinking?
scanner, you might kill me in real life.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked the I can't remember the name of it. The one where it was the turn your Chaos Knight into a bird.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the Terra. Let me find it real quick.
Wings of
The
Terror.
Wings of Terror.
The holes.
Wings of
yeah.
Terror, yes. That's fun. That's really fun. Yeah. Could you imagine that? The only thing it didn't do was give the knight the fly keyword. That would have just been great.
Dude, I would actually love that. That would be so funny.
Honestly, I think it's funny that they're more decorative and don't actually work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, just like visual wings. Yeah, that's cool. I think what was another one that I really liked? I liked the Great Rasputin's one. That one was fun. The idea of just tearing off a dreadnought's like sarcophagus and using it as a shield. But all of the orc ones were really good, except for the one at the very end.
I wrote the flavor text.
Yeah.
Me. You had advice. You gave
Just
me
some
advice.
really good.
Nothing wrong.
Just some really, really good ones, some really, really good ones.
When this video premieres, I'm getting a fucking slab of DMs to post with it.
When this video premieres, you're getting doxxed, bro. What was another good one? There was another good one that I really liked. I'm forgetting. I'm just like scrolling back and forth through and trying to get it to jump at me. But I'm struggling. a little bit.
Struggling? No.
Give me a sec. We'll do Patreon questions in a minute. I'm just going to kill my cat. He's like so desperate to get involved with this video.
I think from a personal experience, I really enjoyed. Well, obviously, I just really enjoyed reading all of the different relics, but also just working on it myself. I think I just, as I was writing my own relics, I just realized how fun it was to get lore out through items. Absolutely. It's limiting in a really creative way, and just being able to talk about something that is not just a character or whatever, or events. Well, actually, the relics themselves, you can talk sort of about events, but more so about the characteristic of the chapter in a really interesting, creative way. I really enjoyed it.
It's the Dark Souls way of doing it. Item
It is the Dark Souls way of doing it. Yeah, honestly.
It is, yeah.
That's great, actually. I hadn't thought about that. Like the Dark Souls method. Very cool. Yeah. That was really fun. I really enjoyed it. I think I'm gonna maybe not exclusively do it, but I'm gonna start writing like lore more through items. I think I am notoriously bad at writing down my lore. It's like I'm the type of guy who's like, yes, I have an OC. Where's the lore, you ask? It's all in my head. It's all in my mind.
Yeah, I think as well. It's like a lot of. I don't want to drag on about this too long because it's like for me. It's the one big negative about doing this, and that's that. A lot of people kind of didn't quite get the assignment. I mean, all of like 90% of the ones we've spoken about are like 90% perfect in one way or another, right? Even the fucking wacky ass army rule one as a relic is still still has great flavor text. A lot of the ones that didn't make it were ones that had were one and again, so like there was so many submitted, and we have gone through almost all of them. I'd say only about 10 or 15% of the ones that were submitted didn't make it into one of these 3 recordings. And I'm not going to name any names for obvious reasons, but some of the problems that some of those, and if you've made it to the end of this recording, then like I think we can say safely that I can be honest with you, and we can be honest with you, and not have to censor ourselves. But like it really sucks because a couple of those were like 4 or 5 paragraphs of flavor text, and only about a sentence was about the relic. And it would start with 1 sentence about the relic, and then it would run off about the chapter, and then we'd talk about the relic for half a sentence at the end again. And I'm sat there like, I can't give this person feedback. I can't give this feedback because this is not about the relic. This is about something else. And there's a lot of these here, which to varying degrees that did make it in, which kind of sidetracked away from the relic near the end of their text. That we had a couple of those that I spoke about in the thing. They were still great. Like a lot, like one of the ones near the end. I'll try and find it real quick. Had great flavor text, like that I really, really, really liked. But then sidetracked it to be about something other than the flavor text, like the last minute. And it's like, that's unfortunate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The rules, we had some, oh man, we got to talk about this. There was some war for like some of the first drafts. There was some really funny rules that some people had submitted, some real stinkers. A lot of these got edited and changed, were really good in the end, but like seeing the first drafts where someone was like, here's my relic, it basically turns my insert unit into stronger than a Primarch. It's like, what are you smoking? Those are really fun. You can't really be mad at those because you know it's their first draft, but you're just kind of reading it and it's like I didn't know your chapter master could like solo reboot a Gilman. That's crazy.
That's just like part of the creative process, right? You are gonna create things and then you're gonna go over it again and you're gonna be like, there are some things I can improve here. And that's just part of it, you know. In the end, it's you should always remember that this is for fun, you know. It's
absolutely,
you know, have a good time with it. If writing things a certain way gives you joy, then absolutely go ahead and do it. But if you give it a wacky ass rules and you ask someone if you can play with it, you know, be ready for people to go like, yeah, you know, I think I rather want you to not.
Yeah, it's a fun balance to strike.
Yeah.
It's a fun balance to strike, and you are right. There is always that level of, hey, you know, try and have fun first and foremost. But there is the other angle, which is, you know, very, you know, sincerely and quite honestly, it's of saying, well, there's a standard that we all kind of strive for, which is trying to see our thing in universe. And there's some homebrewers out there who are totally unabashedly like, I see my thing in universe. I know it's Sonic the Hedgehog OC, but I love it anyway. And it's like, it's, you know, that's absolutely good for you, right? That's what makes you happy, man. I have no power to take that away from you, right? I think I was thinking about this a minute ago whilst you were talking. There's a fun thing you can do if you want to know if your homebrew relic is too strong. I've just realized. You think of a relic that exists in lore, that is like stupidly powerful in lore and stupidly powerful in game, like Trajan Valoris' Moment Shackle. And if it's stronger than the Moment Shackle, you've probably gone too far.
Yep.
You know what I mean? If you've made something and it makes the Moment Shackle, which is literally a MacGuffin device, a do whatever I want and get away with it device, if it's stronger than that, you've probably gone too far.
Unless the specific example is a Custodes Legendary Crusade relic called Trajan Valoris' backup Moment Shackle.
So sad that I was the only one who did a Custodes relic. I was really hoping there would be another Custodes relic. We had one Sisters of Silence relic in the first part of the recording.
To be fair, I
was really hoping there would be.
I think in general people are kind of scared to homebrew Custodes because it's like take the restrictions that are on Space Marines and crank them up and down. Like you know in DJ booths we've got those sliders. You just start sliding them all the way to the top and bottom when it comes to it.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. I thought the relic I did was perfectly sound. And then we sat down and we were talking about it. It's like, well, Tom, you have discovered why none of the official Custodes relics have anything to do with their durability. And that's part of the learning curve. Is even me as well. It's like even us as well. There's always something new you can be learning. There's always some criticism you can take if accuracy and viability and is part of your criterion for what makes you enjoy homebrewing.
Not me,
I
of
can
course.
also say
I
I've
only make
learned so
perfect
much.
Stuff. I've never done anything wrong. My relics
Looks
are
like
also
Moops is
great.
getting removed from the call.
I've learned so much from going through this, seeing what people are making, like doing what I can to bring people towards something that's more balanced and rules syntax adherent. Because people are always straining against the confines of what the rules allow, and that's really fun to see. And I promise you, there's always a way to make that work. I can't guarantee it will be concise. But it's been really interesting.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I think some people were a little bit afraid of asking for help, like right off the bat, and would like try to put together a first draft and then ask for help. Like, so if you want something to do that's a bit wacky and you don't even know where to begin, that's the time to ask for help. Don't curb your imagination and then ask for help after you've already like crippled your original idea. Like, just speak up, say, hey, I want to do something like this. I don't know how the fuck to do it. Let's make it happen. Because we've got a couple of relics here that were exactly that, and they came out really, really good. And I've just remembered what the other one I really, really liked was that I wanted to bring up. The one by, I think it's Xerix, the Imperial Book of Grudges.
Oh yeah, that one was really spot on. Yeah,
Imperial Life is wonderful.
That is it. That was a brilliant combination of flavor text and in-game rules thematically joining with one another. Really, really good. Really, really well written. Really concise. Makes a lot of sense. The only thing about it that was scuffed was the bracket Adeptus Administratum bracket keyword, which then is like, okay, well, sure, we can bring scribes from 3rd edition back, and then it works.
Hell,
Sorry, I want to see your Adept data sheet. I want to see that data sheet. I want to know what buffs it gives. That's really fun.
So yeah, exceptional job. Thank you everyone who submitted. If you did submit one and we didn't read it out, I'm terribly sorry. The whole list with the ones that weren't read out have been removed from the face of the earth. But I'm not going to harp on about the issues with some of the ones that didn't make it. It really was a struggle. I mean, this video has gone on for at least 7 hours, and we went over about 80, 90% of the ones submitted.
This is at least 8 hours by now, right? This is at least 8 hours.
It's 7 or 8 at least. I have no idea. What the timer we're actually at is. So, Right, shall we... is there anything else we want to talk about before we go to the Patreon questions? Anything else we want to mention? Unsubscribe from the Gaming Storyteller?
Oh, yes, of course. No, how could I forget?
Kill the Gaming Storyteller with hammers.
No, don't do that. They don't need to threaten anyone on a podcast, Kronk. I mean, unless you have a chance to do it,
It's only
right.
It's a suggestion. It's two different things, Tom.
Oh, don't forget, if you ask for help from people that are either called Zarek or Tom, and your name is Croc Enthusiast, don't bother.
Listen.
The story is whatever they make it. I yield to the will of the greater.
Yep.
You really live up to the name of Primate of Rage right now.
Right. Let's move on to the patron questions. Now, we didn't line any up for this.
They're up.
We did?
Where are they? Are they just further up?
It's
further up
under
next
the
to
album pick, I think.
the models.
No.
Oh, yeah, I got them. Exquisite. I got them. So we've got... here we go. From Captain 005, Captain Zero Seal 05, and Tim Rose. So, Captain Zero Seal 05 asks, which Primarch do you believe is on the wrong side? Bracket, like a traitor that should be a loyalist, or vice versa. So, one Primarch each that each of us thinks could have been feasibly on the other side.
Corvus Corax. Why isn't he a traitor? He's all about fucking freedom and liberation and overthrowing tyrants. Why is he loyalist?
My AU senses are tingling.
Well, we could not answer this one because he's cheating. He has prepared answers.
I wasn't in on the last time there was a sort of AU-esque question. You will not take this from me, Croc. I will have my voice heard.
Well, what is it? Come on.
Angron. He be loyal boy. Yes, he was on the wrong side.
Angron as a loyalist. I'm assuming he doesn't get the brain surgery in this.
No,
in this one.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I think Jagatai Khan not going to be a traitor. No. He should be on the side of getting money, getting bitches. That is where his true power.
Like a Black Shield Primarch.
No, he should just be out about, dude.
He should become Pirate Core, just like in my AU. I'm just saying. It's
It is Mitz's A. I've seen him do the art for this.
Pirate Jagatai Khan is in fact on the side of getting money and or bitches, so that would make sense, yes.
I think for me, the one that I could believe, a few things, obviously a few things would have to be written differently, but I think for me, one of the ones that makes a lot of sense swapping over would be Ferrus Manus. Because Ferrus is quite funny. When I think of like other characters in the lore, or other characters from the Horus Heresy era that are a lot like Ferrus Manus, the one that in my mind I'm thinking, who is Ferrus Manus the most like? Who is his next closest person in terms of his personality, his ethos, his moral values, the things he lives by and stands by? And the closest person is Abaddon. Ferrus Manus's entire thing has always been the strong shall thrive and the weak shall die. The only thing that superseded that was him being like, I am loyal to the Emperor. Whereas you got people like Rogel Dawn and Lehman Russ and Jagatai Khan who have various moral things where it's like, yeah, sure, they're loyal to the Emperor, but ultimately they have their own guiding forces that would lead them to be loyal anyway. Jagatai, because he's not a fucking idiot. Lehman, because he cares about people. And Rogel, because he thinks chaos is stupid. But Ferrus Manus is like, outside of his loyalty to the Emperor, his whole thing is survival of the fittest, and if you are weak, you should just die. You should just straight up be killed. Which is just like Abaddon. Abaddon's whole thing is, no, the strong shall inherit the galaxy. Everyone else shall cower beneath me because I am the strong. So I could have, I don't know which chaos god I'd see Ferrus falling to, but I think in my mind it's either Khorne or Undivided. For sure. So yeah, that's just where my head's at with that one.
Well, on that as well, if he loved Fulgrim just a bit more than he loves his dad,
yep,
very easily could have happened.
Yeah,
for sure, absolutely, for sure. This is the problem is you could then come, if you're a big Iron Hands guy, you could then come up with some sort of counter argument about, well, because he did X, Y, and Z. I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying things would have to be written differently. But because Ferrus Manus has so much left unsaid versus so many other Primarchs who got expanded upon, even before the heresy really broke out, it's kind of like you kind of have to use your imagination to fill in the gaps of why he didn't turn traitor, why he didn't follow Fulgrim. You have to assume that, a bunch of things happen that we never get to see, because the guy we do get to see is a brutal motherfucker.
Yeah.
In fact, the only time he's not ruthlessly brutal outside of his conversations with Fulgrim is when he's talking to the Emperor about Vulcan. And even then, he's only not being brutal by the virtue of the fact that he's just kind of quietly analyzing what Vulcan is. Ferrus Manus. I think Ferrus Manus would have made a great traitor. He just reminds me of Abaddon.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Next question.
Yeah, sure.
Tim Royce asks, opinion on each Loyalist Primarch's worst successor chapter. So the worst, so not first founding, worst. So what successor chapter do we like the least? Okay, I'm going to let everyone get their shit out of the way because I have several missiles lined up for this one.
That's a difficult question.
No, it's not.
It's difficult because the Imperial Fists are the worst successor chapter of the Imperial Fists. All the others have way more interest going on.
See, the inherent problem to this question is I gotta remember successes first.
Yeah, I think the fact that others go unsaid. Well, let's work through this. What do we know?
Actually, no.
What do we really
I
know?
have a fat fucking example of this, actually. The Silver Skulls. These...
Who are they successors of?
Ooh, these motherfuckers. These Silver Skulls are successors of the Ultramarines. They dress like Iron Warriors, speak like... no, they don't speak like Iron Warriors, but they fight like Iron Warriors. And the author's like, ooh, they might be Iron Warriors. Do you have any idea how fucking stupid that is? Looks like it or quacks like a dog. Oh yeah, guys, sure, I am an Iron Warrior captain. Going about marauding and shit. These cunts are dressed like me. Gee fucking whiz, I wonder who they descend from. What? The Loyalists used Iron Warrior gene seed and put them in Astartes that look like Iron Warriors? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's so stupid!
I had no idea you had...
Sacrificing what was like ostensibly a fairly cool chapter, so the author could go on Twitter and be like, I waggled my eyebrow. Ooh, they could be Iron Warriors. Ooh. Ah! I hate it. I hate it so much. I am, in fact, a primate of rage. And it burns incandescent.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to remember. There is an Ultramarine successor. I don't remember who they were. I think they have one appearance, and their one appearance is in a short story where the Alpha Legion destroys them completely. The only thing I remember about this short story is that the chapter is baited into deploying their entire first company to a Space Hulk. The Space Hulk then descends into the sun. The Alpha Legion replace a captain, and the chapter master's been playing a game of Regicide with this captain for months on end via astropathic communique. And at the last moment, the chapter master realizes, oh no, this captain's move, it's an extreme gambit that uniquely parallels my current situation. Oh no, they replaced my captain. Then he dies, and then they're gonna go fuck with the Aurora chapter afterwards. That would be the worst Ultramarines, because they just got punked. They got so fucking punked. Their entire first company. How the hell do you convince a man to deploy his entire first company to a Space Hulk?
Yeah, you put a big blinking neon sign that says, "Traitors here."
Big fat relics, come on in.
I'm glad, because those fucking idiots had all their gene seeds stolen. Thank God, they deserve it.
Honestly, that's up for debate whether it's worth stealing at that point.
Sorry, I've used listening to you as time to calm down about the fucking worst successor chapter that actually exists. Objectively the worst. Objectively the stupidest fucking chapter in all of 40k is the Ashen Claws. The Ashen Claws, I'm going to say this now. I believe this will get me some flack, but that's good. This is one of those times where, like, if I don't have enemies for thinking this, then the world has no stupid people. The Ashen Claws are the dumbest, most nonsensical chapter. From start to finish, they completely ignore all of the established lore from the 24 other Renegade chapters that exist in 40k. They ignore all the lore about how the High Lords handle Renegade chapters. They ignore all the lore about how the Imperium, and more importantly, the Inquisition, feels about Renegade chapters. They ignore all the rules in the entire setting, period, about how empires, colonies, fleets, people, anything can gain and maintain supplies and resources. The only reason they exist was because in his hubris, Robbie McNiven needed... how they exist in 41 was because in his hubris, Robbie McNiven needed something to go, I want to make the space shark seem extra cool and edgy. So I'm going to make a chapter. I'm going to take a chapter that's even more cool and edgy and have them be buddies, but not really buddies, just kind of tolerating each other. And that is literally the soul. Like, if people are like, oh, I love the Ashen Claws, it's like, okay, cool, good for you. Like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here, but like, people aren't that stupid, but then there are Ashen Claws fans, so, you know, I guess people are that.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I've only just realized now you're not talking about the Astro Claws, and I was like, but Huron Blackheart's really cool.
I love Huron Blackheart. That guy's great. But here's the thing, like, you actually, it's such a good thing to bring up. Look at what the fuck happened to Badab. The Ashen Claws, as of M41, have, quote, from the Space Sharks book, multiple thousands of Marines.
What?
Huron tried doing that. Huron tried pulling that shit. What happened to him? It makes no fucking sense at all. Apparently, they're filled with all sorts of relics and stuff. They're not only that, but they weren't formed from a founding. They were renegades during the Scouring. They were literally renegades during the Scouring. But like fuck should they have survived that shit? Nothing about them makes sense. They are quite literally the official. They're not even Sonic the Hedgehog OC. This is Shadow the Hedgehog OC. You know, this is someone's idea of like. I mean, again, it's Robbie McNiven. Robbie McNiven is like, hey, I'm gonna. And here's the fun thing about the Carcharodon books that he's written. They're actually okay. They're actually okay, but Robbie McNiven has this impeccable talent to. This is a plot, an author writing blunder that a lot of authors make, where it's like, I need to make my character seem cool, so I'm going to make something substantially more interesting and require way more explanation than the plot, and have that as just a side thing that we're gonna pretend we're gonna forget about. It's like no one's gonna forget about it. Like, I remember we did the video of how to do Renegade chapters, and there was this comment where this guy went, no, this is all wrong. The Ashen Claws. And I'm sat there like, bro, here are 19 Renegade chapters. Here's what they all have in common. Here's the odd one out. Like, they are not just the exception to the rule. They are one of, the Ashen Claws are the chapter equivalent of that one naked world eater punching a hole through a custodian. That's what they are. They're honestly, I can't stress this enough. If you like the Ashen Claws, and you think they're cool, it's like, on one hand, yeah, cool, you should like what you like, that's great, you know, but like, you let me know how glue tastes.
Tom, have you considered?
But Tom, they're so cool.
Have you not heard their battle litany? Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn from the edge of yesterday.
Yeah. So Ashen Claws, I could go on about the Ashen Claws for fucking ages. If you go read their Lexicanum page and like, you're just going to be like, huh?
Yeah, but
after
Tom,
you get past the Horus Heresy section, you're just going to be like, huh? Every few seconds.
Tom,
it's so dumb.
Did they eat their own shit?
What?
Imperial Fist poop ritual in the Big 25.
Look, I just gonna say Imperial Fists. God, please show us Gregor Desian. By the way, recently, I found the only line of dialogue from Chapter Master of the Imperial Fists, Gregor Desian. Do you know what it is?
What is it?
Said the seventh. That's the only line of dialogue. That's it.
Sorry, just to jump. I'm really sorry. I just need to bitch about the Astral Claws again. The Ashen Claws again. Sorry, they actually after sometime around the time of the Scouring, they went to war with the White Scars. They went to war with a loyalist chapter.
And they made it out alive?
A first founding loyalist chapter, by the way.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, Robbie. I'm really sorry, but if the fucking Zaza was that fucking good, you should be sharing that, bro. You should be sharing that, bro. You shouldn't be smoking and writing, bro. Honestly. Actual fucking, what is this chapter, bro?
Robbie, please.
They were actually. Here's the fun thing: they're technically an invalid. Do you know why they're so dumb? They're so dumb because they're technically an invalid answer to this question. They weren't even a second founding successor.
No,
they were just renegades. They were just renegades when the Imperium ended. When the Horus Heresy ended. So dumb, dumbest fucking shit, man. Actual crazy stuff.
It's also lovely because as he did that, it removed all the mystery of the Ashen Claw, or the theories of like that the Carcharodons could have theoretically come from the Ashen Claws, and that whole line of stories.
Here's a fun one for you. Here's a fact, a 40k fact. The Ashen Claws.
Yeah.
The Ashen Claws are the second biggest chapter of Space Marines in 40k. Second only to the Black Templars.
Fucking hell.
Well, Space Wolves have an undefined number.
The Battle of the Fang says that number is nice and low. The problem with the Ashen Claws is it's just fucking. There's homebrewers I've criticized who I've criticized heavily, who've made better homebrews than the Ashen Claws. Actually, the dumbest shit, man. Like, honestly, you could go to any of the homebrew wikis and like throw a dart of like a map or whatever, and like 9 times out of 10 you're gonna find something better than the Ashen Claws.
When was this book written, by the way?
So the Ashen Claws, they've got a couple of sources. You got Horus Heresies, book 6 and book 3, but the lore in those is mostly okay because it's through the black book, so it's hinted at. But what you really want to look at is Outer Dark.
Outer Dark, yeah.
Outer Dark. And here's the Outer Dark. It's like Robbie McNiven. It's like, yeah, we want to make the space sharks cool and interesting. Don't tell me every other Renegade chapter makes no fucking sense because you want to introduce. I love the Soul Drinkers so much. The Soul Drinkers and the Soul Drinkers books are really fun and really interesting. Not to mention the little tidbits we have over like the Badab era of publications about the various other Renegade chapters and the kind of precedents those set down. And then we get the Ashen Claws, and it's like, stop smoking crack, Robbie. Just stop.
I'm just surprised that like Games Workshop or the Black Library just didn't have any oversight at this. They were just went like, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean that's usually how it goes. Like every couple of years, Grimmed Up surfaces.
Well, of course, yeah.
I think it's just the problem is because the Ashen Claws kind of get a pass because Grimmed Up. People are happy to ignore Grimdark if it's edgy and Shadow the Hedgehog flavored, which they are. Honestly, if there's like an updated piece of lore, GW, anyone from GW listening to this, if you've gotten this far somehow, I'll donate. I will literally just like donate. I don't know when. Give me a PayPal address. I'll dump 10 grand in right fucking now. If in the next publication of any 40k book, there's a single random sentence off to the side somewhere about the Ashen Claws getting eaten by Tyranids to a man. You know,
not even to a man, just eaten.
You make it happen.
Reduced to
just like whatever. Yeah, honestly, I'll buy a lottery ticket on that day.
Look, speaking of people who are still here, still with us, thank you. Wow, oh my god. I hope your assignment tomorrow goes well. I hope you get this handed in on time.
Honestly. Like the Ashen Claws, you're in the wrong place.
I hope you enjoyed this full workday length video. It's
literally start to finish.
I hope your car ride is at an end. I hope you're not too tired after driving for like 10 hours.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put this one on YouTube Music, or well, all the other podcasts as well. I know a lot of people are commenting about that. We gotta
don't forget to check on your food. It's probably a couple hours overdone in the oven by now.
Yeah, shit.
Grab the fire extinguisher and make a break for the exit. Take the window on the first floor.
Huh?
Not to mention talking about like gene seed purity as well. It makes no fucking sense to like maintain like 1,000. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. This is like I don't really have a trigger for many things, but the Ashen Claws are like. Imagine having a cake. And the cake, it's not a perfect cake. It's like Moots. If Moots made me a cake, I know Moots isn't a baker. It'll be a great cake. The Ashen Claws are the equivalent of Aaron coming along and putting his fucking cock in the cake and try serving it to me anyway.
Don't lie. I know you would enjoy it.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we should, as a community in the AA Discord, do a fan rewrite of the entire Ashen Claws lore.
Yeah, they got killed in the scouring. Boom, done. Sound as a pound. Robbie McNiven fucking gives me a public apology on Twitter. No, I'm joking. I think the thing is, I will say this: if we do get this, I do really like Robbie McNiven's writing. The Karl Sheridan books are really fun. They're really fun. I just think that, like, I think he's just having a moment with the
chapter that shall not be named.
Yeah, I just
maybe
Robbie.
Maybe we need a whole episode dedicated to just the Ashen Claws and how fucking stupid they are.
No, it's not worth it. It's like Sonic OC fans. It's like if there's no series of words you can string together correctly, they're going to get them to realize that they need help. I know Zarek was one once. I'm sorry, Zarek.
I wasn't
Really?
A Sonic Hedgehog fan. I got into it because of real-time fan dubs and Snapcube. That's the entire reason I got into Sonic.
Well, I don't mean Sonic the Hedgehog. I just mean like Sonic OC. Sonic the Hedgehog is whatever.
But no, not a Sonic kid. Surprisingly.
We found out earlier you were right in Club Penguin OC.
I was playing Club Penguin so much. Oh my god.
OC.
I easily have thousands of hours in Club Penguin. I played that shit all the time as a kid.
I mean, based.
Like, when you grow up in bumfuck nowhere Scotland, what else are you supposed to do? I already beat my Pokemon games.
I've been weevils.
Drugs? I mean, did you not watch?
I played Bin Weevils too, and Watching Monsters.
Did you not watch Trainspotting? You're meant to start doing drugs.
There's no one in my fucking village who'd sell them. There's no one. It's like less than 300 people.
Actual mole people.
No, that's what all the radiation did to you. You're impervious to drugs. I see. That makes sense.
I just realized you could get through Outer Dark in 8 hours and 47 minutes. That's how long the audiobook is. Or you could listen to this podcast.
And honestly, you should listen to this podcast.
And if it wasn't for the fucking few segments about the Ashen Claws, Outer Dark would be way better than this podcast. But alas.
Now, I want to ask. This is not a Patreon question. This is a Zarek question. Has everyone had fun today? Slash the previous 2 days on which we recorded this.
Yes, 100%. A lot, even.
Glad to hear it, Aaron.
I've had a great time until I remember that someone put 3D and 4 next to each other. That was Aaron other Aaron needs to be Aaron with the funny English accent needs the fucking Ashen Claws treatment for that one.
Remember, the primate of rage is not a single beast, but a mindset.
Well then, guys, we're doing this again this time next year. Send it
Except this time, whenever criticism was offered on a relic, we have Aaron tied up on a post, and we had an extra log of kindling.
God, if I have to read another comment about the Ashen Claws. I didn't realize that question would get to me. Like, I'm used to just mentioning them in passing and taking the piss a little bit, but like, actually, the
Ashen Claw is actually just Tom's kryptonite, is what I've learned today.
We need to have a book where the Silver Skulls fight the Ashen Claws and they both wipe each other out. Problem solved.
Dude, I've never heard Tom this animatedly angry about an actual canon thing.
Well, it's like people want to sit here and talk about X, Y, and Z. Oh no, insert thing is ruining the setting. Oh no, it's not grimdark anymore. I haven't heard one of those, and you all know what I'm talking about. I haven't heard one of those people step in and talk about the Ashen Claws being dumb because Shadow the Hedgehog OC gets a pass apparently. Like the next time I see someone complaining about something in 40k, that's like, oh no, they're ruining 40k because they put this, and that person hasn't like mentioned the Ashen Claws. Fake fan.
Ding dong, you're wrong.
And to the one person in the AA Discord who actually does like the Ashen Claws and is painting their models, I'm really so sorry.
You just have bad taste. You just do.
There's one person in the Discord who's doing Ashen Claws minis.
Is there, or is just?
And the color scheme at least good?
They're painting them really well.
Oh, that's awesome.
Person, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to.
Tom, you have let down this 12-year-old so much. I'm sorry. It's just you. Like the big hero.
Oh my god, they do look really good as well.
I hate your faction.
Yeah, I know they do, don't they? Although in their defense, they're painting Horus Heresy era Ashen Claws, which is when the Ashen Claws were cool. Before the Horus Heresy ended, the Ashen Claws were actually sick. They're basically like an alternative to the Shattered Legions. They're really fucking cool.
If you play a Horus Heresy Black Shield's army, fucking hell yeah. You're immediately cool. Redeemed, immediately redeemed.
Yeah, but when we get to M31, we headcanon them being dead in the scouring. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah.
Or at least absorbed into like a renegade. Like, another renegade force that's actually...
Just let them get sucked back into the Raven Guard for sake.
Ooh,
you know?
Sucked.
Moose.
Should we end the podcast?
I had to catch myself.
Can we end this podcast, Tom?
Remember, you can say the word cunt. It's your second channel.
Hold up, I'm gonna read a comment from Aragon real quick. This isn't me saying this. This is Aragon saying this. Do not take this out of context, because I've said enough bad things about Robbie McNiven. You don't need to use this. Aragon says, McNiven has this awful tendency to introduce stuff for no greater interest than to make the Carcharodons sound way cooler than they already were. Oldest living Marine, somehow having a Contemptor with a Leviathan loadout, somehow having a living Megalodon in the aquarium, having the Carcharodons have goddamn fins on their armor, and finally introducing the unnecessary plot lines of, oh, maybe they aren't loyalists, alluding to the Ashen Claws not being purely loyalists. That, oh, the Carcharodons have taken recruits from them before, ergo not loyalists, ergo World Eater Night Lord successors confirmed, followed by a million question marks and exclamation marks. He's obviously taking the piss.
I was going to say, for the record, I've never read a Robbie McNiven book. I've just read the Lexicon page
I got another one. We got another one. Someone called Older Than Time says, Ashen Claws are such a stupid thing to still exist. Send me your PayPal, you're getting money.
Wow, what an end. What a fucking end to the longest podcast that AA has ever done.
Yeah, it's riffing on the Ashen Claws. Fucking hell.
AA Homebrew Relic.
We've been at this for 10 minutes. Like 15 minutes in this, Tom.
We could go on a bit longer, I think.
I really could.
You want to make this a 10-hour podcast?
No, because the problem is if I get like angry and I'll start feeling it in my chest, I won't sleep. I'll be like, you know.
It's the AA pipeline. It starts off, wow, I should talk less about my characters. Kill Robbie McNiven. Kill Robbie McNiven.
I think the worst thing is, like, there's so many exceptional Renegade chapters in 40k that have such great lore that could have served a similar purpose in McNiven's story. But he just went, nah.
Or he could have made a completely new one. Doesn't have to be the Ashen Claws.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
If he wants his fucking Shadow the Hedgehog OC chapter so bad, you know, just make a new one.
Yeah.
Clearly, Games Workshop and Black Library wasn't doing any oversight on this anyway, so he could have just gone ham.
Just introduce the Brum Marines, and that'll sort it out. The Brum Marines.
Maybe we can do another one of those like 20 homebrew tips again sometime in the future about Renegade chapters, and I'll preface it at the very beginning. I'll just put a one quick sentence saying, the Ashen Claws don't exist. and then point number 20 will be, don't write the Ashen Claws. and that number 20 will be half the recording.
Your guys are not the Ashen Claws. You do not want them to be the Ashen Claws. You do not want people to think they are the Ashen Claws.
Oh no, it's wild. Oh, I'm so mad, so salty, cope and seethe. You know, cope and seethe and cope. I'm looking at GIFs of one of the general chats of Dokes from Dexter. It's like I ever see McNiven in IRL. You know what I'm saying? All right, cool. Let's close this shit up.
Finally,
we got no more Patreon questions.
Losing her shit.
I'm hungry. I've got indigestion. I've been told about the ashen claws for 20 fucking minutes.
Thank you
I'm
all
sweating blood.
so much for watching and listening. Big thank you to everyone for submitting their relics. Huge thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you enjoyed doing it, and you like that sort of stuff, we have the channel in the Discord for that. You want to come in, you want to submit more relics. We have a community there now for homebrewed relic and homebrewed rules for 10th edition 40k or even earlier editions. I had to stop Aragon from submitting his relic as a 4th ed thing. So just join in, have some fun.
I will grant this offer.
There's people there for that.
I've gotten this offer standing for 1 year. I will provide criticism if you at me. This is notwithstanding outside of a year.
But don't forget to change every single word, otherwise they will publicly mock you on a podcast.
I tried to protect. I tried to stand up for you, Croc.
You try very
But
fucking
I
hard.
I too was silenced.
The hero Bueno Excelente silenced my tongue.
Well, I guess we know that Bueno Excelente cannot defeat Fisto in the end.
And as per the foreshadowing at the start of the episode, the Primate of Rage was saddled in a cuck chair.
Bueno, excellent.
Oh, goodness.
Unfortunately, does not have the power of mod privilege, so he gets put into exile.
I hope everyone listening has a lovely day or rest of your day if you've done it in one sitting. If you completed this after like 5 sessions, big salute.
Or fucking if you had this on during whilst you were sleeping, I'm terribly sorry.
If you
Your
had this
dreams
on
will
while
be
you're sleeping,
awful.
Hold on.
wake up!
Wake up! Wake up!
Good morning. I hope you slept well.
Good morning, sweetie. How you doing?
Have you hydrated? Drink water. You're now manually blinking. You're now manually breathing.
You can feel where your tongue is in your mouth.
Wake
The
up.
worst of all,
I
we
said
have
wake
reminded
up.
you that the ashen claws exist.
I said wake
Right.
up, sleepyhead.
Bye-bye.
I made you
Right,
breakfast.
I'm going to press the end
I love
record
you.
button.
Bye-bye,
Thank you all for
everyone.
watching. We'll see you next time. Toodaloo.
Bye-bye.
Unsubscribe from the Gaming Storyteller.